Oh, man, everything is running slow today. All right, what's going on here? Oh, man. Yeah. There we go. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. As always, I am your host, Fearless Floyd, and today is Tuesday, August 20th, 2024. Got a great show for you. Chief Fast Horse will be here at 1 o'clock. He will bring on Noel Benoist, former NSA agent, whistleblower with the late FBI agent Ted Gunderson. Look very forward to that. I haven't had a chance to talk to Noel like I wanted to. I went and did my epidural yesterday morning, pretty much wiped me out for the full day. Had multiple conversations after surgery and don't remember any of them. So that's why I took the rest of the day off. I was like, oh my God, what did I say? And when I woke up from my anesthesia, they're like, oh yeah, you had a complete conversation. You're talking about your bodybuilding and carnivore diet. Well, and I'm like, holy cow, what else did I say? So I have no idea. But anyway, I'm feeling better. I've been taking it easy. I didn't do anything yesterday except lay in bed and just chill for the most part. Right before I was trying to load on here, and I'm not going to use Brave anymore. I'm done with Brave because for some reason it closed out all my tabs. I wanted to go back to get my history. There's no history there. So yeah, hate Brave, T-Mobile, Zoom. Yeah, I'm getting on with all these big corporations that are just real crappy. They are not consumer oriented. They're more about money and making money. I still haven't figured out this thing how to do Rumble. So getting kind of tired of dealing with that, how that is set up, because it just seamlessly works with everything else but Rumble. Rumble sucks. So put that out there. Not happy with the way that flows, how you have to set all that up. You have to go back, do this, that, put in a template. And yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. So I'm just going to address all the elephants in the room right now. I will probably get a call from Fast Horse, so I will have to take that call. I don't care about houses in the Fifth Ward. So let me that's not what I want either. So let me go. That's what I want. Brave. Piece of crap they are too. All right, we'll start off right here. Apparently, Elizabeth Rodriguez, Marcos Ruiz, when anybody starts attaching all these last names onto their name, like Anna von Reitzinger, Anna Maria von Reitzinger, run. Okay? I just want you, please, I beg of you, bless them, to do your own research. I want you to go Google every name this woman provides. Okay? All her names: Elizabeth Rodriguez, Rodriguez Ruiz, Rodriguez Marcos. She's a ghost. She doesn't exist, folks. She has no background, no history. She came out of nowhere. Oh, I'm the Rodriguez heir. All right. And then we have Kia Pruitt over here, who is just so gullible. She'll just take anything. And she's using this to get views. I have told you guys, I'm not about views and subscribers and likes and all that. Okay. I'm going to sit here and do my videos day after day after day after day after day. I'm going to provide you with more information. I'm seeking the truth just like you are. Okay. I want to know who's a player, who's not a player, who's a scammer, who's a grifter, who's a con artist, who's supporting grifters and con artists. Because obviously Kia didn't do her homework. She didn't vet who these people are. She didn't even call me. She didn't call Jeff Rahm. She just automatically assumes that this is the one. So take it as you will. And we're going to go down here to the comments. And you see the comments. So let's see what I put. Laughing my ass off at this joke of fiction. We will see when Jeff Rahm, asset manager for the Rodriguez estate, releases everything. Elizabeth still has not accepted an all expenses paid vacation to the Philippines to the Rodriguez headquarters to vet the real asset manager with Jeff Rahm. Elizabeth is either a fake, fraud, and shill or a coward and cannot go to the Rodriguez headquarters with Interpol on a YouTube live. Beware, I should say, of. Correct that as we sit right here. Beware of frauds. Oops, spelled that one wrong too. Beware of frauds, fakes, and social media influencers who fail to vet their guests. And you see there's no reply. This was posted 2 hours ago. You know why? Because they can't. They can't reply. So now we're going to go to the next elephant in the room. Apparently, Wolverine has posted that Jeffrey Rahm is the same Jeffrey Rahm as a securities broker who was fired from his job. So we're going to dive in here and we're going to go look at what that is. Okay. So I put in Jeffrey Rahm, broker at Northland Securities, Minnesota, Jeffrey David Rahm, individual registered to sell securities and provide investments. So you see that middle name right there, David Rahm. Well, folks, as I want to do, as I always do, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Jeffrey's middle name is not David. Jeffrey Rahm, the asset manager for the Rodriguez estate, his middle name is not David. I have a copy of his driver's license. Okay, let's go look at that. Of course, tab doesn't want to pull up. There we go. And I'll blow this up for you. Jeff just sent me this. I have 86'd all his sensitive information, but there's his photograph, there's his last name, there's his first name, his middle name. That is not David. I have 86'd. I 86'd his address. I 86'd his birth date, as you can see. I 86'd his driver's license number. I 86'd his signature. This is Jeff Rahm. Blue eyes, 5'10", male. He is 62 years old. He's the same age I am. As you see, Pennsylvania. That does not say Minnesota. So, you know, these silly gurus who get out here and want to pontificate that, you know, their info is the right info. Right? So they want you to believe. So Wolverine posted that Jeffrey David Rahm is the same as the Jeffrey Rahm that I just showed you. However, they are not. Okay. Wolverine posted false, malicious, slanderous falsehoods. That's who Wolverine is. He's all about Wolverine, folks. You guys are making him a multimillionaire. Congratulations on that. Keep going. Keep listening to the lies. Keep listening to the disinformation, misinformation, and the bullshit. You're more than welcome. Please do not stay on the Fearless Floyd show. Go over there and play with the liars, the thieves, the scammers, the grifters, and the cons. I don't want you over here. I don't want you in my channel. I don't care if I get one view on a video. Okay? I don't want those people over here. If you're that gullible, that stupid to believe that nonsense, knock yourself out. Go over there and listen to it. You're going to go be stuck on stupid, go be stuck on stupid with a bunch of stupid people and win stupid prizes, playing stupid games. Okay? Because I'm tired of playing this he said, she said bullshit, because it's bullshit. These are the facts. I have the facts. Everybody who's over in the Wolverine group, y'all should immediately evacuate the premises. Because Elvis ain't in the building, folks. You're being lied to over there repeatedly, over and over and over and over and over. So let's continue our little journey on Jeffrey Rahm. Wow. What do we have here? Floyd, Jeffrey Rahm, aerospace engineer. Well, who's Jeffrey Rahm, the aerospace engineer? That would be the asset manager for the Rodriguez estate. That's who that is, not the securities broker. So I would imagine one of these is Jeffrey Rahm. Well, who's that? That's Jeffrey Rahm that we know. Okay. Here's the article that Wolverine put out. Jeffrey Rahm terminated for securities fraud. Okay. Here's another picture of Jeffrey Rahm. I don't know which guy this is. We got a bunch of different looking guys, don't we? Here's another Jeff Rahm. OH Partners. There's Jeff Rahm. So that guy, obviously, is that guy. They look like the same guy. More Jeffrey Rahm. Jeffrey Rahm, OH Partners. So I just wanted to be able to show you guys what I found, just by simple searching. Okay. Most of you guys don't know that Jeff Rahm is an aerospace engineer. He used to build jets. He knows all about aerospace, airplanes, jets, outer space. And he's going to come on. He's going to tell you about his knowledge and his experience. And he's going to tell you about propulsion systems, anti-gravity devices. Why? Because he's not a securities broker. That's why. Because Wolverine fed you a bunch of bullshit, a bunch of lies, like he always does. These people are scammers and grifters, man. That's all they want is your dollar bill. They don't care about you. They don't care about the humanitarian project. They are living large on your dime, and you're allowing them to do it. So congratulations for that. Remember, I got the new decals in. So if you haven't gotten your decal, I'll be sending one of these. If you got a book, you're going to get a free decal. So look forward to putting those out for you guys. And now, are you ready for this? You guys are going to love this. You're going to absolutely love this next article because it's everything that you want to see, everything that you want to hear about, everything that you want to know about, so you can easily comprehend what your future is going to look like. I know. Let me go over here. Brave. Get ready, folks. Pow! What do we have here, Floyd? Look at that opulent estate. Texas megachurch pastor's jaw-dropping 6-home compound hits the market for $15 million. By Jennifer Kelly Geddes, August 16th, 2024. Everything is bigger in Texas, and we're not just talking about monster-size hail or those 10-gallon hats. This time, it's a massive compound made up of 6 separate houses spread over 24 acres in the Houston suburb of Spring. And with that huge chunk of property comes a very hefty price tag, $15 million. The incredible estate is being sold by a local megachurch, the New Light Christian Center Church, having served for many years as the residence of its founder, Bishop I.V. Hilliard. The estate was classified by Hilliard as a parsonage, meaning that he has not had to pay any property taxes on it. In 2021, an attorney for the church told the Houston Chronicle that the property's primary use was as a, quote, minister's retreat and conference center, close quote, which made it eligible for tax breaks. This is an overhead view of the compound. And you see tennis courts, looks like a sand volleyball court, pool, big conference center, the 5 houses, 3-car garage, or that's probably a 6-car garage. There's another multi-car garage over here. This compound was built in 1999. How'd you like to mow that yard? There's more than 40,000 square feet of living space here. Here's the entrance. A church compound with opulent amenities. The main house is a magazine-worthy, the listing notes. It kicks off with an entryway that wouldn't be out of place in Vegas and continues with numerous bedrooms, an untold number of bathrooms, and many wide-open living spaces. A big renovation in 2020 freshened up the interiors. Elegant finishes include granite in the baths, 2 wet bars, and updated fixtures throughout. High-end amenities include home theater, hair salon, a banquet hall, and a commercial kitchen. The primary bedroom boasts 25-foot ceilings, exercise area, and a bathroom with a sunken jetted tub. The estate comes with an oversized pool with spa, a tennis court, an office complex with fitness center, a volleyball court, and a pond stocked with baths. Of course, there's a room for cars, 22 to be exact. Spring is a suburb of Houston, about 26 miles away. The area became the subject of national media attention in 2016 as the hometown of Olympic gymnast Simone Biles, whose parents even opened a training facility there. What could be next for the compound? Possibilities here are many. According to the listing, the property could serve as a family compound, a small hotel, or an event space for weddings and reunions. Ever dreamed of owning your own family compound or neighborhood, operating your own bed and breakfast, wedding venue, event center? Then you must see this luxurious estate, it urges. Texas is more popular than ever thanks to the cowgirl core trend and the crowds of people who have decided to make the Lone Star State their home. Per Derek Lebecki, real estate agent with the Texas Ranch Sales, Texas has had an influx of people since COVID, ranging from celebrities to average Americans. Here's the home theater. So that should be a different screen. That's theater wide. Here is the hair salon. And that's the end of that article. So I went to their church to meet the founders. And I guess that's the founder, Apostle IV, and his wife, Pastor Bridget Hilliard. So I want you to look at this in the eyes of, he has set this up as a religious entity, okay? Well, once you set up your trust, you can set up a religious entity too. And you can do something similar to this. I presented this to give you an idea of what your ability and capabilities and opportunities look like once this thing happens. Okay. Now, do I encourage you to go buy a $15 million property with unlimited bathrooms and bedrooms and houses and garages? No. Do you know how to upkeep that facility? There is a team of landscapers. There's definitely housekeepers to have to keep that place up. Probably a chef. It's, yeah. So this breaks it all down to what it's all about, how they got started, and how they've evolved. She says, my highest desire is leave an endowment of $12 million for Bees Girls Foundation to continue in the earth until Jesus comes.
Floyd, can I say something?
Yeah.
That looks like a hub for a cult to me.
I didn't even know you were on here.
Yeah, here I am. Hi, I'm here. Yeah.
Well, I can't see you because I'm on the screen share.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been here for a minute. I posted the Telegram link up. Can you see the screen? Yep, there it is. There's your Telegram link. Okay.
All right.
And then I wanted to show what Robbie said. Floyd always thought Wolverine was a fraud ever since he was saying months ago that he had inside info on RV happening about 100 times.
Yeah.
And then somebody else said, let's see, who was that? Mr. Steve, I knew Wolverine was a fake after the first time I heard him. He was being exalted by a group I was listening to. They took months to figure out he was a fake. Yeah, sometimes it takes a lot. It took me a year. So, okay, I'll shut up now.
All right. Hang on. Let me go get this thing back up. All right. Okay. The actual facility is located, the church is located right here at 1535 Green Smart Drive. Okay. Oh, thank you. So I went and put it on Google Maps, and this is where it is. Give you guys kind of an idea. I live right about here. So this isn't far from me. Usually I would take Beltway 8 all the way around to it. Now I'm going to show you where the compound is. It's right here. So down here on the map, the church is right about in here. So all they do is just take this road straight to home. So This area is spring. It crosses both sides. So here we go. This is from the Houston Chronicle. Bishop I.V. Hilliard and Pastor Bridget Hilliard, founders of the Texas megachurch, were reportedly recent tenants of the 30,000 square foot property by Eric Kalia, regional reporter, August 19th, 2024. Pastor I.V. and his wife Bridget started New Light Christian Center Church with 23 members in 1984. They now have, hang on, Chief just hit me up. Oh, that's my number. All right, let me scroll down here. Read this to you. Oh, they now have 3 campuses in Houston, one in Beaumont and one in Austin. They are spreading. They're very, 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 very wealthy. The 24-acre Spring, Texas property at 19525 Dore, how do you pronounce that? Road, which is just a little smaller than Minute Maid Park downtown, hit the market for $15 million in late July. The land includes, quote, a lake stocked with trophy bass, a magazine-worthy primary estate, 5 junior estates, a resort-style pool with cabanas, 22 garage spaces and 2 garage apartments, over 40,000 square feet of living space, close quote, according to the HAR listing by David L. Cole of Houston based first-class realtors. An on-site mansion, which was renovated in 2020, encompasses 15 bedrooms, 31 full bathrooms, and 5 kitchens. Inside and out, it also has 2 wet bars, a home theater, a banquet hall, commercial kitchen, fitness center, and of course, a sunken jacuzzi tub. What may be most interesting is who's selling the gigantic Texas estate. Iricia Hilliard, Dr. I to her congregation, is the pastor of New Light Christian Center Church in North Houston. Her parents, Bishop I.V. Hilliard and Pastor Bridget Hilliard, founders of the non-denominational church, have been living in the tax-exempt 6-home estate, according to Realtor.com. The land is officially classified as a parsonage, which means the church and its pastors don't pay any property taxes for the compound since they've claimed it. Mostly operates as a minister's retreat and conference center. There's another overhead shot from the rear. New Light, founded in 1984, the largest megachurches in Texas. In 2018, Iricia, majority black church, which boasted 23,000 members at the time. The HAR listing suggests the property built in 1999 would serve a number of purposes outside of just housing pastors. Ever dreamed of owning your own family compound or neighborhood, operating your own bed and breakfast, wedding venue, event center? Then you must see this luxurious estate. Reached by phone on Sunday, Cole, the listing agent, declined to identify the seller or provide further comment. Generally, Texas tax code has lucrative exemptions for its religious leaders. Section 1120 of the Texas Property Tax Code states the state allows religious organizations to claim tax-free clergy residences up to 1 acre if used exclusively as a residence for these individuals whose principal occupation is to serve the clergy of the religious organization, or if it produces no revenue for the religious organization. Last year, Harris County appraised the Hilliards estate at nearly $8 million per reporting by the Christian Post. Non-denominational religious news site, New Light, paying an estimated $151,000 in property taxes that help cover the cost of schools, police, firefighters, and other local expenses. Malaki Johnson, the New Light's attorney, told the Chronicle in 2021 that Apostle Hilliard occupies only a portion of the home and that the primary use of the property qualified for its tax break. 2021, the Houston Chronicle reporters found that while many of the tax-free clergy residents statewide own modest homes valued below county averages, a significant number of parsonages staggering jump in value. Texas' most popular counties. The Chronicle identified 2,600. Hang on 1 second. All right, that was Chief Fast Horse calling me, setting up for 20 minutes from now to get that rolling. So let me get back over here to where I was so I can finish up. And it's killing me. All right. The Chronicle identified more than 26 worth a combined total of about $1 billion. At least 28 of the residents were worth more than $1 million, and more than 30 of them actually exceeded the law's 1 acre limit. The Chronicle investigation also found that wealthy religious leaders, including Pastor Joel Osteen of Lakewood Church, haven't sought parsonage exemptions. Osteen, who hasn't taken a salary since 2004, has reportedly paid his property taxes on his 15,000 square foot residence in Houston. His annual tax bill reached $218,000 in 2021. Chronicle in January, Osteen's home was appraised at roughly $13.6 million per county records. Wow, that guy just lives the luxurious life, doesn't he? All those people who go to Lakewood Church and just give all that money to Joel so he can live the life of good for them. Good for them. Let me go over here to the comments. Apparently, there's a bunch of them. Let me get up to the front. And it's going to take me a minute. All right, Bear. Thanks for being here. Hey, Buff. Robin with a Y. Hey, Robin, I'm going to take you up on your offer about the website. Hello, Kathleen. Hey, Matt. Hello, Colette. Mr. Steve. Chief is going to come on with an update here shortly. I got an update from Jeffrey Rahm today, but it's not mine to share. So we'll wait on Jeff. Oh, you do? Okay. Good, Buffy. I'll get with you on that one. Everyone says, Rump, man, they make it very difficult. It's just not seamless. It should be all these other platforms, it's just smooth as silk. Rumble is not. That's why I don't like Rumble. BitChute's the same way. BitChute, man. Customer service. That's what it's all about. When something doesn't work or you can't get it to function, you should be able to pick up a phone and talk to somebody. That's how I look at it. That's why I always answer my phone. Because I hate talking to a AI chat robot, all this stupid ass answering software. You got to go through all these prompts. And then sometimes you can't even talk to anybody. And I hate that. I won't do business with a company like that anymore. If you use AI and I can't talk to somebody, I don't want to do business with you. I now go and vet that first before I decide to go with a company. What's their customer service look like? Can I pick up a phone and call and talk to somebody that can make a decision? Because that's who I want to talk to. I don't want to talk to some low-life associate answering service that's in the Malaysia or something that's just going to pass me on to another one when I ask to talk to a supervisor. Set up Patriot. How you doing, brother? Hope the home life is well. Forza Italia. Chief Wild Horse. Listen, okay, I'm just going to address this for you guys. When I talk to Fast Horse, he name drops, he tells me things, and look, as fast as I can hold his feet to the fire and hold him accountable for everything he says, we will address it. Okay. So until we can get there, please bear with me, bear with him. I am trying to get you guys the truth. That's it. That's all I'm after. You know, I want to know when I'm going to be able to RV just like you guys. I want to know when I'm going to get my prosperity package. I want to know when I can go do my Zims, do my humanitarian projects. You know, it would be nice to plan a little bit forward, but we're all just riding this roller coaster. Like next day, tomorrow, 3-day holiday is Muslim holiday, 3-day weekend. It's just stupid. It's ridiculous. So we'll get that. And obviously, Jeffrey Rahm is not that unique of a name. Hey, Mojo. Blue Marv 19. Thank you. Diane Baugh. Yep. Every report about that guy always end up with the same facts. Yep. Alyssa Sony. How you doing? You popped up as a Facebook friend. Elvis. How you doing, Elvis? Ms. One Drop. I'm trying to get through here so I can yeah. And listen, just because, you know, we do, you know, we have to read or listen to what they're saying sometimes because they do put out disinformation and people do take that as truth. It's posted in Dinar recaps, Dinar Chronicles. They pick up all this and they put it out as rumor. Militia Man mentioned one thing on one of his shows, and Dinar recaps ran it for a week under rumors. And I told him, I know for a fact this is false. Y'all take this off. This is false. It's not even a kernel of truth in it. And they refused to do it. They hit me back. Oh, well, it's a rumor. Well, it's a false rumor. Take it down. They refused to do it. So I've also noticed that when my name pops up, they edit it out. Take that for what it is. You know, why are they doing that? Why are they censoring my name, my show? There's something against that. Am I telling too much of the truth? Always be aware when you get kicked out of somewhere, you're asking the right questions. That is an impressive building. Okay. And you guys are going to be able to have those same opportunities when this happens. And I showed you that because that's probably something that you've never ever handled in your life. You've never even owned a 2-bedroom home, 3-bedroom home, 4-bedroom home. Imagine one with 30 plus bathrooms. You want to go scrub 31 bath toilets every day because one of your guests wandered in a bathroom somewhere and used it. Now it's dirty. So you got to go check it. All of them every day. That's why you got housekeepers. It's expensive. Yeah, it probably costs $30,000 a month to staff that and run it properly. Absolutely. And their parishioners are paying for it. All of it. The double staircases are just for appearance to make it look opulent, symmetrical. That's all that's for. They have no, you know, up and down. If you have a big event, yeah, one's ingress, one's egress. Yeah, Bruce, you know, Mojo, yep, I agree with that. Steve, one of the flagged room, yeah. But the problem is there's still too many people out there that are hanging on his every last word, syllable. You know, that he's truthful, giving you guys good information, and he's not. And then we'll get over here to this whole Kia Pruitt thing, okay? Because, you know, I used to pay attention to her when she first came out on the scene. And I started watching, really listening to her videos. And I saw that she was bringing on guests that she hadn't vetted. She's very gullible. She's looking for clicks. And I quit watching her. And I was like, man, this chick don't know what she's doing. She's not even trying to get the truth. She's just looking for popularity. Clearly, I'm not looking for popularity. If I was, I would just be amenable to everybody, even the trolls. I wouldn't take my time out of my show to address each and every troll that's over here in chat playing around. I ain't the guy. I ain't the one. That's why I don't have that over here. I don't have that problem. I've never had that problem, ever, with my audience, ever. And when I did, I addressed it, and they don't come back. And it's never been a problem since then. So now I addressed all this RV stuff. Now I got all these trolls and naysayers, and all these want to come over here and play in the Fearless Floyd show. Wrong place, wrong guy. I'm serious, okay? You guys think I'm freaking playing. I'm fixing to bring on here in 14 minutes a former NSA agent. You think that guy still doesn't have connections with the NSA where I can just like, hey, I need to find out so-and-so. You give me some information on him? Is it going to cost me anything? I can afford that. Yeah. All right. Thanks. And I'll know everything about you. I'll have your emails. I'll have your contact lists. I'll have all your texts. I'll have everything. Just ask Mark Z. He's done it. He had his friend from the NSA pull up all his stuff and send it to him. So don't think you're anonymous if you're a troll and you want to come play around over here, because you're in the wrong place. I told you in 10 minutes, I can get every bit of information I need about you. 10 minutes. And I don't mind paying for it. It cost me $1,000 to get your information. I'm going to get it. And I'm going to put you on Front Street. And I'm going to embarrass the shit out of you. I'm going to dig up every little nook and cranny, dirty crumb that I can, and I'm going to expose you live on YouTube.
And he'll have help too. Yeah, you will.
We ain't playing no more.
Floyd,
y'all want to come over here for the truth? Come over. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to read a comment that YouTube actually rejected that I was trying to make in response to Blue Marvel, and that is that the manipulation and the scamming, the fraud happens in all religions. It's just right now there's a great movement to attack the Christians and to go after the church. And I think we need to look at that with open eyes and be very, very critical. Okay. We can't bunch all Christians into this area where people are being attacked all the time just because they're Christian, because people are losing faith in the churches, and with good reason, right? But it's not these scams and these cults and the child abuse and child trafficking goes on in every area, not just the Christian churches. And it's not just, the LGBTQ communities. It's not in one area. It's everywhere. Okay, I yield.
All right. So Forza Italia. So we are bad-mouthing Wolverine, and rightfully so. What about those others who claim to have contacts all over the world? That's a general ambiguous statement, and I will tell you that there are people who do have contacts all over the world. Mark has contacts in Iraq. Frank 26 has contacts in Iraq. Mark has contacts in Europe. Dr. Lisa has contacts in Europe. Jeff has contacts in Europe. And this is what I know for sure. Obviously, contacts in Reno. Same thing with Dr. Lisa. Mark. They do have the contacts. They do have the people. So I don't know. I can't vouch for anybody else that I don't have a personal relationship with. Everybody that I've mentioned, I have a personal relationship with and have been able to speak to them, or, I can call and talk to them anytime I want. I need to invite some people. So let me get this done. Fast horse. Paste. StreamYard. Come on. Man. Everything is just being real slow today. All right, that's done. Send Jeff his link. And I have to send Noel his. So bear with me. All right, got that sent off. Hopefully they will get the message, come join us. Kenneth Copeland is also another one of those guys. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a reptilian either. Absolutely. That guy has made a fortune. And hello, Mary Jones. Welcome to the show. John Connor, thank you for being here. Tim Brown, thank you for being here. Elvis, right? Kicked out of the rooms. It was listed. It's listed as a parsonage, and he actually lives there. I don't know where. I don't know which house he lives in. So you believe that Kia Pruitt is not gullible? So you think putting somebody on her show that she hasn't vetted, she knows nothing about, who's a ghost on the internet? I mean, we'll go look her up. I mean, I'm telling y'all, go look her up. Come on, man, this thing is just lagging for some reason. GG Greatness, welcome to the show. Hey, Rodney, welcome here. Thank you for being. Steph, I see you in the house. Hey, Mary Jones, welcome to the show. So, I did go do my due diligence and went and searched. And let's see. Oh, I don't know which last name to use. She goes by Ruiz. She also goes by Marcos. But what I don't see is a picture of Elizabeth Rodriguez Ruiz of the Rodriguez estate. Do you? I don't see any pictures of her. So let's go with the other last name that she utilized, Marcos. There she is. Three more images. One is an actress right here. Here's Princess Elizabeth. Does that woman look like that woman? Look at the nose on this woman. Look at the nose on this woman. Let's go visit. All right. So obviously out of date. Well, we're going to still watch it. Oh, it's in a different language. So let's translate. Well, it's not letting me translate. Created to do live broadcast, inform, and updates our members and Princess Elizabeth news and our community plans and projects serve all mankind. Gaming video creator. So 2020.
Hey, Floyd, Bink said exposing her could put her into danger. And then Hot Rod Tilly said she has already been exposed.
Exposing her could put her into danger.
Right. That's what Bink said. Here's the see.
Hang on, let me stop.
Okay.
Oh, Bink right here. Exposing her could put her in danger. Well, I didn't expose her. She came out and exposed herself. But she's claiming to be something that she's obviously not. I mean, Jeff tells me he's the asset manager for the Rodriguez estate, and he was appointed that by the former asset manager before he passed away. So that's what we're looking at. Okay. I'm protecting Jeff and his sensitive information, so he is protected. Okay. That's why I don't put his address out there. That's why you don't see his middle name. And I guarantee you it's not David, and he's not a securities broker. He's a former aerospace engineer who built jet airplanes, who's worked on classified stuff dealing with aerospace. Absolutely.
Right. I want to say too, Floyd, that if you hadn't exposed Melanie, we would have never met. We would have never met. Because when you exposed Melanie, she got a hold of me and she's like, "What's going on? You better deal with this and fix it fast." And she didn't realize she made a big mistake by letting me know about you anyway.
Right.
Well, good things do come from exposing fraud and scam artists, manipulators, and cult leaders.
Right. Now, just like Joe here, welcome to the show, claims that she's head of the trust. This is an estate. It's not technically a trust. So she needs to get her vernacular correct. Melanie Hines. Oh, there's another one. Melanie Hines is the Judy Byington of YouTube. She's going to take other people's information and express it as her own, and then trying to hustle you guys to do her little wealth management thing, whatever she's got going. She's just a parrot. Okay. She's not digging for the truth. She's not going and getting you guests and, you know, who are these people coming out of the woodwork saying they can do this or have access to that. So, oh, there's Noel. All right. I see you there in the background. I will get with you in just a second. Let me wrap this thing up. I got a little slow today. And Chief will be jumping on as well. Let me email. Well, my whole Brave collapsed. So let me send it to Chief this way. Come on. And everything is just running slow as Christmas. That kind of day.
I want to address Anita. I have dropped Floyd's website in the chat. You need to scroll up just a little bit. You can purchase the book, the trust book, on his website.
Jesus, everything is just slow as Christmas. All right. Oh, okay. There's everybody in the posts, and I will bring on our guest. I'm very proud, humbled, in the most legitimate way I could ever be to be able to bring you this guest. I had no idea I would ever be talking to somebody like this on my show. So, you know, I'm almost speechless to bring you Noel and the things he's done. And I have no idea where this conversation is going. I know he can talk forever. We may be here for the next 6, 7, 8 hours. I don't know. I'm going to let him do his own introduction, tell you guys who he is and what he's all about. I didn't have time to give him a call. I lost his phone number for some reason. I don't know what I did with it. And I was going to call him last night, talk to him, and then I was going to call him again this morning, get an update. I haven't had a chance to do that. So I'm a little behind the 8 ball. So please bear with me for this. I'm just like you. I'm seeking the truth, and I'm going to ask questions. If you guys have a question, post it over here in the chat, and we will follow up. I'll try to let Noel talk for as long as he wants. I know the Chief is going to jump in here in a minute with some update stuff. So look forward to that. And with that, I will bring on our guest, Noel Benoist.
Yeah, how you doing? I tell you, it's a pleasure to be here. Really is.
Thanks for being here.
You know,
tell everybody who you are and how you got to here.
Well, actually, I usually like to start basically with the foundation, and that is the fact that my life proves there's a God. The guy I am is a servant of God. God put me on earth, and he did it in a way that people would know or should know that I'm here because God wants me here. My mother was told that if she ever got pregnant again, she and the baby would both die. My dad was told if he got her pregnant, he as good as put his 45 to her head and pulled the trigger. And my family goes way back. Matter of fact, my great-grandfather guided Peter Lassen across Canada down into the Lassen area here when Peter Lassen made a wrong turn and came into Sitting Bull's camp. And God has just made sure that all the people on both sides, I'm kind of like a God hybrid, you might say. And needless to say, we both made it. We were about 2 weeks later. They said, well, it's a miracle, but it looks like they're both going to make it. My dad wanted to take my mother for an abortion, and Mom said she would rather die trying to have the baby than live knowing she killed it. So in today's philosophy, I might not be here. But God is just so fantastic with the way he does things, you know. And people, a lot of times, they want to see miracles. But if we want to see a miracle, we got to trust God enough to let him put us in a position where we need a miracle. And actually, my life has been a series of that kind of thing. And a series of wonderful miracles, just showing how great God is. And I try to tell legislators and everybody to, if we focus on God and really just give God our heart, give him our trust, and we trust that flow, we will see things and do things that, looking back, there is not a question of a doubt or anything. My life was orchestrated by God, and even our getting together, because God had me get together with Chief, and God opened doors there and worked things out where it's just absolutely fantastic. And then you get in there at the right time, and here we are. So I hope people know today is God orchestrated. And for me, I'm on earth to serve God. So for me, if you and I were talking for 5 days straight, I'm in. You know, it starts when God says it starts, and it finishes when God says it's finished. I'm in, you
It
know.
does. Absolutely. Well, thank you
And
for
I
being
love
here.
all questions. I love truth. I love truth. I love questions. I tell people, don't ask me a question if you're not ready for the answer, because I'm going to tell you the truth, whether you like it or not.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. It's kind of bittersweet being that person, right? Because you break a lot of hearts when you do come out with the truth, and it shatters people's beliefs.
Amen. And that's where at times, you know, and I'm 77 now. And
Congratulations.
yeah, at first I was, I mean, when I was in, I became more or less the brain of what they call MJ-12. 1947, in the National Security Act, after Roswell, when Roswell happened, there were a group of people who were trying to, say, get more power. You had churches that wanted more power. You had the Rockefellers who wanted more power. You had the Rothschilds. You had all of these people who wanted more power and more control. And they saw, when the mob syndicated, how much power that gave the mob against government. And they started talking massive syndication. When Roswell happened, and matter of fact, I told even MJ-12 that we should say, hey, yeah, Roswell did happen. We're dividing America by saying it didn't happen, and by saying you didn't see what you saw. And their excuse was there was a world agreement. If anything from outer space or whatever, or other people from other planetoids and everything, if anything like that was found on Earth, we had to share the technology. Well, they didn't want to share that technology with Syria and China and outfits like that. And I told them, that's fine. No, we don't want to share that there. But we don't want to divide America, and we don't want to destroy America's trust in government. What I told them was, what we should do is say the stuff is there. It's been there for thousands of years. Show some of the ancient writings showing some of the grays, showing some of the spaceships, and then just say we don't have anything. We don't have to share anything we don't have. So admit that the stuff is there. Prevent panic by saying, look, they've been here for thousands of years. If they were going to do anything, they'd have done it before now. And then just say, we don't have anything. And say, if you see something, let us know. And then if somebody calls something in, we go retrieve it. We give them a huge reward. Let's say, as an example, in the 60s, $1 million. And we tell them that the reward is going to be paid to them $200,000 a year, tax-free over the next 5 years, but they've got to keep silent. And just tell them, you're a good American. You don't want Syria and those guys having this technology. So you stay silent. They don't get the technology. We work on it. America takes the top position and has the safest philosophy, and work that angle. Then we unite America, and the people saw something. They just say, oh, well, I thought I saw something, but it wasn't anything at all. The secret isn't out. And then we have that technologies for reverse engineering, etc. As a matter of fact, I told a few people how many ships we had, the condition of them and everything. One friend of mine, Bob Konzener, and I think he's on Facebook, he'd admit to it. I told him years before Bob Lazar came out on Art Bell, I told him that how many ships we had, reverse engineering, the condition of them, and an incident that happened. And one day I was helping develop Goldfield Ghost Town. I was one of the main developers there. Got cheated out of that portion, but I just put it on God's altar. And Bob came to me, he says, you know a guy named Bob Lazar? And when I got out, I had a week of missing time. They didn't want me to remember the names of people I worked with. So names is one of my lowest categories for ability. But I said, Bob Lazar. And all of a sudden I went, yeah, reverse engineering in Roswell. He said, yeah. He said he was just on Art Bell, and he described the same number of ships in the same condition and the incident that you told me about like 3 or 4 years ago. So I had told Bob the exact same story, totally separated from Bob Lazar. And the stuff that Bob Lazar said is 100% right on the money. We had those ships, and we had a guy, actually, we had one that was in perfect condition. We were trying to figure out what they did and why was it there? What did it run out of or whatever? And all of a sudden we're sitting outside and the ship raised up about 3 feet. Everybody ran inside, the ship dropped back down. And the guy that was working inside was, what'd you do? He sat on this block kind of a thing, and he was having lunch, and he thought about, boy, if I could only make this thing fly. Well, come to find out, that block was the fuel source and the engineering. The pilot sits on that block, and as fast as that pilot can think, the ship will fly.
Holy cow.
Yeah. So then the group that wanted more power, and it was like the head of the Mormon church, head of the Catholic church, it was the head of the mob, and all these people, the Rothschilds and all of them, they got together, syndicated, and they went to Truman and said, hey, man, this technology's out there. That means these guys, they've been picking up our people. They could clone some of our people, and we could have a communist get elected president. We could have an alien get elected president and look like us. So they formed the National Security Act of 1947. And they said, you need 12 absolute Americans loyal to America, and we have got to have the power to do anything in the interest of national security. So he gave them autonomy, and they could literally do anything in the interest of national security. They had the power to remove sitting presidents, vice presidents, senators, congressmen, you name it. Now, when I became seat 13, if something happened to one of the 12, I would take a seat. So when they approached me for being seat 13, they said, hey, they knew a few things that had happened. We can talk about on the show later. I had a couple of incidents happen that kind of blew my mind, made me angry, and I wanted more power so I could prevent it next time. One of those incidents, a guy landed over 1,000 men on the wrong beach, and he lost his entire battalion. And I tried to tell him we were on the wrong beach, but he wouldn't listen. So they said, with this promotion, you'll have more power than the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You can investigate the president. You can investigate the Joint Chiefs of Staff. because you will be internal affairs for all matters of national security between MJ-12 and all others. You could investigate Congress. You can investigate the Senate. You can investigate anybody. They gave me military rank 04, Battlefield Commission, with civilian status. That way, if I'm investigating any of those people and they tried to order me, I could say, sorry, sir, or sorry, ma'am, I don't work for you. Go see the 12. And they couldn't do anything over the 12 because the 12 had autonomy. And I literally, at 19 years old, I said, guys, this is dangerous. Once I learned more, I mean, I had to sign a lifetime contract. And I said, I didn't mind because I thought I was working for God and country. But when I signed that, then no secret in America could be kept from me. And people didn't know it, but actually the base that we had that we couldn't find, that Hitler had originally, we could never find it, never bomb it. We made that our intelligence base. And it was in Herzogenaurach, Germany. Now, since that time, they've moved it because more got out about it, especially when I blew the whistle. So they had to move it. But it was there. And so I told him, I said, well, yeah, I'm in. We had a room there. And this room had actually this pulverizing unit. And the pulverizing unit was about 10 or 12 feet by 10 or 12 feet. You could throw cases of records and stuff on that thing, and it would come down, reduce it to powder, blow it in a furnace in like less than a minute. So all of our intel, past, present, and future, was in that room. I dubbed the room Pandora's Box. As a matter of fact, I ended up writing a book. I did a joint intelligence report with Chief Special Investigator for the nation, put into the FBI Hall of Fame, Ted Gunderson. And when I decided to get out, I took Ted boxes of evidence and gave him bunches of testimony. I was going into DC and any place else that I could meet Ted, and he would record a bunch of my stuff. And I told him, I said, sit on this. Don't let anybody know you've got it, because every director in the nation has a deal with MJ-12. They are the 12 heads who they're the brain for the whole works. And I was the brain. I became the brain for MJ-12. So they were basically then picking up stuff off of me. But I've got to, analyze everything. So I was going into Pandora's Box, and I read everything from the 20s when they first started forming and getting together, all the way through to 47, being empowered, and what their plans were. And they had plans for a 200-year plan to basically rule the world. Countries would have identity, but they would be pulling the strings of the puppets of that country. And they started doing that long ago. They have orchestrated assassinations of world leaders. Gandhi, you name it. Anybody who started becoming a world power and would not follow MJ-12, they would orchestrate their death. They orchestrated the death of Kennedy. And in my book, I tell what they did to John Kennedy. I tell what they did to Bobby Kennedy. I tell what they did to Ted Kennedy. I knew Ted Kennedy was going to hit Chappaquiddick 5 days before it happened. I knew how much Mary Jo got paid up front, what she was promised with a trip out of country and $75,000 a year. Back in those days, that would be a very good living. And I told the guys, I said, why? They said, Kennedy will never again be president. Well, I dug into the Kennedy stuff, and I found out actually Kennedy mentioned MJ-12 and the people who were working under the National Security Act of 1947 before he went to Dallas. And this is another God-orchestrated number. I actually met Kennedy before he went to the Bing Crosby Ranch and from there to Dallas. And Kennedy took my name and number. Had he not been shot, he was going to come to my house in a little town called Central Valley, and we were going sturgeon fishing. Now, before the Whiskeytown Dam dedication, God had me go downtown and buy a black suit. He had me go to a certain tailor. And I said, hey, do you have a black suit? And the tailor said, well, it just so happens I have one about your size. A guy ordered it, and he didn't come pick it up. He tried it on. He said, I can have this ready for you in an hour. God had me buy a black tie and black shoes, white shirt, white socks. Or no, I got black socks. And so then I had this station wagon. He had me drive out to Whiskeytown Dam and park my station wagon on 299. So I parked it and I started walking in. I see two black suits coming toward me. I said, hey guys, you ready for the day? They said, oh, yes, sir. Well, God set it up. I looked exactly like Secret Service. Now, I was a football player. I was healthy. I had like about a 17 neck, stuck out the side of my head a little bit, and I was buff. So they thought I was the guy from DC. Now we're all three walking in together, and they're pointing out to me where the snipers are for security. I'm a 17-year-old football player. I'm not even cleared. And they're giving me all the secrets because God set it up. God opened the door. And so then we go in, and I'm standing about 3 feet behind this guy that's got a Bay of Pigs protest sign. And I can hear these guys talking. Hey, we need to cover that guy. We got him covered. Look right behind him. And I heard him say that. So then another guy tore that guy's sign down. Nobody did a thing. He tore that guy's sign down and grabbed him, and they ushered him out, both of them. And I just sat there with a smile. And then Kennedy finished his speech, and he started walking up the side by the lake, shaking hands. And I thought, I got to shake his hand. So I looked, and there was a great big crowd if I went right straight across. So I went up to the very end of the area where he would be walking up. And I heard him again. Hey, we got to cover that end. And I heard one of the guys say, we've got it covered. Look. So Kennedy came up. He shook my hand. And then as he was walking away, shaking more hands, he kept looking back at me. And I prayed. I said, Lord, are you showing him something or what? So I said, I got to go down and I got to find out some stuff here. So I went down between the podium where he spoke, the band, and the press. And there was a gate. And so this one guy looks at me. He says, hey, take this over to Frank and tell him, put it on the hotline, and I need an answer immediately. I said, okay, who shall I tell him needs the answer? Tell him Doug. I said, all right, you got to buzz me in. Now, I am carrying a hotline, above top secret, eyes only message, and I'm a 17-year-old football player looking just like the Secret Service. And I looked like the most buff of every one of them. So I take it over. Here, Frank, get this on the hotline. Doug needs an answer immediately. So then he gives me the answer. Now I'm in the Secret Service area. I take it back over to Doug. Here's your answer. I turn back around. Kennedy comes around behind the podium. So I walk over and I shake his hand again. He says, now, where are you from? I said, I'm from our other dam, Mr. President. Matter of fact, I said, I've got a house about 3 miles below Shasta Dam. And I said, if you want some of the best sturgeon fishing in the world, come on over and I'll take you sturgeon fishing. We got about a 17, 18-foot glass par, 78 Merc on it. And I got a buddy of mine that has a cabin cruiser. We tied into one of those sturgeon one time. And even though that cabin cruiser had the anchor out, by morning, that sturgeon towed that cabin cruiser and anchor about 2 miles. And we picked up a blip on it, and it was better than 26 feet. And I didn't think they got that big. And I had somebody say, oh, hogwash, but Now they've got in the record books, they've got 26 to 32 foot sturgeon and stuff that are on record. Matter of fact, one was found and caught in the Ulm River in Russia, 26 and a half feet, 2,750 some odd pounds or something like that. So he was going to come to my place and he says, "You want a photograph?" And I said, "I'd love to have a photograph, but I don't have a camera." And he said, "Well," he said, "do you know anybody has a camera?" And I said, "I know some of the press people." He said, "Well, we'll pose by helicopter one for you." So I went over to one of my buddies that wrote actually for the school paper, and he had his camera with him. And I said, "The president is going to pose by helicopter, Marine helicopter one for me." I said, "Take the pictures for me. I'll pay you for the film, and they're my pictures." And the guy agreed to do it. So he went over and did that. But then when Kennedy was shot, I sent Jacqueline my copy of the photos. And I gave copies to some of the people in Central Valley, which is now Shasta Dam City. And then I went back to get more copies for myself. And the guy told me that the negatives were destroyed. And I think he lied. I think he saved those for himself, knowing they'd be worth a lot of money later. But God orchestrates things like that for me. Then I go to Massachusetts. I actually ended up on the Black Swan with some of the Kennedy family. And God just made sure my path is my footsteps are predestined by the Lord, just like the Bible says, man, because I was interested in intelligence work. And I didn't know it at the time. My dad, my dad never did anything for me as far as getting me where I went. But my dad was actually the guy who kept on his person the Normandy Day invasion records. And you had to have orders signed by the president to see them. He was the youngest colonel ever promoted, not rifted after the war. And he literally held his gun to a general's head and said, "You don't have authority to see these papers." And the general said, "These stars are my authority." And then my dad said, "You take one more step, those stars are going to be missing the head in between." And the guy says, "I believe you mean it." And he said, "That's right." And the guy later tried to get Dad transferred to his outfit, but Dad rejected it because he was afraid the guy was going to try to have reprisal on him. But that was my dad. And Dad knew President Eisenhower. And I went to a little school before you go up to Shasta Dam. And President Eisenhower actually came up and toured Shasta Dam. And they put me out on this little kind of a front jetty and said, "When the president comes by, you're going to be the one to wave to him for our school." And I didn't know it at the time. But the president came to Reading to visit my dad. And he wanted to go to Shasta Dam and drive by the school so he could see one of Dad's boys. When the president came down, going back down toward town, I waved and the president saluted. And until I learned more about my dad later, I didn't know why. I thought to myself, "Gee, why did he salute?" But I started serving the community and everything when I was a Cub Scout. And I picked up that salute. So even in Boy Scouts, they did an inspection. And when they stepped up to me, I came to attention and saluted. And they actually complimented me because that was the military style. But I just picked up so much. I would pick up so much that God would put in me that fit. And from birth all the way through, I see God, probably 1,000,000 times in my life. And I would love to have every person have the walk that I have. And I learned we actually can achieve the first and great commandment. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your mind, all your strength, all of your everything, and trust him. And if we do that, everything will fall in place. Now, I turned my knowledge of intelligence into a book, The 200-Year Plan. And that started out as a joint intelligence report between myself and Ted Gunderson, because Ted did what I told him to. When I knew I was getting out, I gave him boxes of information and testimony, and I said, don't let anybody know you've got this, because every director has a deal with MJ12, and they will kill you and destroy this material. I told him, I says, when you retire and you're safe, your retirement's safe, I said, they're going to mess up my retirement, my benefits, and everything. They're going to make life hell for me. But I'm not going to quit. I'm in this to the day I draw my last breath. And I said, you watch what they do to me. That will tell you this is in-house, and that will tell you how high it is. Because Ted knew my authority was overall. There were only 12 people in the world that could give me an order, and that was the 12 of MJ12. There was not an intelligence director that could give me an order. Every director of every agency and every general, if they had a problem, they answered to me, and I became the troubleshooter. My job was to go see what's going on, and then to bring back a fix-it plan and implement a fix-it plan. And I traveled all over the world for that. Matter of fact, actually, I was allergic to the shots. When they first gave me the shots, I had a reaction. I was in bed for about 3 days. And when I went to Germany, it was because of the Czechoslovakian crisis. They were ordered to send me to Germany. And so they had to sit me down and had to give me one shot at a time and then bring me through the reaction so they could put down that I had my shots. But when I knew I was getting out, I gave Ted everything I had and told him, hide it, sit on it. When you retire and when you're safe and when they cannot make you look bad, I said, I designed smear and fear. And they're not supposed to use it against any Americans, but I know they're going to use it against me. And I said, they'll start using it. And I designed it to divide people like the cartels for drugs and people in countries where they want to basically kill every American, etc. That's what I designed it for. And I told them, don't use it in America because you'll destroy America. And when they started using it, I said, you guys are going to destroy America. They said, we don't care. We won't be alive by then. And our first go round, I found out everything going on. I found out what they did to the Kennedys. And matter of fact, I put it in the book, and everything they did can be tested, checked out, and you'll find out it's accurate. It'll work. PCP will absorb through the skin, and you can also use it like in the air, put it in air vents or whatever. And the same thing with cocaine. It'll absorb through the skin. John, they put cocaine in the air so that everybody in the plane passed out at the same time, and they went straight down into the water, and they knew just how strong to make it in order to make everybody OD at the same time, because Walter Reed has everybody's physical profile, and MJ12 gets anything Walter Reed has. So that's just one area that I gave Ted. And I gave him what they did. Matter of fact, I gave him what they did to John Kennedy, and it's in the book. And the shooter behind the fence was a French paid assassin given Secret Service credentials. And he was not the cop that went behind the fence. He was the Secret Service guy that the cop asked for identity. And when the guy that he saw in a black car with a briefcase on the hood gave him Secret Service credentials, the cop didn't go any further. And actually, it would have been good if the cop would have asked to open the briefcase. The guy might have killed the cop, but it might have exposed what was going on. And I heard from somebody recently that Lucien Sardi apparently died. And on his deathbed, he confessed that he was the shooter behind the fence. And from what I understand, he told people that he bit the 9mm sniper bullet casing that he used, and he threw it out onto the grass in front of the fence at the grassy knoll. And I was told that they actually took a metal detector and they found a 9mm bullet casing with a bite mark. So that validated all of that. Now, for a long time, a lot of this stuff that I shared, I was delusional, and I was a fraud. And they tried to call me a fraud for being a major and being the seat 13 of national security and the in MAGCOM, seat 13. And matter of fact, every Secret Service agent, a couple of times when they would ask me who I was, and I told them MAGCOM, seat 13, their eyes would brighten up and they, whoa, you know. And, but people need to get that book because I expose basically an outline of everything and where people can get more information that people need to know. I expose what they did to John, what they did, and of course, John was the shooter behind the fence. And actually, what happened, Oswald wanted to be a CIA operative, so they used him as a patsy. And at the Oklahoma City bombing, more patsies fell there. A fertilizer bomb wouldn't do that much damage. It was an intelligence bomb. And the intel bomb releases gases that get sucked into the airway, and then it ignites those gases. That's why, and if people found the footage, one of the firemen found a window that was a backdraft type situation. Well, when the gases were ignited, it would suck the windows in, and then the oxygen hits, so you'd have an implosion explosion. And the guy that actually invented that bomb even wrote to Ted and told him that was my bomb. And he recognized it. So the guy in prison, Nichols, whatever his name is, I'm lousy on names, but he basically took the fall, not knowing what he was doing. And bam, he went. Roswell and all of that stuff. I mean, people really need to know the whole story. But in Dallas, they got Oswald up in the library, and Oswald wasn't too sure with the CIA guys, and he was told to basically aim at Kennedy, and that way if his bullet did it, they could blame it on him. And he didn't trust them, so he aimed at the shoulder just in case. He was told, you don't have time to check the gun or anything. Just pick it up, aim, and fire, because this is all timed. So he aimed at the shoulder. Well, then their backup, MJ-12 always has backup plans. They knew if he hit the shoulder or something, Kennedy would slump forward. When Kennedy slumped forward, that gave Lucien Sardis a shot under the skull into the soft meat. The 9mm sniper bullet has a bubble in it, a bubble of air. When that hits something hard, that bubble makes the bullet explode. And then you've got fragments and no real rifling that you can work with. And so when Kennedy got hit in the shoulder and went down, Lucien Sardis took his shot into the soft flesh under the skull. That hit the front of the skull, and that made the skull explode forward. So now your ballistics people are looking for a high-powered rifle in front of Kennedy that would make the skull explode forward. And they're looking up at the library window where one shot came from. But nobody pretty much is looking at the fence by the grassy knoll. There were a few people who were on the other side of the fence. They got some pictures of it and some film and stuff like that. And an interesting point, all of the witnesses of the grassy knoll in Dallas, all of them had mysterious deaths, accidents, etc. within the next 18 months to 2 years. Things like that should make Americans who are thinking individuals ask questions. And normally, you ask a question, they say you're not cleared, you don't have the need to know. But they got to keep asking questions, and they got to keep looking. And little by little, the parts will come together. With me, I loved Kennedy. I met him. I loved that guy. We had such a great conversation at Whiskeytown Dam. I was looking forward to going fishing with him. So I kept asking questions, and I didn't stop, and God orchestrated going to where I had the authority to know. Need to know or not, my name was automatic authority and automatic need to know, and I had to get a perfect copy. I mean, that's God, A to Z. You know?
Right. So let me ask you this, because it seems to be the question of the year whether or not JFK Jr. and JFK Sr. are still alive. Chief Fast Horse says that JFK Sr. is alive and well in Vietnam and has utilized the medbed technology and looks 60 years younger. Can you verify that?
Well, actually, Elvis Presley is alive. He was a marshal. They gave him basically Secret Service or gave him a new identity and everything, and guarded. And when I was in, actually, one of the guys came to me, and they were talking about their new technology of basically facial surgery and even sometimes vocal surgery, etc. And I used to imitate people. And I one of my covers, I did coffee shop stuff. And I would do John and Robert Kennedy. And I would get out there and I would go, I should like to say, people in the United States of America, ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. Now, many people have got my voice a little bit wrong, and they get my brother Bobby. And my brother Bobby is a little bit different within my accent from Massachusetts. Yeah, Bobby, please come here. I should like to say that we shall pursue all things with great vigor, and the Africa situation we shall prevail. And my brother, and by the way, John, the rubber ducky is mine, not yours. And I would do this little routine, and a couple of the guys came to me and said, "Hey, we should have had you in this program. You could really get good at sounding like John Kennedy." And I said, "Oh yeah." So they told me about the facial reconstruction, and now they've got like a skin type stuff they can add to it. Matter of fact, if people look at some of the Biden stuff, when Biden was really with it, if they look, the Biden who was really with it, his mouth is flat across. The Biden who had problems, his mouth slopes a little bit to his right side.
As Hunter's does as well.
That's right. And that is from that program. They used a Biden imitator for a lot of Biden stuff whenever he was doing a good job. Biden hasn't been with it or really doing it for a long time. And the guys told me the first guy they did that with was a John Kennedy. And they got a lot of people to believe that John Kennedy is still alive. And I know Chief would love to believe that it was John Kennedy. But word I had when I was in, the bullet that hit the brain, they couldn't put his brain back together. They didn't really bother. They wanted to try and make a substitute. That's where some of the substitute stuff, they got the idea because he was so beloved. But his brain, he would be a vegetable. They would have to do a brain transplant and get it all to work. And back in the 60s, they just were not that advanced for that kind of technology. So they did an imitator, and they circulated that he's still alive. And they circulated stories about them taking him to Africa or taking him to an island and then working on him there and bringing him back around. They have psychological profile people, and I had so many degrees. It's phenomenal. I was a psychological profiler and all kinds of stuff. Matter of fact, you know what? We'll give people a little example. You and I are going to take a walk. Will you take a walk with me?
Absolutely.
Okay. We're taking a walk, and you're going to describe everything where we're walking. Describe the trail that we're walking on.
Figuratively or literally?
In your mind, you're walking in your mind, so it's whatever trail you want to walk on.
Okay. I'm going to walk outside my house and I'm going to walk along the bayou. And to my left are residential houses with backyards and fences, trees, dogs barking. And on my right is the bayou. It slopes down, and across the bayou are woods and fields.
Okay, now we walk along that trail a ways, and you see a cup in the trail. Describe that cup.
The cup has been run over several times. It's from the local Burger King on the corner. And it's almost indecipherable with the Burger King logo.
Okay, and what do you do with that cup?
If I was in the mood to clean up, I would pick it up and clean up the trash along the bayou. But because it is so littered with debris, that's almost a fruitless endeavor. But I would just walk past it.
Okay. Now we walk a little further, and you see like a lake or maybe a part of the bayou. Describe that, what you're looking at.
All right. As I walk further, the bayou opens up into drainage culverts. So it has an open space. The culverts are on both sides of the bayou, down in the valley of the bayou. And in that are grocery carts that have been dumped into the bayou and flowed down to the bayou and made a congested area in that little pool.
Okay. Now we walk on further, and you see a house. Describe the house. Did that come through? We walk on a little further, and you see a
You
house. Describe.
buffered.
Looks like we're kind of breaking up. Are we connected? Your picture was kind of jerky. Did we get disconnected?
Yeah, it's no, it's just buffering.
Oh, okay.
These types of StreamYard and Zoom, they eat up a lot of bandwidth. So if you have a low signal, it'll cause that. So start over. We just passed the little pool area with the drainage culverts and the grocery carts.
Now you see a house. Describe the house.
The house was built in the 60s. Could use a new roof. Dog barking. Has an orange tree in the back. Built in the 60s, probably a 3 or 4 bedroom house. Brick exterior, white. That's about it.
Okay. You look into the house through a window. What do you see inside?
I can see the kitchen area. I see a breakfast table. Something sitting in the middle of the table as a centerpiece, and I can see into the kitchen and see all the appliances and fixtures.
Okay. You go into the backyard and you see a wall. Describe the wall.
Go into the backyard and I see a wall.
Yep, like a backyard wall.
Like a fence area or a wall?
Yeah, like a fence or a wall.
Okay. Yeah, white brick wall, match the exterior of the house.
You look over that wall. What do you see on the other side?
the neighbor's yard.
Okay, describe that yard.
I see a swing set, a sandbox, a kiddie pool, small cement foundation for the patio, and a small storage shed.
Okay, now see, this is a very little bit of information people are concerned. But now I'll give you a kind of a short profile of you. Okay.
Okay.
You see this life as, number one, very complex. And you're doing your program because you've seen so many problems and things that need work and things that need fixed and things that need tweaked, etc.
Yeah.
And that's basically what motivated you to get into doing what you're doing.
Absolutely.
You see, and you like helping people, and you don't have super high expectations of your mate as far as like meeting a mate, but you would expect your mate to become a really good mate and stand by your side and work together with you, and you're willing to work together with your mate to achieve that point. You see sex as part of life and all the things in life, all of it mixing together. And you see your journey coming through this life having a purpose, and that purpose is the afterlife that will be organized, beautiful, wonderful, have so many wonderful things and neat things to do, from simple to complex, and it's there. Would you say that's accurate or inaccurate?
I would say that's highly accurate.
How's
spot on.
Yeah, how's that for 2 minutes of a profiler?
That's astonishing. Especially when you got to the whole point about my relationships and what that looks like. Because I'm not trying to find a partner. My partner is going to come to me eventually in this area. I don't know who it is. You know, there's a lot of candidates out there, but I'm not out there chasing them down. When we meet face to face and speak, that's when the connection will occur. So,
amen.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. Amen.
Yep. And that is actually the way to do it. And people listening need to realize that's the way to do it. Too many lonely people are looking for a mate, grabbing the first one that they see, rather than just have 1,000 friendships, have 1,000,000 friendships, and let that mate that is the mate that God wants for you, let that mate come out of that, stand out. And when I met my wife, I was the best. And so, I was when I was young, so I was looking for the best. And actually, the head of the Bavarian telephone district was a friend of mine. Matter of fact, it's funny because, see, I had a 178.4 GT score, 110 needed for officer. And I flunked the language aptitude test. Well, later, they changed the language aptitude test because they found out their test wasn't that good. When I had to go to Germany, I had a translator. I said, this isn't going to work. So I pulled Berlitz and a Zimmel out of the library, and I took the records and all of that. And I went through like 16 to 18 lessons a night in my room. After 2 weeks, I went to headquarters and I said, I'm going out to this Bavarian area. I'll be back when I get back. They said, well, take the translator. And I said, no, I'm going alone. You flunked the language aptitude test. How are you going to do that? I said, don't worry about it. I'll see you when I see you. Well, none of them could argue. So I went out. I came back 2 weeks later, took the translator, said, we're going downtown. On the way downtown, I said, you're not going to do anything. I'm going to do it. You're going to grade me. He laughed. He said, you flunked the language aptitude test. This ought to be good. I said, well, we'll have some fun with it. Right? You know? So we went down. When we got back to headquarters, he said, man, he said, you can't believe this. He said, the guy's better than me. He speaks the Schwäbisch dialect, the Bavarian dialect, and High German. And they said, no way. I said, send me to Erlangen University, test me out. We'll see what happens. So they sent me to Erlangen University, tested me out. I get back to headquarters. I said, so what's Erlangen say? They said, Erlangen said you can join the first semester, 7th year, and be a little bit behind, but they think you'll catch up. So I taught myself 6 years of German, including 2 dialects, in 6 weeks. So, and they put me through all kinds of schools after that. And I took law, I took psychology, and I had taken some psychology before that. Matter of fact, the psych professor, I had a new psych professor and a new.
Well, lost him completely. He'll bounce back. If you can hear me, Noel, you buffered out. Just hop back on. And I'm going to dig in. I'm just allowing Noel to speak, let him run with it. That way we can all develop our own questions. I am going to definitely pin him down on a few things, definitely go back to his security clearance, explain a little bit more about Majestic 12 for those of you who are unfamiliar with that terminology, MJ12 or Majestic 12. Allegedly, MJ12, Majestic 12 has the highest security clearance of all security clearances. They are at the top of the top, probably I think 10 or 12 levels above the President of the United States. So that's why when some of these colonels, full birds and lieutenant colonels, they have more security clearances than generals that are above them. And that's what he was describing about that. Yeah, he didn't. Well, he said Junior went into the ocean. So I don't know. We lost him, and we'll have to reconnect and text him. And again, we are talking about the alphabet agencies here on this show with a former alphabet agency employee. So guess what happens? The alphabet agencies want to come play on the Fearless Floyd show. So, this happens a lot to me, folks. My phone, my Wi-Fi, all at once, 2 things that are unconnected will just suddenly start giving me problems. David Quigley, yeah, I'll get into that. Oh, he's gone. I hope nothing happened to him. Let me give him a buzz.
I will say that a lot of times when you start talking about intel that they don't want you to know, they will zap your connection, won't they, Floyd?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They will play with you. They love playing with you.
Last year I did a presentation on, I think it was TVA and Y12 in Oak Ridge. They zapped my video.
I'm going over to Marcy Buck's house. She's got homemade banana nut bread in the oven.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
We're all coming over, Marcy. Hope you made enough for everybody.
I do sourdough, work with sourdough because of gluten and gluten intolerance is really much better for everybody. Scarlett, you want to know if Bernie Mac's alive? Yeah, I miss Bernie. He was fun.
Now, remember, a lot of these celebrities, I'll just call them, that includes the music industry as well as the as Hollywood, TV and movies. They get to the point where they can't go anywhere. They can't do anything. They can't go out in public. And, they get cloned or they fake their death so they can move somewhere else and live a normal life. That's why the Beatles stopped performing live because of the fan hysteria. Wasn't enough security.
That is a very occulted spell work too. It goes in hand. It goes back to ancient times, Bacchic mania, Bacchic frenzy, the Pied Piper. It's all tied in together.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a call, Noel, because he hasn't replied. So, will you take over for a minute, Buff?
Sure, I will, guys. I'll just talk to the group and see what types of stuff you all would like to see. I'm going to be doing a show on Floyd's channel. So I study the occult. I've studied the occult for going on 30 years. And I've kind of had my fingers in a little bit of everything because the occult is everywhere. And what I think has happened to us is I do believe that the occult was invented to indeed hide the truth from us. And there was somebody in here that was talking about it a while ago. I don't know if they're still here. I'm going to scroll up and see. I've known Floyd for over a year. And like I said, I met him through his exposure of Melanie Breres. And I left learning the law because it got really hard for me to understand, and then a lot of personal outside pressures. I can't find it, but whoever you are, yeah, I'm with you on that. It's a thought prison. Definitely a thought prison. Who is MJ? Yeah, Mr. Steve. Yeah, Chief is supposed to be popping in. What time is it? Very soon. So, like at any time now, he could definitely be popping in. Okay, Noel's coming back too. Okay. It's just a matter of time. So, guys, be thinking about what type of occulty stuff you would like for me to present to you and offer your feedback. And you can also get a hold of me through the Telegram. You just have to tag me. I'm in this Telegram too. Because I would love to bring you something you really want to learn about or explore more openly. That would be fun. Floyd, you're muted. You're not in the show. So he could still be on the other line. Let's see. Have you seen the videos of the shapeshifters that look like two? I have not seen that one at all. And it's really hard for researchers and investigators, especially with AI rolling out, to differentiate, fact from fiction. And there is also a lot of fact in fiction. But I have not seen that. No, I'll probably have to Google it. And I'm in a couple of Discord groups. One of them is a ufology group where they have had some experiences. I can bring them on if you all would like to talk about those types of experiments. Or I'm also about to do an interview with a lady who was on Epstein Island. Her list is extensive. So that's going to be an experience. We've both put it off for a while because we know it's going to be very emotionally charged. So we're kind of just loosely playing by ear as to when I will be interviewing her. Fed up. Fed up. I would love to talk to you about what you're fed up about too. And if anybody would like to be interviewed on my channel too about what they've seen and what they've experienced, I am open to doing those interviews as well, because I do not ascribe to any one thought system. I like to stay open to all of them. Floyd, can you hear me? Can you all still hear me? Oh, you're welcome, guys. You're very welcome. Good. Okay. Okay, I was making sure you all could still hear me. You're going to have to share that banana bread recipe, Miss One Drop. I have a huge thick recipe book that's just for bread, that's from like the 70s, and there's like 5 or 6 different banana bread recipes in there. Awesome. Awesome. Those old vintage books really take me back. I sent my grandmother's carrot cake from scratch recipe to a friend that actually published it in his book. Curious about how to recognize satanic buildings in any town, USA. Oh my, well, that's going to be really hard, because I mean, it's Satanism has, hey Mary, nice to meet you. Satanism has been blanketed, and there's mixtures. There's different mixtures and sects, just like Christianity. So Satanism is the opposite, where they use the double speak, where they use coded words, where fruit and flower and animal can mean something very vile and disgusting. So that is something to really be aware of. And there's really not one surefire way how to tell a satanic building, because unless they advertise and they're openly Satan, which is what is happening now, is the attack on the church and everyone that is holding that Christian stance. The attack on that is coming from a very satanic Luciferian agenda that is to normalize pedophilia. Okay. And it is also to normalize a lot of the Gnostic teachings. Okay. And not all of the Gnostic teachings are bad. Okay. But there's a lot of Gnostic teachings that are against women. And they believe that God is a man and God has a penis, and the only way to become one with God again is to unite the masculine and feminine in one body, kind of like the intersex people. So let me go. Let's see, what is this? How about the occult that's involved with our political environment currently? It's all connected, Mr. Steve. All of that is connected. Okay. So we have religion that has been occulted from us, right? That is intertwined with the law and our school system. It's all interconnected. We have to be able to see what some of the occultists call the Minerva's towel, the towel of Minerva, the fabric that binds everything, excuse me, and weaves everything together. What that is talking about is all these inner layers of interconnectedness, because you have a pyramidal hierarchy, right? And you have, the ones at the top trained, abused, right? Groomed, abused, trained the level below it. Okay, the level below it. That's the second level. The second level turned around because this is learned behavior. The second level turned around and groomed, abused, and trained the level below it. And it just keeps going down, down, down this hierarchy pyramid. And when they do that, right, they octopus out and they tentacle out. So you have reached every facet of normal everyday society at this point. By the time you've gotten to the bottom of the pyramid of the occult, that's where we're at. Do I study or practice the occult? Gigi, I study it. I used to practice it. The only thing I do now is read tarot. Like, I don't do spells or anything. I do energy work, but I don't actively, like, if I do anything to honor, say, the full moon, I do it by giving free tarot readings. I don't do rituals. Like, that is what the occult has a lot to do with, is timekeeping and astrotheology and knowing when to plant, when to sow, when to kill, all that stuff. Like, it's all very timekeeping mechanism that I believe was cloaked under the guise of religion. But that's like a whole show within itself. Okay. Mary, is the true the media uses spells in the absolutely double speak? You have double speak and subliminal messages all the time in media. Oh my gosh. I broke down, and there's a video on my channel that I showed where in the 60s the sign off the sign off was given at like a certain time every night. And it was the same thing. It was the Star Spangled Banner song. And if you go to my channel and you look up how our mind was hijacked, it shows you when it was saying the Star Spangled Banner. Right above it, I slowed the video down, way, way down. It shows where it's like subliminal programming saying God is the government. Consume, consume, consume. It's really crazy. Okay. Let's see here. What else? We got Buffy. With what you were explaining, is there something going on to bring them down? I'm speaking of the occult over the churches. Oh, well, it's a holy war. It is. We're in a holy war right now, Gigi, and I really hate to like fearmonger, but there is. Well, algorithm's going to show you what you want to see, not what you need to see, right? So if you go in and you put in searches like Satanism and you see how much information and coverage is being pushed and shown on the media, if you go and put in Gnosticism, which, a big part of Gnosticism is a major hate on women, go look up the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, verse 114. Where, they are telling Jesus they don't like Mary, and Jesus like, oh, but, I can turn her into a man, then she can get into, the kingdom of heaven. So, we really have to go digging for the things we're told we're not supposed to look at if we're going to fully understand all the workings of the occult that's being done to us. Okay, Mary Jones. Buffy, I find Melanie to be cringeworthy. I'm not trying to judge, but can only take her in small doses. If you're talking about Melanie Breris and you had run-ins with her, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I worked for her for free for over a year. She got slave labor. Okay, let me finish this up real quick. She got a year of slave labor out of me. And I am going to be doing a follow-up on her video. Okay, I'm going to shut up and I'll answer the rest of y'all's questions in chat. If Floyd's ready. Are you ready, Floyd? let's see what people don't realize how alive witchcraft satanic things are in a small town. It's everywhere, Bear. It's everywhere. But here's the thing is it's the intent. Okay. It's absolutely the intent, because when you say witchcraft, you also are looking at herbalists. Herbalists can be people using herbal remedies can be seen as witchcraft. So, but that's a big, big topic. And Noel's here, so I'm gone. Bye, everybody.
Okay. Yeah. We started talking off the air there a little bit about the fact that, God gave us choice, and how we use that choice is the primary factor. Matter of fact, I'm going to turn my phone off so we can't be interrupted. Now I'm on my iPad, so I can't be knocked off by a call coming in. So think of yourself as a container. Some of you might be a gallon jug or a jar. Some of you might be a 50-gallon drum. Some might be a 20,000-gallon fuel tanker. And like with me, God started out right off the get-go. I came out of the birth canal as an oil tanker. See? But I can fill my tanker full of good oil that does good stuff. And if I got to take my glasses off, I don't need them. Or I can fill my tanker with bad oil. No matter where it goes, it's going to do bad stuff. It'll pollute stuff. It'll kill things. Okay? We decide what we're going to take in and what we're going to do with it. That's our power choice. A drug addict. I can't give up drugs. Yeah, you can. You're believing a lie of Satan trying to make you feel like you can't give up drugs. When I make a choice, God is behind my choice, and nothing can take it away. Now, the devil will use evil people to try to get me to change my choice. Everybody has a limit. See, God will never give us more than we can bear. The devil will try to give us more than we can bear. And that's where sometimes we got to work together as a team, helping one another. We see somebody might be getting more than they can bear. We help them bear that load. There's a Bible thing, bear your brother's burdens. Your brother needs you to go a mile, go 2, right? See, these things are how we then help one another defeat the devil so that a brother or a sister does not suffer more than they can bear. God won't give it to them, but they can go through it if we don't work together as a team and help one another. And so we were talking about this and how God knew my life. God knew I would have to be an oil tanker. Now, here is where a lot of people go astray because they glorify the oil tanker. See, I'm not a healer. Nobody on earth is a healer. God is the healer. We can tap into and obey the healer and watch healings take place. And I've had that happen. See? And I'm going to tell you why that happened before I get into some of the stuff that happened, because I don't want people, lifting me up. I want your focus to stay right. God made me an oil tanker because I needed to be an oil tanker. At 5 years old, I woke up one morning and I heard, "Good morning." And I thought, John, my brother, Jimmy, my best friend. I thought, wow, I must have been dreaming or something and just woke up at the end of the dream. I laid back down, kind of turned on my side facing our closet. And I heard again, "Good morning." I bounced up. "John, Jimmy, you guys playing a trick on me. I'll get you." I didn't hear anything. And I thought, man, that's weird. The second time, I wasn't dreaming. I heard good morning. And I was kind of puzzled, and I laid down, put my head on the pillow, and I'm looking up at the ceiling. And all of a sudden, it was like the Bible talks about the fog or the cloud that hovered over the tents of Israel by day and like a light by night. This, like a fog that had a glow to it, just kind of came down through the ceiling. And I felt such love like I had never known. I knew I did not need to be afraid. I just felt this love. I was filled with love. I was surrounded by love. And so I'm 5 years old. Says, good morning. Who are you? I'm God. Now, in my home, I was raised in a home. We knew we had Jewish ancestry and American Indian ancestry. And back then, Indians were considered lower than a dog by too many people. And Jews were called the Christ killers. So my mom had a simple rule. Now, my mom and dad were divorced, and we were living alone. So I didn't have a dad around. I'd visit dad once in a while. And so we're in this little tiny town, and I've got this person who says, I'm God. My mom had a rule in our house. Religion and politics were strictly forbidden. And mom had a nice new hickory Wilson ball bat. And anybody that came to our house for the first time, she said, let me tell you something. Religion and politics are forbidden in our home. And she'd raise up that ball bat and she'd say, if anybody starts a conversation about religion and politics, this will be your answer. And she meant it. And people knew it. Well, I didn't know God was religion. We had radio. We didn't have TV. There was no religious or Christian programs on the radio. We could listen to two programs. So we started out listening to Charlie Chan and The Shadow. Now later, we added Fibber McGee and Molly, George Burns and Gracie Allen, some of those. But those two programs did not have any mention of the word God. I had never heard the word God. But this thing I'm talking to, this cloud that has a glow to it, said, I'm God. Well, 5 years old. Hi, God. I'm Noel. I've got a second name. They say Benoist in English, Benoist in French. It's French Hebrew. I know that I didn't know it was French Hebrew at the time. French Hebrew is, to let you guys know, it's actually French Hebrew. But I did know that our name in French was pronounced Benoit. So I said, I've got a second name. It's Benoist in English, Benoit in French. You got a second name? And I heard, yes. What's your second name? Jesus. Oh. And then I just felt like I had to be totally honest. I said, well, you know what? I got to be totally honest and open with you. I've got three names. I've got a first, middle, and last name. My full name is, in French, Noel Thomas Benoist. In English, Noel Thomas Benoist. You got three names? He said, yes. I said, what's your third name? He said, people call me Christ. Oh, hi, God, Jesus Christ. I'm Noel Thomas Benoist. Then I said, why are you coming to me? And I heard, like audibly, but in my mind, you don't have a father to raise you in the way that you ought to go. He said, I put you here on earth to serve me. And I am going to be to you a father. And you're going to be to me a son. And every time I think about that, Can't help but have tears because it blows me away. And he showed me there's never been a child born that didn't have a chance to hear about God, because he and his angels will make sure that every child born knows about God. And any child that died before they had a chance to formally accept God, they are under the age of innocence and protection. So anybody who has lost a child, if you know God, you get to heaven, your child is there. And they'll be in adult form, but you'll know them. But I was just a little kid, and I said, oh, great, I've got a father. I've got a father that'll be with me and walk around with me and go around with me. And he told me how, he says, you weren't supposed to be born. He said, I put you on earth in the womb of a woman I knew would not let you die, and who would be the right woman to be your mother while you're growing up. And the doctors guaranteed that you and your mother would both die. And I'm taking this in. And so I says, can you wait a minute? I got to go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. So I went into the bathroom, and then I went in to see Mom. Mom, I understand I wasn't supposed to be born. You and I were supposed to die. And my mom looked at me and says, who told you that? And I said, well, I was afraid to say I'm talking to somebody that they can't see, or, God, Jesus Christ. Nobody in particular. It just kind of came to me, and she thought, John, my older brother, says, you talking to your brother? And she had a leather clothes brush curved perfectly to our behind, and that's what she would swat us with. And John said, no. And she says, you get in here. And she grabbed him. Don't tell me you're not talking to your brother. He asked me about he's not supposed to be born, and he's asking me these questions. And Mom, I didn't tell him. And I grabbed Mom with her hand with the clothes brush and, Mom, don't spank John. He didn't tell me. And she said, then where did this come from? And I was afraid to say God. I don't know why. I was. I didn't want to tell them I'm talking to somebody they can't see. And I figured they put me in a nut house. And I said, it just came to me. So Mom's face kind of changed. And she said, John, Noel, kitchen table. She sat us down and she said, I'm going to tell you boys something. And you're going to have to listen to everything I tell you. But you cannot tell anybody what I tell you. And you're going to not only listen to everything I tell you, but you're going to listen to why you cannot tell everybody or anybody. This is strictly between us. You don't tell your best friends. You don't tell anybody. Your mother and you boys know this, and that's it. And I'll tell you why at the end of the story. So she told us about our Jewish and Hebrew ancestry. The name Benoist, O-I-S-T, actually comes from the tribe of Benjamin. 70 AD, Benjamin went into France, and the Benjamites were the wine keepers. They would set the vineyards up around the towns, so an enemy would have to zigzag through the vineyards in order to attack the town. And the Benjamin people were left-handed archers, and I'm left-handed archer, and they would then shoot the enemy on the way through, cutting their way through the vines or zigzagging through the vines. So when Benjamin went to France, he told the king of France about these things, and the king decided to make him the king's winemaker, etc. So they became winemakers in that and set up the vineyards around the towns as defense for the king. And they became the French wine family. So all Benoist OISTs go back to 70 AD, and all OISTs are related to Benjamin and to one another, distantly or closely. we are related out of the Hebrew tribe of Benjamin. And then at about the late 1400s, about 1495 going into 1500s, the German emperor and the French emperor married an empress from the other side to keep the two from going to war. They wanted to have an influence on the country. So in German, you have pommes in French, pommes frites. German Papiere, French Papiere. In German, you have a lot of orange, French orange, a lot of the similar words because they mixed together at that point. So that's how I got my name. And then Mom told us that we couldn't tell anybody because the French Foreign Legion guy came over here, became a mountain man, and allegedly, and I checked this out, actually in the Lakota Sioux Nation, if a woman had a guy that she figured was not a good husband, she could actually change husbands. The guy couldn't change wives, but she could change husbands. So you better be a good husband for a Lakota Sioux woman. And the Lakota Sioux honor the women, but the women also work together with their men. But he sired the guy that became Crazy Horse. The woman didn't want a man of war. She wanted a hunter or a farmer, somebody she didn't have to worry about all the time. So she and my great-great-grandfather or whatever basically separated. And then he ended up marrying a Lakota Sioux princess. And so actually, I think my brother and I are about the only two that I know of that have paternal and maternal markers of Crazy Horse. And someday I'd like to get that DNA tested. But this was a story that came to me. And then Peter Lassen made a wrong turn, came into Sitting Bull's camp, and the family knew how to speak his language, etc. So he convinced the family to take him across Canada and down into California because he made a wrong turn. He was about 3,000 miles out of his way. And the family agreed. And Crazy Horse knew that there was going to be war. He wanted some of his seed to survive. So he gave one of his daughters to a family to take with them. And they claimed that the daughter died. And this is still, I think, listed in the Crazy Horse history as the daughter dying. The family gave the girl the name, I think it was Lydia. And that was my great-grandmother. And so my great-grandmother and my great-grandfather actually got together again. And that then, of course, sired my grandfather. So that's how the seed of Crazy Horse on the paternal side comes in to me. And then also the maternal side, because of my great-grandmother, she was from the maternal side. So I think we ended up with both genes as far as I know. And that was always the family story. I'd love to, like I say, get the DNA tested one day. But so then we knew our Indian and our Jewish ancestry. Mom told us, but you can't tell anybody because Indians are called lower than a dog and Jews are called the Christ killers. And actually, Noel Benoist in French, Noel Thomas Benoist in the Hebrew means nativity, birth of Christ, benefactor, giver of gifts, or the twin, seeker of truth, benefactor, giver of gifts. So then I was kind of afraid to talk to this guy who said his name was God, Jesus Christ. But he actually sent me to church. I'd never heard the word church, but he came one day and go to church. I knew we had to go to church. I would get this knowing, you know. So that started my walk very young and my teaching. And so I've had that walk now for 72 years.
And it's been an incredible journey.
Pardon?
It's been an incredible journey.
Oh, and that's why I look back, and especially after he filled me in on my birth, I look at the hybriding that took place. You know, the people that were chosen. Matter of fact, there's a Benoit who actually signed a contract. He made the first amphibious plane. He started the first airline back east. That's related. And guess what his name was? Noel. But when in the hospital, after we were going to live, the nurse came in and said, "You haven't named that baby yet?" Mom said, "No." She said, "In 1 minute, I'm naming him for you." Mom blurted out Noel. She was probably thinking of the relative over there in the plane. Should I name him after him? And she said, "Wait a minute, I don't want to name him that." Nurse said, "Too late. You said it, I'm writing it." So then she thought about naming me after my father, Thomas. So she said, "What's the middle name?" She said, "Thomas." Well, that's how God orchestrated me getting the name Noel, nativity, birth of Christ, Thomas, the twin, seeker of truth, Benoist, benefactor, giver of gifts. I mean, it's hybrid, God hybrid and orchestrated all the way through. And Jews believe that the child will grow up to fit the name. My life fits my name. I'm a seeker of truth, internal affairs. Nativity,
Right.
birth of Christ. I follow him. I want to be as much a twin to him as I can be.
Absolutely.
You know?
Wow.
And I love giving things. We were fairly well to do. Mom gave me all the first Tonka toys. 5 days after Christmas. "Where's your Tonka fire engine I gave you?" "Oh, I gave it to Jimmy Kank." "Where's your Tonka dump truck?" "I gave it to Buddy Howe." "Where's," and she said, "I don't believe that. I'd given away like 7 Tonka toys." And she says, "I give you these toys, and 5 days after Christmas, you don't have them anymore." I said, "Mom, they didn't have a Christmas. I can play with it when I'm at their place playing with them." I gave away my toys all the time. I would love being a billionaire because I would have a ball giving it away.
Right. Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. You're in the right places for sure.
That's it. Matter
All
of
right.
fact,
Well, let's
Chief,
go back. Pardon me?
Chief, I don't know if I told him this yet or not. If I talked to him about whatever, I told him if they're working on a project. I said, "Well, if you get something, that's fine. But I got an Astrovan that I actually bought and we used for the Apache Save Oak Flats project. Went to DC and back with it. And altogether, going to DC and back, buying it, fixing it up, and then fixing it up again, I got about probably 40 grand in it. And Chief is going to be driving that pretty soon.
Okay.
That's going to be his.
Let's
go
back
ministry.
to okay. I don't want to get off topic, but
yeah,
I want to get to the root of how you went from just being a normal person to your indoctrination into the National Security Agency or into intelligence per se, what that looks like, when that happened for you, what year.
Yeah.
So we can base that on, when the CIA was created from the OSS, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Yeah. It's actually after the hybriding. Then basically a lot of my training, people I met, Superior Court Judge Richard B. Eaton, the longest sitting judge in California, was also a big time historian, big with the scouts and everything. And coincidentally, he and my dad went to school together. My dad was about a 13, 14-year-old prodigy, something like that went to University of California. And Judge Eaton went to Harvard and studied law. So I'm raised with law. My dad was holder of the Normandy Day invasion records. So that got me interested in intelligence. And I'm getting all of this training and information being around these guys as I'm growing up. So when I went down and I was I was taking high school and college at the same time, my junior and senior year. My junior year, I was Central Valley High School and taking classes at the Shasta Junior College. And then my senior year, I took a little bit of that. Then we moved to Wairika. And I went to Wairika High School and I was taking classes at Southern Oregon. And so I was accelerated. Basically, God saw me. He got me to where I finally learned how to learn. I learned mainly by audio visual. And it's like I could watch a 2-hour movie or Ben-Hur, and a month later almost quote every line in it. Reading, I read slow, but I retain 90 to 95%. Audio-visual, I pick it up, boom, And so God was then taking care of that part. So when I'm going to Weed College there, and then I was going to Southern Oregon still after high school. So I've got classes at Weed, and I've got classes, which is now University of California, and I got classes at Southern Oregon. Each one of them thought that the other one sent my deferment in. So I got a draft notice. Well, rather than fight it, I thought, you know what? I'm going to see what kind of schools I can get. So I went down and I talked to the recruiter. And I said, okay, look, guys, I'm interested in intelligence work. And I told him, I said, my dad was in military, youngest colonel ever promoted, but I don't want his stuff on the record because anything I do, I want it to be because of me, not because of my dad. So I said, the record will show that my dad is an insurance broker. That's it. Nothing more than that. My mother is a beautician. That's it. Nothing more than that. And they said, okay. And I said, but I'm interested in becoming a spy. And they said, you have to go in regular and we'll watch you. And I said, okay. So I said, okay, my first choice, then infantry, because I would have to know how to take care of myself, have to know how to fight if I'm going to be a spy. And then my second choice, I put down, they might have had me put security as my second choice. And so then they said, we'll take you. So they sent me to Fort Ord, and I had my GT scores. I had to take my GT scores. Well, I got a 178.4 on my GT score. 110 was needed for officer. So right away, they were interested in me. And so then they put me in the toughest infantry commander's outfit. Now, you go into infantry training, back when I went in, you had 5 evaluation periods. And each evaluation period, you had a possible 100 for your performance, and you had a possible 100 for your knowledge. And so at the end, you've got, say, 1,000, and they break it down to the 200 bracket, and then they'll average it out. So it came time for evaluation, and they said the commander wants to see you. Now, this guy, the highest he had ever given anybody was an average 75 on each. So they'd have about 150. That was the highest he had ever given. He called me in and he says, I reported, Private Benoist reporting, sir. And he says, Benoist, he says, I called you in because I want you to know something. I said, yes, sir. He said, nobody is perfect. And I just immediately responded. I said, well, geez, sir. I said, I know that. I hope I never gave off anything that made somebody feel like I think I'm perfect, because I'm the last person to think I'm perfect. And he said, no. He said, I just want you to know that because it's evaluation time. And he said, because nobody is perfect, I had to dock you a point or two. But I also want you to know, in my outfit, I did not see any imperfections. And to me, that was good enough. Well, thank you, sir. My score average was 198.5. So I lost 1.5 points. I got the Army commendation and a presidential citation. So then they sent me to advanced infantry training. And by the way, I was guide on for basic. And they made me a platoon commander or whatever for the advanced infantry training. And matter of fact, at basic, they all of a sudden they come in really excited. Benoist, come here. I go over and there's a full bird colonel out there. And my dad, actually, they wanted to give him a star after World War II and make him a general. And he said, no, he wanted to go home. He said, I'll go take command of the National Guard and I'll be at home. So he was actually the commander for the California National Guard out of Redding. And then he had his insurance brokerage in Redding. And so they're all excited. And he's got the same last name as you. I said, oh, that's my dad. And they said, why didn't you tell us your dad's a full bird colonel in the Signal Corps? Signal Corps was the predecessor to Intel, because all of your intelligence gathering started out with aerial reconnaissance, etc. And then they joined aerial reconnaissance, ground reconnaissance, and they formed your military intelligence and started forming the intel groups from there. And so they're all excited. You know, get dressed and go and report to them quick. And I told him, I says, I didn't get my score because of who my dad is. I got my score because I earned it. And that's why I told him, that's why I didn't tell you guys who he is, because I didn't want you brown nosing me. And so I wanted to know that, you know, I am who they say I am. I didn't want any gimme stuff. And I maxed everything. So then AIT, I maxed everything there. And so then I'm at Ranger school, schooling for Rangers. And well, I went to Ranger school and then OCS. And I'm maxing everything in OCS. And the boys in black come. And they said, were you still interested?
What is OCS?
OCS is Officers Candidate School.
Okay.
That's your short way to get a, well, the shortest way to get a commission is like direct commission or whatever. But if you don't have a degree, like a person, let's say got a bachelor's degree, then they could go to like an OCS familiarization. It's the 30-day wonder school, they call it. They get a direct commission, and then, but I wanted to go the full route anyway. And so I'm at Officer Candidate School. The boys in black come and they said, you still interested in being in a spy? I said, yeah, but I'm going here now. They said, you come with us. You keep getting the grades and the evaluations you're getting. We'll take care of your commission. And they said, you were never here. So I said, okay. So they took me out of OCS. They wipe out my OCS records. And they took me to Fort Devens, Massachusetts, which is where the intelligence school was. And Colonel Millett was the one who founded the intelligence school at Fort Devens, Massachusetts. So they took me there as a E5. And so then they had me they said, okay, take the stripes off. You're starting over. You're here. Okay. So I did. I went through my first intelligence school and graduated top of my class. And that was basically radio fingerprinting, direction finding, etc. All of the radio stuff. And then I went through my second school, which was Morse code and being able to take Morse code, type Morse code and all that, and decoding. Graduated top of my class. And then I went through, it was the psychology of military warfare. And we go through that to understand, like whenever we're getting messages, we have to understand how to channel those messages in order to do the most good. And I graduated second in my class. And because I was doing a bunch of extra stuff at the time. And so then I went through 5 schools, and I was top of my class on 4 and second in my class on 1. So then the last school, we got a levy to go to Vietnam. All of a sudden, I'm pulled off of the levy. And everybody says, how are you the only guy in the entire brigade pulled off of the levy? And I says, I don't know. So they called me in, and they said, okay, Benoist, you did a good job, and we told you we'd take care of your commission. You're now a second lieutenant. Now, later, I got my DD-214. My DD-214 shows U.S. Army, RA, which is regular Army. And then after that, it's got MI, which is military intelligence. All military intelligence are officers. Well, I got together with Colonel Millett at his place down in Idlewild. And I said, I'm not a personnel officer. I said, I know this shows something about me because I was fighting the government for my benefits. But I said, I don't know everything. And he says, I've got one just like it. He said, your regular Army contract stopped at RA, they gave you a direct commission and you became military intelligence. He said, they gave you a direct commission. That's what this shows. And I said, finally I understand my DD-214. And of course, when we'd get medals, I knew they weren't going to be on my record anyway. I had like 7 presidential citations and Army commendations and everything, because it's all sealed in the interest of national security. The public will know whatever they want the public to know. My name is classified until the year 2055, and then they will review it. And if they can put together a story they think people will believe, that's the story that will come out. And so,
that's why I'm doing this show with you, and I'm allowing you to speak and give your own oral history.
Amen.
Of your own biography.
That's right.
So this
how it all came together.
Hopefully live in infamy. I want to do a whole bunch of these with you and record as much of this as I can from you.
Amen. Yeah. And love and make copies of those recordings, circulate them all over. Send me a copy. I'll circulate some so that MJ can't destroy them, because this is the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay.
Right. So then they sit there and they pull the second Louis bar off and say, they said, oh, but we can't do that. And so they pull the second Louis bar off. And they said, you're too good for that. And I'm sitting there looking at it. This was 1966.
What year are we talking about?
1966.
66. Okay.
Yeah, I went in January, and this was about, I think, August or so of 66. So that fast, just January.
So we were just entering
August.
the Vietnam War.
Oh yeah, it's the Vietnam War time, and my group got levied to Vietnam, the group I was training with last, and so then they said we can't do that, so they pulled the second Louis bars off, and I'm like, okay, what are you guys up to? And then they pull up first Louis bars, and you're too good for that. We're giving you an accelerated promotion. So I was second Louis for less than a minute. Now I'm first Louis. Just like in basic training, if you're really good, you get out of basic as a private first class instead of an E2. You could get out of advanced infantry training as a corporal instead of an E3 or E2. They can, they some of those people, they'll accelerate, but they usually only pick one. See? And so they picked me, and then they did this. So now I'm first Louis. And they said, now we're going to, and that they had to give me some shots there, but that's where they found out I was allergic to them, but they brought me through that. And so then they said, we're going to fly you to meet your commander. So they flew me to the ship, and we were supposed to be close to where we were going to be landing. And he thought then when we hit the landing beach, and I told him, I said, sir, I don't think we are where you think we are, because I had the topo. And he said, well, look at the skyline. Look at the topo. I said, sir, the skyline and the topo look right. But I said, you see, over there, a little ways away from the ship, was this great big boulder sticking out of the water. And not too far from it was a smaller boulder. And I said, you see those boulders over there? And he said, well, yeah. I said, your tide will cover one high enough. I think it stuck out enough. He said, high enough that we can get our landing craft over it. And I said, that's not the deal. I said, sir, anything a ship can hit, it's supposed to be on the topo. They're not on the topo. I told him, I said, the skipper of the boat has a longitude and latitude on a Loran. Go get our longitude and latitude off the Loran and let me plot exactly where we are. I'm a full bird colonel. Don't tell. They were trying to give him a military command in battle so he could give him a star. Don't tell me how to read a topo. I know how to read a topo, and that boat commander doesn't have the need to know what we're doing. I said, you don't need to tell him what we're doing. Just tell him you need the reading off of the longitude and latitude for the Loran. And then give it to me. We'll do it top secret. Don't tell me what to do, Benoit. Put your second in command in charge of your group. I don't want you making the men afraid. You're going to go in with me later. You're going to be my helper right now. You're going to be my gopher. Stand by my side, you know? And,
Right.
and I told my guys, I said, okay, second in command, you're in charge of my guys. I said, guys, I don't think we are where this guy thinks we are. I said, you're not assault trained. I said, everybody in there, you tell them you are under orders from the highest command to stay low. They want you to stand up, you stay low. And you tell them high command cleared it. I don't care if you got to lie to them. You keep your butt low. If you got to breathe out of your butt, breathe out of your butt. And I said, we're not where we're supposed to be. So then they sent the guys in. Well, he landed them 28 clicks off course on a communist-held beach. The communists stayed quiet, and they stayed quiet for an hour or two. And then when everybody's more relaxed and standing up, all hell broke loose. It took 3 days of artillery and airstrikes and naval strikes to drive the communists back far enough to go recover bodies and troops. Landing people and his battalion were lost. All of them. On the beach, there wasn't a survivor. And then I wanted the guy court-martialed because he wouldn't listen to an officer under his command that made a reasonable request. And they said, no, they said, we're retiring him. And they sent me to Saigon for a little relaxation and debriefing. That's where I met a guy who is still my friend today, Roger Grinstead. And Roger's up in Oregon. Roger was computer repair, electrician, technician, etc. And I called him my Q because later they sent me back to Washington and I was at a little top secret base. It was called, now I'm trying to remember the name. Suddenly forgot the name. When I got out, I had a week of lost time. They didn't want me to remember names. But let's see, Fort Devens, Vent Hill Farms. It was named like a farm, Vent Hill Farms. And it was actually a top secret security base. The CIA training center was near us, and all of the other stuff was right near us. And then I could go from there to Fort Belvoir and also from there to the Pentagon back and forth. It was just a few miles away. So they sent me to Vent Hill Farms and undercover because they had problems at Vent Hill Farms. That was our main stateside station. And we had that was our main like operations and relay station and everything for everything. So they sent me there undercover as a Spec 4 to see what was going on. And then I was room chief. Well, who shows up to be my repairman? Roger Grinstead. And when that happened with that colonel, I'm at the PX in Tan Son Nhut, which is Saigon, and I'm looking at Mershon pipes. And this guy with a patch, with one of the Army Security Agency type patches or communication patches came up and said, oh, you're in comm, huh? He said, yeah. He said, actually, Army Security Agency. I said, oh. I said, actually, National Security Agency. He goes, oh, because when I was commissioned, they put me in NSA. And I was technically military intelligence assigned and with or under NSA, National Security Agency. And so we're looking at these Mershon pipes, talking about we could have got Mershon pipes for 25 cents. 50 cents, it had some decoration carving on it, and 75 cents to $1 if it was a beautiful, like curved, carved, bearded pipe and everything. If we would have spent our income putting those pipes into storage, we'd be multimillionaires today. Because man, that dollar pipe is like a $500 or $600 pipe today, you know. And but so who walks into my room to do a repair? Roger Grinstead. And I know you. I said, yeah, I know you too. Tan Son Nhut, man. We looked at Mershon pipes. He says, yeah. He says, you're my commander. And I said, he says, you're room chief. I said, yep. And so then we had an inspection, and they wanted me to call attention and everything. And I said, no, I knew the regs inside and out. I said, this is an operation room and we are working. I'm room chief. I will come to attention. I will salute the officers. I will greet the officers after I have called at ease for the room. And that's regs. And if you don't like it, you sign out $8 million worth of equipment in my room, because if we had a power failure, things had to be shut down properly and they had to be brought back up properly, or you would blow $8 million worth of equipment. See? And so, yeah, okay, Benoist, they were mad. And so then they go back in. I was undercover already anyway. Matter of fact, they said, we're going to put you, when they brought me back, they said, actually, and matter of fact, first, when they brought me back, I went back to the school for one more school, and they promoted me to captain, and they put me in a major 04 slot. So that's how I ended up in the captain undercover slot and doing undercover work, because I went back to Devon's for like October, November, December, something like that. And it was about, I think it was, and I did my first undercover operation at Fort Devens. People didn't know it, but we had actually nuclear warheads at Fort Devens, and 2 of them came up missing. And it took me a whole 24 hours to crack the case and have both of the people locked down, done. And so they said, that's it, man, you're our troubleshooter. And so I immediately went to being troubleshooter for Military Intelligence National Security Agency. And so then I'm at Air Massachusetts cleaning that up. And so I wasn't afraid of anything or anyone. So then the generals come in. I hollered at ease and saluted. We had a mission coming up in a few minutes. This one general started to turn one of the knobs on one of the racks. I blew up. And I just said, sir, every one of you, out of this room now. I will tell you why I'm kicking you out in about 30 minutes. We've got a mission coming up. You're outside. In 30 minutes, I will come and get you. And so then we did our mission. And then I invited him back in. I showed him the knob he was going to touch and one next to it. I said, if you would have touched these 2 knobs and twist them wrong, you would blow this whole rack. That's $8 million. I said, sir, I can't afford $8 million on my salary. You might be able to afford it on yours, but I think it's going to take you a long time. But I will not let anything interfere with a mission, and I don't have $8 million. So I got excited, and I kicked all of you out of this room. Forgive me if my attitude was not the best in the West, but I saw an emergency, and I took care of it. And he said, very well, Benoist. Good room. Thank you. And he left. The operations major called me in. Benoist, I'll have your ass. Rah, 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 rah. So the next thing, then they had an inspection. They tried to get me on something in the inspection. There's some funny stories there we can share sometime. Remember the Fort Devens or the Air Massachusetts Vint Hill Farms inspection. And by the way, the Chrysler Mansion was near there. Fauquier Springs Country Club was near there. I ended up with a part-time job there. The Kennedys had a cabin there. Woodrow Wilson, President Wilson, all those guys had cabins there. And so anyway, I said, can I go back to my room now, sir? I was by the book. Yeah, get out of here. So then a week later, I hear, hey, the commander wants to see you again, or the operations officer. So I go in, and I'd already heard the general send an Army commendation and a letter. Any man of my rank that knows my rank and my job as well as I know it was totally correct in kicking out the general and his staff and saving the mission, which was priority above all. And he wanted me promoted, and he had the Army commendation, etc., to go with it. And the major says, well, we care for a shot of whiskey to celebrate, Benoist? I said, sir, you told me what you thought of me. Now, what I want to do is go back to my room and get out of this atmosphere. And so, yeah, go ahead, Benoist. But he was retired. When I left, we had a new operations officer, and we had new people in new places. And I went from there to Germany. So they sent me from there to Germany. And that base, Vint Hill Farms, that year got Army Commendation and Presidential Citation top of the group. Every outfit I investigated, when I implemented the Fix-It plan, within a year, they got Army Commendations and Presidential Citations, and they were on top of the group. So that's what then. So that, needless to say, all of the big boys are watching you. You know, so I kind of became their celebrity or whatever. So then they had to, and they called me down to the medics called me down. We've got to send you to Germany. A Czechoslovakian crisis is developing, and they might invade Germany. And so we've got to send you. So they gave me shots that I needed one at a time, brought me through their reaction and everything. And then I was sent to Germany again as a Spec 4. Because see, as a Spec 4, I could go to the enlisted men's club. Every one of our bases or installations, we had an enlisted men's club, NCO club, and an officers club. And the civilian officers, etc., would go to the officers club and all that. So as a Spec 4, I could go to the enlisted men's club. I could also go to the officers, the NCO club. And then I would get a job bartending at the officers club. Within 2 weeks, at those 3 clubs, I pretty much knew everything going on post. You know,
being a bartender. Oh yeah.
You know, I was either bartending with them, partying with them, drinking with them, and just keeping my ears open. And then I would take all of the information, and I was our top analyst. I would analyze all the information, and I knew what was going on. And then I would test some of my results by doing different things. I would also be a little bit of a rebel so that the rebels would talk to me and not be afraid of being turned in. But I was good enough at my job that the excellent ones would also talk to me. So I had to be an excellent Mr. In Between with a foot in both camps. And that's how I ended up where I was, because then they get me over there, and I'm at operations, going to operations and everything. And I heard there was a big above top secret meeting on the 2nd floor. And word was dropped on me. Somebody made sure I heard about it. And so I go up there. I'm wearing my Spec 4 uniform. I knock on the door. They open the door. The guy goes, "Oh, you're not supposed to be in here." I said, "Yeah, I am." "Oh, let me see your identification." So I give him my ID. The only thing I carried on me, and it was my DOD ID, but my DOD ID listed me as Spec 4, but it also had expiration indefinite. Spec 4s don't have a Department of Defense ID with indefinite expiration. It's
Right.
reviewed from time to time. See? So he goes in, he comes back out. He says, "You're not who you appear to be." He says, "I put his name in the computer. Guys, meet the guy in charge of the meeting." So I said, "Okay, guys, what's going on?" So they said, "We were being wiped out. Every place we went in Vietnam, we're getting wiped out for a long time. And it's like the Viet Cong know we're coming. They're not there all of a sudden. We're wiping out civilians and all of this stuff." So I said, "How many of you guys went to our school? And I want you to raise your hand." So they raised their hand. I said, "How many can add 2 and 2 and get 4 instead of 22? And raise your hand." And they kind of looked sheepishly and raised their hand. And they're like, "Why?" And I said, "Guys, if you went to our school, you should know breaking our codes, knowing where we're going, what we're going to do, is simply not possible. They've got to have our scrambler technology. So somebody sold them our scrambler technology. But that's still not possible. With our scrambler technology, they might break one message in 1,000. They've got to have the rotating code books, because you've got to be able to decode today's messages, and you've got to be able to know what code book we're working out of tomorrow. I said, count the code books when you deliver them. When you pick them up for destruction, count them again. You're going to be short. Where you are short, that is the room of our trader who has sold them our technology, and that trader is constantly selling them our code books. You get everything else you need to know from that pinpoint. And about 2 weeks later, one of the guys ran up to me. Okay, we know who it is, man. It's this Chief Petty Officer John Walker. And he was in Naval Intelligence. Chief Petty Officer. And John Walker sold the Russians our scrambler technology. He was selling them our code books. So they knew it was him. And I said, we need to try him for treason and give him the punishment, which is hanging, and make an example of him. Oh, no, it'd be an embarrassment for us and all this jazz. Well, and by then they had already made me internal affairs for all matters of national security. I signed a lifetime contract, but I thought I was working for God and country, so that's why I did it. So they didn't think I could get out anyway. And they had made me a major, and they offered me a re-enlistment. If I re-enlisted, they would put me in a full bird colonel spot, make me lieutenant colonel, and I'd be full bird with the first evaluation. But this was the first place where I started getting mad at them, because I told him, I said, wait a minute, man, you're going to let the guy retire? The Chief Petty Officer John Walker is responsible for thousands of American deaths where they were ambushed because they knew we were coming. And it's Walker's responsibility. I said, he gets tried for treason and hung, but I wasn't the highest command. And they didn't want to do it. They said, no, he's retiring. Well, then I find out later he didn't retire. They wanted to make him like a double agent or whatever. They let him go until something like 1978, somewhere between 76, 78 or something like that. But you can Google John Walker, Walker, Family of Spies, and John Walker, Chief Petty Officer John Walker, and get some exact information on him. I forget exactly what it was, but it was in the 70s. They let him go that long. So the Chinese and the Russians threaten him. So he's giving them some good information. He has to, which is costing us. And so I was totally livid at that point. And then I found out, then I got into what I call Pandora's box, and I started looking for more. I found out all of the assassinations that they've been involved in and everything. And plus, I told them in Vietnam, because one of my jobs in Vietnam was they didn't call it murder. It was eliminating threats to national security. We would get a list of names who were supposed to be high operatives and cooperatives with the Viet Cong, and maybe they were shop owners, etc. And we would have to eliminate them, not murder them, eliminate them, get them out of the way. And I told the guys, I said, hey, if we kidnap them and take them to Gitmo, they're out of the way. They're not in the war anymore. We can't do any harm. But if they're being falsely accused and we get them at Gitmo and we find out there's no change in what's going on, we can talk to them, tell them how they were put on this list, and maybe they would be an agent for us. I wanted to flip them. They didn't want to do that. And I found out a couple of them that we got rid of were totally innocent. So that kind of tied it for me. I told them, I said, look, you guys need to obey the law. They literally said, we are the law. I said, no, it doesn't work that way. I said, nobody can be exempt from the law. And I said, you guys need to watch A Man for All Seasons. In the movie A Man for All Seasons, they try to get this magistrate to do something illegal. And the magistrate said, no, that would be illegal. And they said, no, it's legal because the king ordered it. He said, no, the legal process is the king issues an order. The rest of the king's court approves the order. Then it's made law and the judges sign off on it. It's not law until it follows the process. And he told him, he says, those who make and enforce the law break the law. When those who make or enforce the law break the law, the devil can run rampant because the law was created to keep the devil in check. And I told him, that's the wisest line I've ever heard in a movie. And you need to go watch that movie and memorize that line. And I told him, I said, you start doing this stuff and you start lying to the American public, and you're going to continue lies about UFOs and all this garbage. I said, people involved have people who trust them, and their eyewitness testimony is going to start undermining your credibility. I said, you're starting to dissolve this government, because when the people of this government or any nation can no longer trust their government, the days of that government are numbered. And I said, you will destroy America. They said, we don't care. We won't be alive by then. Literally, that's exactly what they said.
Absolutely.
And they said, I said, God gave people choice, and you're not God. You don't have the right to take that choice away, and not even God will take it away because it's a blood covenant. It can only be broken by the destruction of the one who breaks it. And I said, so you're destroying us, you're destroying America because you're breaking that covenant. You're taking the people's choice away. It's, we don't care. We won't be alive by then. They said people are too stupid to decide their own destiny. We must decide it for them. The end justifies the means, and we decide both end and means. And those are quotes from our conversation. It's exactly what they said. And then they said they wouldn't be alive by the time it's destroyed. I said, you guys told me you love your wife, you love your family, you love your children, and yet you're destroying their future? That's not love. You don't love your family. You don't love your wife. I told him, I said, your wife isn't your wife. She's your dog. She's your horse. You're going to ride her. You're going to punish her. You're going to make her obey. That's not love, guys. And they're literally, well, that's our love. I said, you guys don't even know what love is. And then I was out with one of the guys that night, and he told me, he says, Noel, he says, I think you're just like me. He used the English pronunciation. He says, Noel, you're just like me. I said, how do you figure? He says, you don't love anything or anyone. I said, no. I said, I got married to a German national. This was after I got married to a German national and severed relations. And he took me out, and they were trying to convince me to basically come back in and we'll clear her or whatever. And I said, no. I said, I'm out and I'm staying out. I said, I love my wife. I got a boy now, and I love my son. I said, I'm not like you guys. And he says, you could be the top man someday. I said, I could not be the top of your group doing the stuff that you guys are doing, going along with the stuff that you guys are doing, or hiding the stuff that you guys are doing. So our time was over. And then they what they did is then and I told them I was out of there. They said, you can't get out. We'll reactivate you when you come out the other side of personnel. And they told me I had like 7, say, doctorate degrees in college, MOSs for military, etc., crucial to the defense of America. I had I had the art and skills or the psychology of military activity and warfare. I had psychology, I had profiling, I had law, I had investigations, I had criminology, I had all kinds of stuff. Well, infantry, battle planning, etc. All the military strategies like West Point stuff that you get. and I could drive several different vehicles. I could drive a tank, an APC. I could drive a 20-passenger bus, dump truck, all kinds of stuff. So I had all kinds of stuff, and secondaries and then additionals and everything. And so, I'm all of a sudden I'm a private E2 arts and crafts specialist, and they sealed my file in the interest of national security, because the way I got out, I told them, I said, you won't reactivate me, and they said, yeah, we will, and we won't give you good duty either. And I said, no, you won't. Well, I had put in to marry a German national, and they were doing a security check on her and stuff for security clearance. I went to her and I said, we're moving the wedding up. Nobody ordered me not to marry her. I was a major, and they requested that I wait. They didn't make it an order. They started out with a request, and nobody changed it to an order. So we went to the Burgermeister, got married. I went to the Army chaplain, showed him the Burgermeister stuff and everything, showed him my credentials, and said, do the military number. So he did. So then I went and I took a 30-day leave while I was doing it. That way they couldn't give me orders. I was on leave. And so then after I came back off leave, I walked back into S2, G2, C, G4, and all of that. Told you guys I'm out of here. And they said, we told you, we'll reactivate you. I said, no, you won't. They said, how do you figure? And he put his feet up on the desk, the big guy. And I threw the papers on the desk, said, I'm married to a German national. I'm a security threat. You got 30 seconds to transfer me, and it's mandatory. We'll court-martial you. I said, no, you won't, because you don't want a public trial, and you don't want people to know who you are. And I said, if you do court-martial me, you won't get a conviction, because a request was made that I wait until we get her a clearance, but it was not an order. I'm a major. I denied your request. You can appeal my denial, but I think you're a little late. So then the next day, they sealed my file in the interest of national security, and they put me in regular Army as an arts and crafts specialist. So my last 6 months, I was an arts and crafts specialist. And then when the funny thing is, though, God again, they assigned me to the Command Sergeant Major detail. And I still remember his name, Command Sergeant Major McLean. And so they had me painting the baseboards now with my back and everything, right? But I just went down to supply. I got the 7.5 by 14 tablets. I took the back off, took that cardboard. I took one and made it an edger. The other one I had my paint and stuff on. And then I got my knee on it. And I'm scooting along the baseboards, painting like crazy. I did the entire headquarters in like an hour to an hour and a half. Sergeant Major McLean came out and he said, damn, Benoist, you do good work. I said, thank you, Sergeant Major. He said, are you surprised I know your name and how to pronounce it? I said, no, there's a few people around know how to pronounce Benoist. And he says, what are you doing Friday? And I said, nothing planned, Sergeant Major. He said, okay. He said, I want you to go down and help them with the Command Sergeant Major detail putting bleachers together in the gymnasium. He said, Friday, I'd like to see you at my place for dinner. I said, okay. So I went down and I helped with the bleachers at the gymnasium, and we finished the first set of bleachers that day. Next day, the Command Sergeant Major says, Benoist, the guy in charge of the detail is sick today, so you're in charge. I said, well, Sergeant Major, I'm considered a private. We got E4s and E5s on that detail. He said, doesn't matter. He said, you're wearing my Command Sergeant Major stripes and the Colonel's birds. You're commanding them for me. No, he said, my Command Sergeant Major stripes. Colonel Birds came later. And so I said, okay. I said, that means I can do it any way I want as long as I get the job done. The production is good and the quality is good. He said, that's correct. I said, okay, roger that, Sergeant Major. So I went down, took over. And I told the guys, I said, we're going to make a production group. I said, it took them like 6 weeks to do the first set of bleachers. I said, we're going to do one, and we're going to start. We're going to organize, and you're all going to be off when a set of bleachers is done. If it takes 72 hours, you're working 72 hours straight through. If it takes 1 hour, you're off the rest of the day. But I'm going to organize it, and this is what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to get drills. We're going to break the handle off of screwdrivers, and we're going to make those screwdrivers a drill bit. And some of you are going to put the seats together. Some of you are going to put the frames together. And some of you are going to put the seats on the frame. And so I got all the equipment together, went downtown, a civilian, got a bunch of stuff from him. And we started at around 9:30, 10 o'clock. In 1 hour, we had a set of bleachers put together. That was a 6-week project before that. Command Sergeant Major came down about 11 or 11:30. And he says, "Where's the detail? You got them out policing the ground?" I said, "No, Sergeant Major, I gave him the rest of the day off." He looks mad. "You what?" I said, "Count the bleachers, Sergeant Major," because I was still me. I mean, I'm bold in your face. You know, "Count the bleachers, Sergeant Major. 1, 2, 2, 2. Didn't they just finish the first set of bleachers?" I said, "They finished the first set of bleachers yesterday, and it took them 6 weeks to do it, Sergeant Major. I finished one set of bleachers in 1 hour, and this is how I did it." He looked at me, he says, "Benoist, from now on, you're wearing my Command Sergeant Major stripes and the Colonel's birds. You're in charge, and nobody under that rank tells you what to do." I was made number 3 on post on the spot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's get into some questions.
Okey-doke.
Because what happens is we have things called trolls here on social media, and they love to belittle guests and hosts and the information provided. And of course, a lot of them will go search for information about my guests, and a lot of them have done that. And apparently, the public information is not quite matching what you have expressed here today on the show.
Yep. I
So
designed
we're
Smear and
gonna
Fear.
dive into that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we're gonna
designed
address
Smear
all
and
that.
Fear. Yeah.
So let's dive into the first question. This is from Mr. Steve. How about the current media generals we see? Are they evil bastards we think they are?
Most of the media is actually deceived. They try to deceive. That's step one. They try to deceive people and media and then enlist them into thinking that what they are doing is the way to go. What they are doing is going to save America. America is going to rule the world, and that person will be on top with us. They try to make you an ally. That's the first step in the procedure of enlistment. Okay. And so they have enlisted as many as they can. And if they can't enlist them, then they add to that, bribe them. So most of media right now is working for MJ12, either thinking they're doing the right thing or thinking they're doing some right with a little bit of wrong, but the money, the power, and everything is worth it. That's where most of the media is. Some of the media, who they can totally turn into their direction, are evil. The evil ones are normally your highest leaders because they bought into all three: convince, bribe, threaten, and if you have to, eliminate. Eliminate is part B of threaten. That's where the media is. Fox 10 is the best because, and by the way, old man Fox that started Fox Studios went to the Assembly of God Church in Sedona. I sat in church with him more than once. And he told me when he lets his children inherit Fox, there's going to be a provision in his will. The provision in his will is that Fox must adhere to the old-time journalistic ethics. Search for the truth and expose the truth. The truth is your story. And he put that in the inheritance. That's why Fox might go through some changes and some of them try to influence some stuff. By the same token, he allows airing both opinions. They've got that one reporter on Fox that is a staunch Democrat that will explain away everything the Democrats do, you know. And that's good to a degree, because digging into that will help keep Republicans straight. For a while, Republicans and Democrats were both going down the wrong road. MJ-12 spent decades conditioning Washington, D.C. and putting Washington, D.C. under control. The way they did that is by, one, getting the media on their side. The second thing they did is they started taking over these election groups. These professional election committees now are about 80% owned by MJ-12, and the other 20% is heavily, say, not controlled, but heavily influenced by the other 80%. So now they've got their people getting people elected. And then the other thing they did in that realm is, number one, they started making money on drugs. The MJ-12, more or less the head of the drug dealership. They've dealing in drugs. They've kidnapped children and sold children into slavery, sold children to satanic cults for sacrifice. They have done stuff. And matter of fact, I told the one guy, I said, I thought I was working for God and country. And I said, when I found out I was working for the devil's 12 disciples or apostles, I said, I'm out. The MJ-12 are the devil's 12 apostles. The 12 outside MJ-12 are considered to be disciples, to become apostles. And they thought I was going to be the next apostle until I found out I'm working for Satan, not God, a false God. And that's when I split off and took off. I went with God. And God provided everything so I could see that. I asked God one time, I said, why? And God even told me, as a matter of fact, this gets into why I needed to be a tanker. Because when I was in church one day and the kids' teacher was absent, and the preacher got up and he says, I've been preaching this one sermon, but I'm taking a break in it today because God's got a special message. It was another special message that God hit me with, and I was there for it. And otherwise, the special messages weren't there. And he preached on the prodigal son. And the Lord said, you are the prodigal son. And like Peter walked and talked with Jesus. He saw the miracles. Jesus said, I got to go die. Peter rebuked him. That's like cussing him out. And said, Lord, you're not going to go die. And Jesus just looked at Peter and said, get behind me, Satan. Like Peter, the Peter syndrome got me. And then when Jesus said Peter would deny him, I'm not going to deny you. So, Peter rebuked Jesus once, and then he said, I'm not going to deny you. And the Peter syndrome got me. I knew who God was. I know who God was. I didn't have like total full comprehension, because that'd blow a person's mind. We can't contain that much. But I know him, and I knew him, and I know he's perfect. I knew he's perfect. And yet he said, you're going to be the prodigal son. And my disbelief hit. I said, oh no, Lord, I know you too well. I'm not going to do anything like that. I asked God to leave the sorrow for what I did, because that's exactly what I did. I did everything the prodigal son did, and I'm the prodigal son. God had to make me a tank full of oil, and this comes together because now I asked him, I said, why me, Lord? Why did I do all this stuff? Why did I become the prodigal son? Why did I become the next possible apostle of Satan? And then you got me out of it. And the Lord said, how many people and how many rulers and how many world leaders and how many empires lost the battle or fell because they underestimated the enemy? He said, I let you get into right where you were. Next step, enemy, because I knew you would not become the enemy, but you had to know the enemy. And so now you know the enemy and you are who I made you to be so that you can fight the enemy. You are my general against the enemy. You are my witness. You are my servant. You are my apostle, my prophet, my evangelist, my pastor, my teacher. You are for my people what I made you to be for this hour and for this time. And it's overwhelming because God is so good. But then God gave me the humbling one. And I said, why did you make me? Why all of these? Why have the dead been raised when I pray? Why have the blind seen when I pray? Why have twisted legs straightened when I pray? And God wouldn't let me get high-minded because he showed me the verse, to the lesser parts is given more honor, that the body might be equal. I had to be a tanker, and God has had me do miracles because, put it bluntly, people, I'm the asshole. I deal with all of the manure, or bluntly, shit. That's me. I'm the least of the body, and I deal with the stuff that gets rejected out of the body. So that's why I became an oil tanker. And that's why God does miracles through me, because he gives me the honor that balances the manure that I dealt with, the manure I became, and the manure that I'll deal with.
Right. Steph Jones asks, so when did he win his appeal to the VA? And I don't know what that's referencing.
Oh, that's okay. The VA, basically, they sealed my file in the interest of national security, said I was never more than a private arts and crafts specialist, E2. And I told them, I said, come prosecute me. And when I got out, a veteran or an attorney could not make more than $10 handling a veteran claim. So I lobbied and filibustered and everything with people I knew. Biz Johnson, the senior member of Congress, knew me. I worked with Biz on a few things and did stuff. And I knew a few senators, etc. And I told him, I said, number one, I said, you go to law school. First thing you learn in law school is an attorney who has his or herself for a client has a fool for an attorney. In other words, you're not supposed to represent yourself. As a doctor, you're not supposed to operate on yourself. That's another one. I had basically a lot of medical knowledge. When I was overseas, if something happened, I had to doctor myself. I had to sew myself up or whatever, because we couldn't have public records of me. I didn't exist. My overseas code name was Phantom. And so I told him, I said, doctor's not supposed to operate on his family or himself. An attorney's not supposed to represent himself or his family. And now you're making veterans represent themselves, because you can't get an attorney for $10. And then a veteran's disabled. So he's not only supposed to represent himself or herself, but they're supposed to do it disabled off the get-go. And I said, we need a law. So I got them to form and pass the Equal Access to Justice Act. And veterans everywhere. And you can take this as new and surprise information. If you've never heard it before, you can reopen your claim. New and surprise information. You've got the statute of limitations to reopen your claim. The Equal Access to Justice Act gives you an attorney paid for by EAJA when you hit the U.S. District Court for Veterans Appeals. I got them to revamp that court because they were friends with the VA. I went to the U.S. Court for District Court for Veterans Appeals. I took my own case there about, 4, 5, 6 times. I got a decision in my favor and a remand, but when the VA was not obedient to the remand, that ate up another 4 or 5 years or whatever. And the U.S. District Court for Veterans Appeals was not hammering the VA for violation of a court order. So I got together with the Chief Justice and I said, you need to eliminate this court, go back to regular court because we were winning in regular U.S. District Court, or you need to get judges in here who are not buddy-buddy with the VA, who will hit the VA with violation of a court order and put the head of the VA in jail. And so they revamped that court. You reopen your case and you go back to the day one because it's been wrong from day one. And they owe you back pay all the way to day one of their first wrongful denial, etc. And they owe me back pay now. I beat them. I beat them in U.S. District Court, but they were ignoring my stuff. I got the EAJA passed, and then I got Sean Raven. And Sean Raven in Washington, D.C. is a good attorney. Now, he'll make a little bit of a deal with the guys. He took mine so far. I got my first back pay in the 90s, and then they took it back to 84. But actually, I was perfect health specimen. I was in perfect health, and I was the top of infantry, which means I was A1. I was in perfect health. I did not have any birth defects. My coach wrote a letter. I wouldn't have been able to letter and play in all-round sports if I had birth defects that they blamed everything on. And so I'm still fighting my case, but now they told me my heart is not that great. I'm not supposed to handle my own case anymore because it could kill me. My blood pressure went up to 160, 180 over 90 and everything. So now I'm looking for an attorney to finish my case because they've admitted they're wrong. All of my stuff is in there. I was exposed to Agent Orange. It's in my file now. The wrongs and stuff are in my file. And now, basically, I just need an attorney to say, okay, he was in perfect health. He played all-round sports. He was at the top of military, at the top of infantry with the highest evaluations in infantry. None of that would have happened if he had birth defects. And we can prove then that basically it was retaliatory. They lied, and the colonel who signed off on my discharge told me his career was over, and they threatened him and his family and his career if he did not sign off. He told me, Noel, I've got to sign it this way. He said, the day after you get out, apply for your benefits, because right now you should be headed for Fort Belvoir for a medical review board for 100% disability. I was missing a disc at C2, C3. I had 5 partially herniated discs. Doctors today don't know why I'm not in a wheelchair. I've got arthritis on every bone in my body. They took my spleen due to a worm commonly found in Southeast Asia. And one time I'll show you some film footage because my spleen was taken due to a worm found in Southeast Asia. I was exposed to Agent Orange and everything, but I was at Mather because I was going through some medical, and they took a CAT scan, and I have a little video clip of the doctor talking about the fact this little round ball is in one area of my body, and it should not be there. It is a brand new, perfectly healthy spleen. And I asked them why they couldn't take the cyst from a worm found in Southeast Asia off of my spleen. They said, because a spleen does not repair itself. My spleen was taken, and a brand new, perfectly healthy spleen has grown in my body against science, against all the doctors, because that's my God. That's my God. I got a new spleen, baby, and I got medical evidence of it. Should not happen, cannot happen, happened. And I'm the evidence of it. And I'm not in a wheelchair because that's my God. my God keeps me out of a wheelchair. And he keeps me alive. I've talked to assassins, snipers. They tried snipers. The weapon wouldn't fire when they aimed it at me. They tried explosives. They tried poisons. They tried drugs. I will not die until the second, the moment, the hour, the place, and for the purpose that God has ordained. That is the way it is. God said it, and it don't matter who believes it. That's the way it's going to be. And they'll believe it after they see it, even if they're doubters. Did I get off the question? Oh, that's right. Then the winning my deal. So anyway, when I got the EHAA pass, and then I put in for the new and surprise evidence of some of the stuff that we got in discovery and everything. And Sean Raven won my case in court. I see another picture here. I'm not hearing audio.
How are ya?
Hey, I hear you. All right. I'm doing. You know what? I'm too stubborn to let it go any other way. I'm so doggone stubborn. Every day I wake up in this life is a great day. You know, even the battles. Do you know what the good part is about the bad day and the battles? They help us appreciate the good days. And this is a good day, so I'm enjoying it because I've been through hell. So I'm having fun today. How are you doing, brother?
Chief, can you hear us? He looks frozen.
Yeah. Okay, we got attacks going on. The spirit and physical attacks today are on. But in the name of Jesus, we just ask the Holy Spirit to move through everything, move through the wires, move through the systems, move through everything, keep coming back on, and we're going to have a God-blessed day, no matter what. Devil, you lost. You lost already. Read the book, devil. You lost already. It's written. We're going to win. We might be a step at a time, pull one tooth at a time, but we're going to win. Just keep getting back on.
Looks like Chief's having some logging on issues. Can you make me a mod through? Yeah, I can do that too. That was Buffy. Can you hear us, Chief?
There he is. I see his picture. Hey, he smiled. Okay, we've got motion and we've got picture. Now let's see if we get sound.
Let me.
Hey, brother.
Get that one. There we go. All right, Chief, how you doing?
I can't hear you guys, and I don't think you can hear me.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
They got it. We got it.
Yeah, your sound must be muted, Chief. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
If you hear us, go ahead and talk. We heard you once.
Yeah.
Can you hear us? Nod your head.
Can you hear us, Chief?
No.
Can you hear us? Yes or no?
It sounds like it, there's something echoing in the background.
Yeah, that's probably his wife, Hara.
I wonder if it's buffering again, interfering.
I don't know.
Anybody out there can hear us? We need a new system for our brother here. Get him a nice big system that handles everything.
I can see him.
Hello.
Hey,
yeah,
there we go.
Can hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? I wonder if it's working kind of like a one-way.
I don't know. He's got his muted where he can't hear us. That's the problem.
Oh, now we lost him again.
We lost him. Yeah, he's going to have to log back on. Let me get over here to another question from Steph. If I can find it. Here we go. There's Scarlett. Oh, Steph Jones. All right. Benoist enlisted in 1966 and was honorably discharged in January 1970 as a private, not a major. A list of Benoist's duty stations shows 18 months of service in Germany, but nowhere in Vietnam.
That's smear and fear. When I got out, number one, we couldn't have a lot of my stuff in public records. So they put in the discharge that they wanted to put in. See? But have her look at that discharge document. The top of that discharge document states Army RA. Right after RA is MI. MI means military intelligence. It shows I was in military intelligence, and all military intelligence are officers. The enlisted for Army intelligence is Army Security Agency. That's enlisted. And I think they might have had ASA on there too, Army, RA, Army, ASA, but MI. But the last two letters on there are MI. And those last two letters show where I ended up before all the other. But they're not going to put all of my intelligence stuff on there when I first got out, because especially when I first got out, if they would have put, Major 04 with civilian status, Noel Benoist or Benoist, either way, is now discharged, our enemies would have been trying to kidnap me to give me sodium pentothal and find out everything they could find out. I actually left my wife and my 3 children to keep them safe. And I had to do that. I got a divorce. I didn't divorce because she didn't love me or I didn't love her. I didn't love my children. MJ12, and if you check this, there was a case in New York. I'm pretty sure it was New York. A guy was convicted of drowning his 2 daughters in the bathtub. That guy had heard about deep state, and he was starting to dig into deep state MJ12 stuff. And he was threatening to expose deep state. He was getting together with congressmen, senators, and stuff. And he was making some connections that deep state MJ12 was basically fearful of, did not want. PCP will absorb through the skin. A small dose of PCP is where people have hallucinations. They think they're a bird and they jump out a window to try and fly. They blew some PCP into his air ducts, got him so he was basically inhaled it without knowing it. They knew his physiological profile and everything. They OD'd him, and then they pick the lock and they walk in with some scuba gear on. And now he's having a fantasy that everybody is scuba diving. And they get him into this thing that his daughters are going to be world record holders for holding their breath. And they're going to go underwater and hold their breath, and they will like raise their hand when it's time to let them up. And he's in this fantasy of doing this thing. Then they give him a shot to countermand the PCP. They leave. There's no evidence they were there. They're very clean. The cleanup guys and doing things clean are extremely clean. They're immaculate. And now the PCP wears off. And he looks down and he's looking at his 2 daughters and his hands are on them. And he grabs them and pulls them up real quick. They've drowned. He calls the emergency line and says he thinks his daughters may have drowned. They're in the tub. And there's a time discrepancy and other discrepancies where they then convince him, or they convince the jury, that he drowned his 2 daughters. When you come down off PCP, it has another side effect that MJ12 makes use of: amnesia. He had amnesia and could not tell anything about what happened for like a couple of hours or whatever it was. So he's totally blank for the whole time and can't answer anything. And the only medical or other evidence they've got are his daughters are drowned. His hands were on them. He was the only one in the room with them. So he's convicted. And he doesn't know if he had some kind of a psychological lapse or some kind of whatever hit him. He doesn't know if he murdered his children. That was another thing that tore me away from MJ12. To me, to do that to any human, a dad has to either, wait for the being executed, and I think he wanted her to die, and he has to think that he killed his 2 daughters. That's how inhumane MJ12 are. MJ12 are flat ass demonic. I really think when they make one of the final 12, they receive like a spirit from Satan, where they are satanic. They are controlled. They're not human. No human being could do that to another human being. And that happened. And maybe some of these guys that are looking for stuff could find that New York case, find his name, and clear his name, because I would be glad to testify to the fact that he was innocent. If he's still in prison, I would God will keep me alive. You get me there and get me back, and I'll tell the judge and everybody the truth. And I pray to God that he is still alive, that he might know he didn't do it. That was done to him. And MJ12 and the 12 around the 12 and many of the people working with those 12, that's the kind of, I can't call them human. That's the kind of creation or perverted creation that they are. The devil has taken creation, what God created, and perverted it completely and totally the higher they get. And I wrote to the Kennedys. I told the Kennedys,
this has nothing to
testify what they did. Well, I'll testify what they did to Kennedys.
Okay. Wow. This has nothing to do with any of that, but it's a question. Do you know if Bernie Mac is still alive, the comedian?
That I do not know. Of course, I'm lousy on names and stuff, but primarily the last 2 I had contact with, where I had sources of information as to whether they're alive or not. Now, they've used a lot of celebrities, and they'll give them alternate IDs. They'll even give them facial surgery to change their look. But the last 2 that I knew about was Elvis Presley and then John Kennedy and his brain. I don't think he's alive. They would have misled me if he's alive. It's beautiful to believe. If they'd have told me he's alive, I would have gone and got together with him, and we'd have gone sturgeon fishing, because I wanted my fishing trip. So yeah.
All right, and looking for more questions.
Well, as a matter of fact, Elvis is alive, and I've got a recent picture of him.
And is that Bob Joyce, or is that just a misnomer?
What's that?
Elvis.
Elvis?
Everybody seems to think that he's the pastor Bob Joyce in Mississippi.
No. As far as I know, he's not pastoring, and Bob Joyce wasn't his name. Yeah. No, that's yeah. No, he looks like Elvis. They didn't change his look. And matter of fact, when we'll do another program one time, I will take a couple. I've got your email, I think. I'll send you a picture of him currently and standing in front of the gold records.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, no, he still looks like Elvis and he still sounds like Elvis. And a group actually organized Elvis getting together with one of his old girlfriends. And they figured she would definitely know if it's Elvis. And I actually saw film footage on that. And when she saw him on the picture, she says to him when she first met him, and I took a picture, and she said, "God, you look so great. I am so glad to see you."
Wow.
Yeah, the real Elvis, matter of fact, most of the guys he's afraid of are probably gone by now. The real Elvis was in Chicago, last I knew.
Okay.
They found him in Florida, and they took him to Chicago.
All right. Tell us a little bit about Majestic 12, because we know it was created. It has I don't know exactly what the the security clearance classification is, exactly how many levels above the president of the United States.
Yeah, it's above the president a couple levels. You've got eyes only. Then you got Majestic or Magic. Well, actually, I like eyes only, Magic, Majestic, and Majestic eyes only or Magic eyes only. So Magic eyes only, that is then for the 12, or like I could look at that. So Magic eyes only would only be me and the 12 I was working with.
Right. And the original makeup of the Majestic 12 crossed the public, private, and military aspect as well, correct?
Oh, the MJ-12 crosses every aspect. They are universal. The MJ-12 is into everything: space, schooling, doctors, research, you name it. And MJ-12's got their finger in it. Anytime something becomes known or great, MJ-12 is working on getting their people in there immediately. MJ-12 had people with the Jim Jones group.
Oh, wow. Wow. Down in Guyana. That's crazy.
Yep. Yeah, MJ-12, any cult that starts becoming influential, they will have one or more of their operatives in that cult, and they will normally be close to the leader. They are excellent at placing people at the right hand of leaders.
They are. And when did you join as the 13th seat for MJ-12?
I signed the contract. Actually, I was made internal affairs for MJ-12 after the '66 incident and after my investigation at Fort Devens with the nuclear warheads. Then they signed me on as an agent for MJ-12 directly. That was in 60. That was I think the last part of '66, and then they sent me to. Then after I did the warhead thing, and the warhead thing I think was January, February, March, or something like that of '67. Air Massachusetts, Fort Devens. Whatever the Air Massachusetts, Fort Devens, if somebody can find the records on that, when they had a nuclear warhead incident there, if it's on the records, it might not be because, but so I think that was around January, February, March of '67. Then they took me into MJ-12 as one of the 12. So then I was like seat 24. So I would have been like seat 24 beginning the end. That's when they took me into the inner circle. And so then when they took me into the inner circle, after that, they sent me to Vent Hill Farms. and the CIA training center and everything. And I did things there, plus at the Pentagon and also in DC, and then at Folker Springs Country Club, where I bartended and got intel. And then from there, they sent me to Germany for the Czechoslovakian crisis. And by the time they sent me to Germany, they said, I've got to go to the Czechoslovakian crisis. By then, they were considering me pretty much, I think, as seat 14. They had moved me up from seat 24 to seat 14. They just kept moving me up because I was that advanced. And so then they told me I was there for the matter of fact, I was on the first hijacking. I suggested that they put our guys in like airline uniforms and stuff, fuel people, repair people, radio people, and all that, and get as close as we could get, and then take them down. And they said, no, we've got about, I think we had 75 or whatever Americans on board of that first plane that was hijacked. And we had 75 or 112. I think there was 75 civilians or 75 Americans, and 112 was the other. One number was like 75 and one number was like 112. And they said, we might lose all of them. And I said, it doesn't matter. I said, I think it was 112 Americans. We're better off losing 112 Americans and let them call us warmongers than we are negotiating with terrorists. I said, when we negotiate with terrorists, we empower them and their numbers will grow. And on that first hijacking, I said, if you negotiate with them, we will eventually lose thousands of American lives because their numbers will grow and you will empower them. I said, they need to know if they become a terrorist, it's death. The end of terrorism is death. You become a terrorist, you signed on to die. Signing on and admitting you're a terrorist is a death penalty, automatic. Because you admit you're a terrorist, we know you've murdered people. And that's the way it should be. And they didn't do it. And what happened? We lost thousands of lives in the war against terror. We lost thousands of lives at 9/11 because they negotiated with them. And that airline deal happened before the Czech crisis. Now, I wouldn't know all this if I wasn't in there. On the Czech crisis, I'm the one who actually came up with the program. And if people know the Czech crisis, all of a sudden it died overnight. Boom. I came up with a program. We had a guy who was fluent in Russian, looked Russian, sounded Russian, could do perfect Russian. We put him in a Russian uniform. And matter of fact, I wonder, we got a Russian uniform for one of our operatives. I better not say too much. I'll wonder off the record. Anyway, we had a Russian uniform, so we made him a Russian KGB colonel. We made me a Russian KBG general. And then we had a couple of steps we did in preparation that I won't talk about because they might be useful in the future. But we prepared things. So then we went into Czechoslovakia, into the Czechoslovakian headquarters. And if anybody even looked like they were going to approach me, my guy would basically tell them they'll be on the Siberian Russian front. You don't dare approach the Russian general, and keep them away from me. We photographed their codes, all of their stuff, brought it back to our operation at Herzl Base, broke their codes, and gave the Russian general and the Czechoslovakian general, we gave the Panzer Division, all those guys, we gave them their orders from the Kremlin an hour before they got them from the Kremlin. And we told them they would get their orders from the Kremlin, and this is what it would be. You'll get your orders in about an hour. When they got their orders, they're calling the Kremlin saying, hey, guys, we got these orders from the Americans an hour ago telling us these will be our orders and we will get them in an hour. And the Americans are perfectly right on. They told the Kremlin, if we marched, they were ready to march. They were going to take Germany. And actually, we knew they would take Germany. We would have been on the beaches of Normandy and stuff again because they were ready to just flat mow down anything. And we didn't have anything to really stop them. We knew we had me ready to go underground as a Bavarian farmer to start the underground resistance all over again. That's where it was. When we did that, and they were afraid they might walk into a nuclear trap and get wiped out, all of a sudden, the Czechoslovakian crisis died overnight. And all you fact checkers, you can check that and find out it's accurate. The old man wouldn't know that if he wasn't in. And I got a kick out of the DD-214 because arts and crafts specialist, what I did was an art, and I had to be crafty. So when we first put that together, I laughed at it, but I didn't ask him what the MI was about.
Wow. So what year did you get pulled into Majestic 12?
I was actually in Majestic 12 as one of the 24 in late 66. So I made it my first year. They had me, they pulled me into being one of the 24 in my first year.
So what is the 24? Explain that.
Okay. You got 12 people who are appointed and they've got autonomy, and that's the main 12. They run everything.
Right.
But they had to set themselves up self-regenerating, self-renewal. So the 24, that's your 12 apostles with 12 disciples. See? So at that point, I became a disciple, but I thought I was serving God and country. I didn't know I was becoming a disciple of Satan's group.
Right.
Because they're working on us to believe that, one, we are the genius. Two, people are too stupid to decide their own destiny. Therefore, three, we must decide their destiny for them. And four, we are 100% correct. Therefore, number five, everything we do is justified. I can kill anybody I want to kill, poison anybody I want to poison, destroy an area with a nuclear holocaust. I can do anything. If I decide to do it, it's right, because I am God for this world. That's what they pulled the 12 into. And then if they believed that, if I would have swallowed that, I would have been number 12.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Michael Aquino. Have you had any encounters with him?
Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino sounds familiar, but I don't. It doesn't. See, when I got out, they took all of the guys. I lost 1,000 friends, my whole group and everything. They took that. I didn't think they could hypnotize me. I went in Monday morning at 6 a.m. for debriefing. I had to go in for debriefing. And the guy says, okay, I've got to hypnotize you. I said, okay, I don't think I can be hypnotized, but whatever. So he took the watch and he's back and forth. You're getting sleepy, but you're not going to sleep. And I'm sitting there going, yeah, okay, this isn't working. You're not going to get this. And I just blinked off. Did I blink off? Oh, that's Michael.
We are sharing the screen.
You got a picture up there. Okay. Yeah. So then he said, well, this isn't working. Let me try the balls. So they got the balls where they click back and forth. He said, watch these. And he goes through his number again. And I didn't know it at the time. He was an MJ-12 hypnotist, and he was the best, because actually they knew they would have a hard time hypnotizing me. So he had to relax me. So he sits there and he says, wow, the bob didn't work and the balls didn't work. You're right. I might not be able to hypnotize you. He says, well, we got this pinwheel, a simple pinwheel. He said, watch the black go into the center. Just watch the black go into the center and see what that does. So I look at the black going into the center. That was the last thing I remembered. When I came out, I looked at my watch. I thought it was 7:30 Monday morning. I looked down at the NCO club, and there's cars all around the club. I go down to the club and I walk in and I go, what's going on? And the guy said, the Friday night band's playing. That's what's going on. Where have you been? I said, well, headquarters. They said, you went up there at 6:30 Monday morning. I said, well, time flies when you're having fun. They actually had me hypnotized, trying to change my memory, wiping out my memory, they wiped out my ability to remember names because they took the Vietnam incident and basically like created too many ghosts. So I talked to another VA psych not long back, and she said, you've got too many ghosts. Your brain doesn't want to remember memories. So they made it like if I remember names, all of these ghosts will come back to haunt me. And she says, you're in a condition where you've lost all these friends and buddies and killed all these people. And your brain is afraid that if you start remembering names, all of these ghosts will come haunt you. So I've actually got a name memory block. It's better now since we did that. And I'll remember names sometimes, but I still have a problem with names. And I'm not having anybody hypnotize me ever again. I'm not sitting down for it. I trusted the guy that was going to try and hypnotize me. I trusted the situation. And now that I know I can be hypnotized, I'm not going to have them hypnotize me because it has taken me over 55 years. Let's see, 69, 68, 69, 69 till now, like 55 years to rebuild what I've been able to rebuild. Because it was like Schwarzenegger with Total Recall. And somebody told me, have you ever watched that movie Total Recall? And I hadn't seen it. I saw the commercial on it, but I never watched it. And I said, no. I said, but Total Recall is what we used to call my memory because audio visual, and I could do a total recall. I could describe everything like playing a movie in my mind. And usually if I need to testify accurately, I try to kind of like play a video in my mind. And they said, man, Total Recall was just like that. And I would get these like dreams, or I'd get a memory, and then I would look up the names, and what happened were a real event. And so that started rebuilding my memory. But that Michael, it sounds familiar. Tell me more about him and I might remember more.
Michael Aquino. Let me share the screen on him.
Put on my glasses.
Wikipedia. All right.
Oh, psychologist. Michael Aquino. I wonder if he's the one who hypnotized me. Born in 46, he'd be the right age.
He just passed away recently, like 3 or 4 months ago.
Oh man, I wish I could have found him earlier. And he's an occultist. Did he go to the right side?
No, he founded the Temple of Set, Church of Satan.
Oh no, that's the guy that hypnotized me. That's why he sounds familiar. I bet you money that's the guy that hypnotized me. He was my same age, and excellent. He was the best hypnotist I ever come across.
Makes sense.
Wow, that's why the name sounded familiar. And he's my age. And then he founded, yep, he would be the one to do that because he was their chief guy for that stuff. He was MJ12's psychologist, wing guy, programmer, mental programmer and stuff. He's the one that came up with stuff. What's that movie? Oh, doggone it. Oh, it was a movie. They psychologically programmed the guy so he gets a phone call, and then he does what they say, and he murders a guy. Doggone, and oh man, Psycho came to mind, but it's not Psycho. Oh dang it! It's an old movie, and the guy gets hypnotized. Doggone. And it had some old actors in it, and he ends up blowing a guy's brains out up against a wall. they call him, doggone. Somebody even asked me one time if I ever saw that movie, and I said, "Oh, but that's what this is about. That's it. That's what the program was like." Doggone. I'm trying to think. What old have you ever heard of some of the old programs where they actually hypnotize a guy to murder?
Oh yeah, MK Ultra.
It wasn't MK Ultra. This is a real old one. This was way back in the black and white stuff.
Oh wow, no.
And it wasn't Humphrey Bogart, but it was one of the famous actors. Oh man, I'm trying to remember. What was it?
Wow.
Somebody asked me if I ever saw that movie where they hypnotized this guy to murder. They would call him and say a certain word. He'd go kill people. Yeah, that's it. Manchurian Candidate. Good man. That's it. Somebody come up with that? That's it. Manchurian Candidate. Yeah. Yeah, Manchurian Candidate. And I don't know if they had it going before Manchurian Candidate or Manchurian Candidate may have been a leak. What year did they do Manchurian Candidate?
I say 67, I want to say. 68.
Was it? Okay, then somebody leaked Manchurian Candidate. That's what happened. Somebody who was involved in the program leaked the Manchurian Candidate capabilities. Yeah, because that's what this guy, that's the kind of stuff this guy will do.
1962 by John Frankenheimer.
There we go.
Based on a 1959 Richard Condon novel, The Manchurian Candidate. So the novel came out in 59, the movie in 62.
See, and I think the novel is what got them thinking in that direction. Was this possible? And then they found out it is possible. They found out one thing. That's why they screen the guys and stuff. Because if a person has like an obsession against doing something and they cannot do it, they cannot program them to do it. They tried to program me. They wanted to make me like a drug addict, serial killer, murderer, you know. And I could kill enemy, you know. And that's one of the reasons I quit and told them I wasn't doing the elimination number anymore, because I found out two of them were innocent, definitely innocent. And I found out that the Communist Party was going around to these shops, telling the shops they needed to give the Communist Party money. And if they wouldn't give the Communist Party money, that they were going to put them on the Communist Party top echelon list as being like money suppliers and equipment suppliers and all that. And the Americans would kill them. I told them, I said, guys, the Communist Party has turned us into their Guido. We are their enforcer. And I told them, I said, we're creating more of their helpers. So I said, no, we can't do this. And so then, I'm not against killing an enemy, but I will not murder another human being, you know? So they couldn't get me to go there. So that's still the case. A person has to be susceptible to it in order to be programmed for it. And with me, everything in me is pro-life.
All right. Just got a message from Jeff. Jeff will be joining us. And I guess the chief is
Keith's still trying?
Yeah, I'm going to call him here in a second. Steph said, always been amazed how a person can ramble for this long. And Steph, I could sit here for probably a month if I could stay up that long and tell you story after story after story about my experiences in prison. And that's just prison. That's not out here in the club scene. That's not dating penthouse pets, Playboy centerfolds. I mean, I got stories about that. I've got tons of stories. I can sit here and just never shut up. So when people have a lot of life experiences that are extraordinary, remarkable, unbelievable, and sometimes flat out crazy, unbelievable, because I have people come up to me and tell me stories about myself, and I look at them and go, "Are you talking about me?" And they're like, "Yeah." "You don't remember?" And I'm like, "I don't have a clue what you're talking about. I've never heard this." And the story is so unbelievable. I should be in jail and in prison for what they told me. And I'm like, "Well, how did I not go to jail?" And they're like, "I don't know. You didn't go." I'm like, "Obviously, but how?" That's just the most unbelievable story I've ever heard. And it's not my story. It's somebody else telling me about me.
Yeah.
And I have tons of these stories that I just don't remember because, I lived in this alcoholic, drug-fueled rage for a couple decades.
Amen.
And thank God I'm here. So we do have a lot of stories. When you have a lot of life experiences and you intermingle with a lot of different people, you have a ton of different stories. Like I could sit here and tell you a ton of stories about Dr. Ed Group of Global Healing, because he and I were friends before he became a doctor, before he even went to chiropractic college here in Houston. But I don't share those stories. But I have them. You want to know about his wife? I have stories about his wife because we were all friends. But I don't share them. I have tons of stories that you would love to hear. But, there's a place for everything, and this isn't the place. So how he can ramble, I decided that people like Noel, Chief, who have had these life experiences, and they've really had nobody to hear their story or document their story. So I decided, myself, that I was going to document as much of this as possible.
Amen.
Because when people like Noel, they pass away, we lose their history. We lose their story. And we can never get it back. And once it's gone, it's gone. And I know that from my own mother's death, because my mother couldn't move her neck, and I sent her to a chiropractor. She did a couple treatments. Chiropractor sent her to a neurologist. Neurologist immediately put her in Spring Branch Hospital. And I got a phone call. And I met with the head oncologist and was told that my mother had liver cancer, blood cancer, bone cancer, brain cancer. Pretty much her cancer had eaten up every organ in her body. And I asked her, I said, how long, what are the protocols? What are treatments? And of course, chemotherapy, we went through all that. Well, my only question is, if I take her home today without treatment, how long will she live? "Oh, a year." I go, "Are you sure about that?" She's like, "Yeah, she'll last a year." And I'm thinking, okay, good. I got at least a year that I can talk to my mom and ask her all these questions that, I knew that they were behind the closet door and I didn't want to let those skeletons out, but now it's time. Well, I took that at heart. 11 days later, I had to disconnect my mom from life support. And remember, I tell you everything under oath. Okay. So I didn't get that chance to ask those questions because I listened to somebody else who I thought was qualified with all those alphabets after her name, that I was talking to somebody who knew what they were talking about. And I got hoodwinked and buffaloed. And I'm still pissed off about it. Still hurt that I didn't get to ask the questions that I wanted to ask. So when I run across people like this and I have this platform, that's what this is all about. Some of it you may not want to hear or you don't need to hear, but I'm putting it on the record for the record. Maybe not for you, maybe for someone in the future. That's what I do this for.
Amen.
I also have visually impaired folks who watch this show. That's why I read everything, because they cannot read that small print. So please be patient with me, the way I operate and the way I do things. Because somewhere in the future, this will be needed, this testimony. because it is documented. And that's all I'm trying to do is document and find the truth. You don't have to believe this. You're more than welcome to change the channel, go somewhere else, listen to somebody else, go do your own research, come back with some questions that I can present to my guests that are real pertinent questions and not a bunch of fluff or bullshit. Okay. And I'm going to try to bring you the best guests that I can possibly get on my show to provide you with the best information. How many people do you know where you can pick up a phone and call them and go, hey, you know who Ted Gunderson is? Yeah. Wow. I just watched his show with his co-author. Did you even know Ted Gunderson had a co-author? I didn't until I was told to go look.
Yeah.
You have managed to stay under the radar for decades. And congratulations for that. And I understand completely why you chose to do that.
You betcha. I got a target on my back now.
Shit. Yeah, absolutely. So
but I promise
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to document this, as much as possible. You never know when, we'll get a report. Noel Benoist passed away in his sleep last night.
I'm not passing into sleep deal too. Yeah.
You see how that works?
My dad
went
that way.
And
my dad, they found my dad dead in the bed.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah. And the thing is, MJ said
that's why I allow him to just scramble.
Yep. And MJ said they would make my life hell. And of course they've tried to kill me. And at 69, it's when I blew the whistle. My dad died, I think it was 71. I think it was right at 2 years. And the coroner of 30 years said he had never seen anything like it. My dad's heart muscles and everything basically exploded at once. And the sound laser can do that kind of thing. I think MJ-12 actually killed my dad. The coroner had no explanation. He just put down died of heart. But he said every heart valve, every heart muscle, and everything, all of it gave out simultaneously at the same time. Boom. 2 years later, my mother suddenly developed a brain aneurysm, and they're operating on her, and it burst, and she had a massive coronary on the table. Every 2 years, I buried somebody real close to me and friends every year in between. That's one of the reasons I left my wife and family to keep them safe, because I knew MJ-12 would go slaughter them and make it look like I did it. And like you said, passing on the information, because I've volumes of information I've got and everything. And I'm 77. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to try and start getting into basically downloading, because then when I go, something might happen and people say, hey, man, I remember Noel Benoist talked about that, or that Benoist guy, or they sell I've been called Benet, Butney, Butnoy. I tell you, call me anything, just don't call me late for lunch.
Right?
Yeah. So, and that's it. And both of us, see, that's really neat that your deal went the way it did. God is balancing the books using you the way he's using you. And God is balancing the books for me, using me the way he's using me. Now, most people, science says most people actually sleep 2/3 of their life away. Well, if people will plug into God, you don't need to sleep 2/3 of your life away, because you get extra energy. So now I sleep probably 5 or 10% of my life away. I think my average is about 4 hours sleep a night. And it's been that way for a long time. And when I was in, there were times I had to go 72 hours straight. No sleep. 72 hours straight through. Well, how many 8-hour shifts have you done in 72 hours? And how many times have you had to do that when various crises are coming up around the world? I used to go through, we had a 50-gallon coffee pot, literally 50-gallon coffee pot, 25 gallons each side. And it was nothing to go through an entire 50-gallon coffee pot on one shift. Because you just like, you got that coffee, keep you going, keep your eyes open, something hot hits your lips, you know. I went
Right.
to do a New Year's celebration thing with a governess in DC, and I took a friend of mine with me. I said, I'm going to fall asleep at the wheel, so you got to go with me. And I told her, I said, I didn't have him here for a chaperone. He's got to come with me to help me get here, because I had to do 72 hours straight. I got a scotch on the rocks, laid down in front of the fireplace, looked at the fire, thought how beautiful, and woke up the next day. my buddy and the governess said Happy New Year together, and she said, let him sleep, he's tired. I literally, one tiny sip of scotch and I was out. Boom. That was it. But that's the kind of workload that I had. You know, I mean, they got basically in 4 years of full-time and a couple of years of part-time or whatever. I still more or less stayed an advisor for some of the guys. But say in 6 years, they got probably 40 years of work out of me. Real easy. So, but
Wow.
that's why I like your show. I like the philosophy of it. My psych profile, you glow. For my end of it, you glow, brother.
Oh, thank you for that.
So,
I'm doing my best. That's all I can do.
hey.
So Ted Gunderson. Let's talk about
Yep.
Ted, your relationship with Ted, how that occurred, how that developed, and your thoughts on his demise.
They had to send me to Washington, D.C. for the D.C. riots. And we knew they were coming up. And when I flew in, I counted basically, I think it was about 16 fires from firebombs from the air, and landed. And then I had to go to, they wanted a big meeting at the FBI headquarters. And so I went to the headquarters and checked in with the head of the FBI there. Let him know I'm the guy from NSA, MAGCOM. See, another name for MJ12, Majestic 12, MAGCOM, and documents with MAGCOM on it. That's us. That's our guys. That's who we were, and who they still are. As a matter of fact, a couple of Secret Service people, when I said MAGCOM 13, their eyes went, whoa. And so Secret Service guys know that stuff too. They know that we're around. And in NSA, they used to call it the inner sanctum. So I checked in with the director and everything, and I saw this guy getting everything ready and ordering this and ordering that. And I had to go through a familiarization training. I had to go through like 2 to 4 weeks with Navy, Marines, and Air Force for their regular and for their intel group, because I had to design missions. So I had to know everything about every branch and all the supporting services and all of the different ranks and everything, and the special services and everything, because then I would have to pick people and groups for missions, which is a lot of stress too, because you're designing missions that can save thousands of lives or cost thousands of lives. So you want stress someday? Put a few thousand lives on your shoulder and know that what you're doing, one little tiny thing, could actually result in 5, 10, 15, 20,000 deaths of our guys. And everything has to be timed perfectly, and everything has to go perfectly, and you have to know everything's going to fit together perfectly. So I had to be into all that. Well, I saw this guy, and I told the director, I said, man, that guy reminds me of a gunnery sergeant. Now, if you've ever been in the Marine Corps, you know gunnies, that's the backbone. I don't care who else, what else in military, whatever. In the Marine Corps, gunnies are the backbone. And every officer worth his salt respects the tar out of gunnies. Gunnery sergeants, man, that's the pistons going up and down in the motor. That's that transmission going round and round. That's the drive line staying in touch and staying all on and moving you down the road. That's your gunnery sergeants. And I said, man, that guy reminds me of a gunny. And the director laughed. I said, what are you laughing for, man? Gunnies are the backbone. He says, oh, I know they are. He said, you know what that guy's name is? I said, what? He said, Gunderson. I said, that's it. And I would not have remembered Ted Gunderson's name but for that incident. Because I said, from this day forward, that's not Ted Gunderson. For me, that's Gunny. And my nickname for Ted Gunderson was Gunny. He was Gunny. And I watched him move, watched him act. I knew he was a straight shooter. I knew none of the directors were straight shooters. They made deals to be director. And so I knew I could trust Gunny. And when I knew I was getting out, I took him boxes of information. And by then he was the chief special investigator for the nation. He made chief special investigator for the nation. I think he made it by then, or he was in consideration for it. They even considered him for director at one time. But he was in a position, I knew I could trust him, and I knew he would get there. So I took him the stuff and I said, okay. I said, here's the deal. I said, every director has a deal with MJ12. He might not have been director yet, but they were considering him for director, and he wanted to stay national. So he refused director, and he took the national chief special investigator spot. I'd have to check my years and stuff for when he did that. But I knew I could trust him. So I stacked him up with information and evidence. I started feeding him stuff. And when I got into Pandora's box, I sent stuff to Gunny. And nobody knew what it was. And I told him, I said, you sit on this. And I said, and when I knew I was getting out, I said, I'm getting out. And I said, you watch what they do to me. I told him, I said, they're going to make my life hell. And they've already let me know I'm going to have relatives and loved ones that'll be dying. But I can't do this number. I mean, even if it cost all of the lives of everybody I love, I'd rather see them in heaven than for me to go to hell and have some of them go to hell, or maybe they're in heaven and I'm in hell. I'm not going there. That was just absolutely, totally against me. That's why I thank God. God raised me up. Matter of fact, he told me, I'm going to raise you in the way you ought to go. And though you may go astray, you will return, and you shall not leave. And I found the definition of that in the Bible, because you raise a child in the way they ought to go, they will not go astray or whatever. And what it is, when I came back to God, he erased the middle. He threw it in the sea of forgetfulness. Therefore, my prodigal son years, when I'm in heaven, they don't exist. I'm a son of God who never went astray. That's who I am in heaven. And everybody who's gone astray, if you return to God, and that's the way you should go, just get back to God. Get back to God. He covers it with the blood of Jesus. It's invisible. It's not seen anymore. You might have some blank pages in your book in heaven, and then God at the end brings it all together. And now the finished book, it's none of that stuff exists anymore. It's in the sea of forgetfulness, remembered no more. It don't exist. It's gone, man. It's wiped out. And so that's me. That's me today. And so basically, even though I asked God to leave some of the sorrow for being a prodigal son, I wanted to leave that for now. It can be gone later. But I want to keep some of that sorrow and some of those memories so that I never go there again. I don't ever want to make those choices again. I don't ever want to do that stuff again. I don't want to be tempted. I want that to be on my absolute eternal reject list. And so I keep some of the sorrow, and that also helps motivate me to go through some of the crap I've been through. I had to fly below the radar. I had to, all my family, I basically excommunicated from cousins, brother, wife, children, best friends, everybody close to me. I had to hit the ejection button. And people don't know. I used to go by the road, turning off on Highway 5, going to one of the towns where all my old school buddies were. And I had to let friends and family think I was the worst human being on earth. I had to let MJ12 use their smear and fear. And I had to just keep going forward no matter what. I wanted to go see my friends. I wanted to go see my family. I would cry. I would weep and cry so bad I couldn't even see the road. And I just said, Lord, keep me in my lane and don't let me have an accident. You know, I can't see the road right now. And God would put my vehicle on autopilot somehow. And I don't know sometimes how many miles I went without being able to see the road or talking to God. I know one time I was 8 kilometers from Nuremberg. And when I was kind of like back in my okay body position and everything, I saw a sign that said Munich, 8 kilometers. I had gone hundreds of kilometers, did not build an accident, did not have an accident, but I could not describe or tell you 1 inch of those hundreds of kilometers. I could not tell you vehicles. What I went by, I could not tell you anything. God was in control, keeping me on the road and keeping me safe. And I had a vision one time, and I was driving. And I went out so far, the earth was like an aspirin. And pretty soon I said, boy, Lord, I'm on a road down there somewhere. You better get me back in my car before I have an accident. And all of a sudden it was like, whoom, I come back, I'm driving, and there I am. So, yeah, you know. And hey, a spleen that should not be proves supernatural. My medical files show my spleen was completely removed. I got a 24-inch scar up and over because of that worm. They had to open me up wide, and they had to put a plastic bag in there, and then they had to clip and snip each end so that if the worms got out, they would be in the plastic bag, not in me, because if they got out in me, I would have sores breaking out all over the place.
Wow, that's nuts.
So I got that videotape, and I'll try to get you a copy of that. You can play it, and the doctor's talking. That right there should not be there. That's a perfectly round spleen. Perfect.
Wow. Yep, we'll do that. I have Jeff Rahm backstage. I'm going to bring him on here for a minute. Hop on, give us some RV update news. I can put you in backstage if you'd like to take a restroom break or anything.
I'm good to go. Yeah,
okay.
I'm enjoying the show. I'm enjoying everything. I'm having fun,
right.
man. This is what I'm put on earth for, baby. So I'm in a heyday.
Okay, well, good. We're going to continue on.
Undercover gets smothered for a while, you know.
Right? Yeah. Let's bring Jeff on here so he can get on with his day. How you doing, Jeffrey? You're muted.
Hello, Jeffrey.
He's muted.
Uh-oh. Open it up, Lord. Open the sound. Come on.
All right.
We need sound for everybody. Holy Spirit, flow through the wires and flow through everything. We know the enemy's mad. Yeah. We're glad. We're going to have some more good stuff.
He's trying to work it out. You're still muted, Jeff.
RAHM looks German. Is Jeffrey German?
I would think so. Yeah, Rahm.
Yeah.
Can you hear us, German. Jeff? You're still muted, though. Your microphone.
Kannst du noch Deutsch sprechen, Jeff?
Go down in the bottom left. You should see your mute button.
Jeff, wenn du Deutsch sprechen kannst, einfach Ja sagen oder Nagen.
I don't know if he could understand you. You're still muted.
The last time I was able to speak much in the way of German was
There we
74.
All right.
Hey.
There we go. The
Yes.
bar down the bottom was below the screen. I couldn't see it until I scrolled the whole screen up. Sorry about that.
Okay. Do you know the Honorable Noel Benoist?
I know of Noel. Hello.
Jeff?
Hey.
Noel, meet Jeff.
Glad to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And you
Yeah.
both are friends of Chief LC Fast Horse. That's how you've both come on to my show.
There you go.
Right.
So, Jeff, can you speak German still? Or just speak any?
I am German. The word Rahm is the German word for cream.
Yep.
But yeah, I speak German. Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, Hoffennugen.
Ich kann entweder Hochdeutsch sprechen oder ich kann auch die bayerische Dialekte sprechen.
Okay. Well, Jeff, we addressed the whole securities issue with the securities broker, the other Jeffrey Rahm. And so I went through that at the front. Obviously, there's many Jeff Rahms in the world. So I've covered that for you so you don't have to address that issue. You can get on with the RV news if you want. You can address Elizabeth's appearance over on the Dr. Kia Pruitt show. I kind of poo-pooed that at the beginning of the show as well. But yeah, the floor is yours.
Well, Jeff Rahm is so popular now that now they're putting food out with his name on it. Ramen.
Yes.
Top ramen.
Yeah,
everybody in the world is going to start ramen.
Ramen and noodles. Yeah.
Right.
Well, Floyd, we have a few guests tomorrow for tomorrow's show, so let's talk about that later. But I guess right now,
Okay.
Elizabeth Rodriguez Ruiz, just quick touch. I don't want to keep beating a dead horse, but first she was the chosen one, then she was the queen, and then I think on today's show she was the princess, and also the executor, the sole pen to release the entire world. Come on, stop it. These people got to understand, bloggers and all the people taking runs at the hill, so to speak. They got to understand you're hurting people. Cut it out. There's so many people that put their lives aside because tomorrow's the day. You're preying on the desperation, the quiet desperation of so many, and the desperation of the sick and the elderly, and stop it. It hurts people to keep saying tomorrow. We hear a lot of, I know Wolverine, I know you said you're not going to hear from me anymore because I can't speak about it because it's tomorrow, it's the next day, it's the next. Stop that. That hurts people. I mean, let's assume you have no financial interest, which I guess you do because you're signing non-disclosure agreements, but assuming you don't, and your heart's in the right place, and you're just doing this to help people, you're not helping people. It hurts people. In fact, you all bloggers who now and then stumble across real information and then run out there and blow it. Now, if you're out there telling everybody about it, you're also telling the bad guys about it. So again, you've hurt the process. It probably would have started already by now had people not been out there. Even myself has said some stuff where I got off the air and later said, I got to tone that stuff down. But combined, all the bloggers have probably cost us another year. Probably would have been done by now if we weren't out spoiling the secrets and the plans of the white hats and the release and the plans. Yes, most of it's BS, most of it's disinformation, most of it's a psyop. That's true. But when we do come across crumbs of truth and we tell the bad guys about it, well, we just hurt us. We hurt us all. Well, the same thing happens in false information. When you spread that false information and that false hope, and you know who you are, it hurts us. If your heart's really in the right place, stop that. It's not healthy for everybody. It hurts the community, and it hurts individuals. I am a victim. I mean, Oki, the oil man, was putting down the flaps, putting down the gear, landing tomorrow. We were paid. And then he went around the earth 4 or 5 times with the gear down. And I don't know whatever happened to Oki. I hope he landed safely somewhere. But gosh, that was 2010 through 12 that destroyed me in many ways, that I fell victim to the same damn thing. And of course, the count on Obama, when Obama was in office, and I didn't do the numbers, but if I recall, it was like 360 times he agreed to move forward. So there was this false announcement that Obama agreed. He did, of course, but the objective was to trick us all, and he was being paid to or not paid to, and the stories go on and on and on. Nonetheless, when the president of the United States says, "Okay, I acquiesce, we'll let the global currency reset roll," I don't. This is a silly example, but you quit your job, or you didn't take the job, or you sold your house or bought a car. Whatever you did was some reaction to the lies we were fed, and it hurts us all. So, to all the bloggers, stop giving away the secrets, because you're making it longer. It only spreads us out longer. If you really think you have something, shut up. If you really want to help us all. And, you kind of got to understand that you have a responsibility here to keep your mouth shut. And I've just recently been reminded of that myself. To the fake news bloggers, even if your heart's in the right place, and I know what motivates people, I just don't know. But assuming your heart's in the right place, you're hurting people on a personal level. So cut it out. So I don't know how we got off there, but Reno, new news out of Reno, RV news, blah, blah, blah. I spoke to a very high up at Reno today, a personal friend of mine that we've been friends with 30 years. And he said, in his opinion, that nothing's going to happen, not even Iraq, until after the election. And I said, well, Iraq can't even hang on till after the election. These people are dying. They're already talking about the lower denominations and loading the machines. And, they're already at the verge, already discussing it openly. How could they hang on? And he said, I don't know, but he really doesn't believe that. So I said, well, what about the World Trade Organization ascension, which was supposed to have happened yesterday? And I'm told it did, but with no fanfare. It passed very quietly in the night without really triggering anything, which was the supposed rumor. It was one of the events that would trigger. I had another rumor. Reno rumor came in today. So one squashed it, said not till after the election, and another came in and said no. I'm going to let Lisa speak to that further on the side or on your next show. Or Lisa, come on, call in. But Lisa feels that it was, sometime in September. And I can't say why, because she asked me not to. But maybe she can hint to it better than I can. So that's another guess. And then, of course, we've got all the bloggers, which are tomorrow. On Monday, Reno was convinced that it was Monday. And then later in the day, Monday, when I called Reno and called them out on it and said, will you come on the show and say that? They said no, that it'll be later today. And then later in the day, they said, nope, it'll be at midnight tonight. So that can got kicked too. So when's the RV? When's the money released? When's it all happening? I'm giving you the array of things that I have heard in the past 24 to 48 hours. What's true? I'm going to have to let you decide. I don't have that crystal ball.
Yeah. Instant in season and out of season works better. Be ready. Be ready.
Yeah.
Stay ready. And that's what gets me about DC, because they put this stuff out, and I told them, I said, guys, they do all these polls and all these surveys, and national security gets every single letter and every single number. I said, you're telling the enemy exactly what they need to do to beat you. Surprise attack is the best attack. So be ready. Hey, we got to be ready for a surprise attack, and we got to be ready to have one.
Right. And you're telling the enemy exactly. And we're still feeding the enemy. I mean, with every stop at a fast food restaurant, at every place that you go that BlackRock owns, that Vanguard owns, you're feeding the enemy your money to hurt your kids and you. I mean, it's insanity that people still keep subscribing to these television channels that support pedophilia. And, purportedly Disney's one of the biggest, and yet people are buying that subscription, and others and others and others, even being shown all the pedophilia that they support, supposedly and openly. We're still giving them money, still going to Disney.
That's one of the reasons I don't do business with Amazon, because Amazon did the big push to get homosexual boys and girls in Boy Scouts.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Amazon donated a big bunch of money and pushed getting homosexual boys and girls in Boy Scouts. You cannot discriminate. And I said, that's it. Amazon gone for me. Yeah.
Gosh, as I go through my life, I'm doing that everywhere I go. Oh, no more of them. I'll never buy that again. Oh, no more of them. I'll never buy that again. And the list has gotten so long. Life's getting inconvenient, but that's where they get us. Everything they feed us is so convenient, like cell phones, that people trade in their health and their time, for convenience. I mean, you'll hold an electromagnetic cell phone to your head for convenience. Is everybody aware? Remember we used to buy cell phones and they had earbuds that came with them?
Yeah.
And now today you cannot buy a cell phone that comes with earbuds. Now in the old days, nobody could sue the cell phone companies because, hey, it says, that little fine print when you first get your cell phone, and it's like a million little legalese, and we just say, yeah, I agree, and we hit it. Well, in there it says, I agree not to hold this while in operation. I agree to hold this to my head. And what do? We hold it to our heads, and we hold it while it's in operation, and we use it as a computer and a cell phone and text and everything. And they say, so when you go to sue them and you have brain cancer, they say, look, we gave you a 4-foot wire. It says right here not to do that. You agreed not to do that. Go away. You can't sue us. Nowadays, everybody's just giving up on that whole thing, and they don't even sell it with a cord anymore. You don't even get earbuds with it anymore. And so you go buy your own earbuds. Where are you going to plug it in? There's not even a hole for it anymore. So then they leave you the choice of, well, you can plug it in to the battery charging portal, but then you can't charge the battery while you're talking. And if you can, you find these wires and splitters, and they hiss and hum, and they get hot. And it's just a nightmare. They want you to hold that sucker to your head. Electromagnetic radiation.
Yep, I'm an old dinosaur, so I still got my cell phone SE, and I put it on audio when I talk, so I'm holding it out here and talking, and I've got my earbud deal. I can still poke into it.
Okay, well, the FCC license lists Samsung. I mean, the safe level of electromagnetic radiation for you to be exposed to and holding it to your head is 0. The safe amount of electromagnetic radiation for you to be exposed to and holding it in your hands is exceeded by 4 times that of FCC standards on Samsung equipment and 6+ times that on Apple equipment. So even though I prefer one over the other, others, I use a Samsung because it's the least powerful electromagnetic radiation. The little white earbuds y'all are putting in your ears, you're putting a cell phone on each side of your head. Pull it out. You're an idiot.
Yeah, I haven't used my earbuds in a long time, but I've got them.
It's a microwave. It's a microwave oven. You're putting it on each side of your brain. It's bad enough on one. Now you're doing it on 2. And it was, it's low power. Really? I could walk out to my mailbox 50 yards down the road and still be talking on my earbuds to my cell phone laying on my desk.
Yep. And that's part of what they used in the low frequency sound laser that is the destructive laser. They can hit somebody with it and lower their immune system. But they found with the low frequency sound laser, they can combine microwaves and everything. And that's what allows them. Before, when it first came out, you could start at a pinhead, and a mile out, it would be a mile wide, mile high cone. But when they put microwave and light and other things with it, that allows them to control the sound laser to hit somebody. And if anybody hears like a vibration buzzing in your head, you've been hit with the sound laser. It'll cause a vibration buzzing inside your head. and it could be inadvertent. They might be aiming at somebody else. But if you ever hear that, take a bunch of vitamins and build your body up real quick. Get that immune system back. And you can't OD on C. Excess OD on C goes out in the urine. So you hear a vibration like that, man, pump the vitamins you can, and anything that builds your immune system.
Geez, Floyd, sorry to take over your show. Did you want to talk about something? What was it? I forget.
Well, Big John says very simple to get the Admiral Secretary on the phone, or maybe you don't have that kind of contact, but I'm sure you have access to the Admiral.
Yeah, I have a Reno. You can pick up the phone right now and call them. I have them all set up for tomorrow's shows also. But if you can, I send him that link you sent me. I'll forward it over to him, and maybe he'll jump on audio, but not on camera. He's let me tell you about this guy. He's extraordinarily well connected. He knows Gerald Rand. He knows all about med beds. He's connected at the CIA, FBI level. He is I don't know if you've ever been to academia.com, where they have very serious white papers written by some very smart people. He's got like 1,000 white papers up there. The guy's a freaking genius. He's also going to speak to us about bubble tech, which is basically building positive energy emitting antennas that you put all around in flower pots or build them the size of a house, predicated on what you want to do, and they emit intention and good vibration. Basically, he's going to talk all about them and where to look them up and how to build them, and he also could do a segment on aliens if you really want to get him started. He can talk. The guy, he's a physicist, and he could talk over your head. I mean, we're going to have to restrain him, because he gets on a roll, and the next thing you know, doesn't mean anything to the rest of us.
Yeah,
he gets deep, and then he gets too deep, and you can't stop him.
Yeah.
But if you want, Floyd, I'll send him that link and give him a quick call and tell him to come on the show and see if he'll talk to us about what do you want to ask him.
That was Big John. He's watching. He'll post over here in the comments.
No, didn't you just ask me if we could call Reno?
Yeah.
All right, calling Reno. Hang on a minute here. We're going to call this guy, we're going to call him Merlin the Magician, okay?
There you go.
Right. Merlin Hill.
This is just how we're going to call him.
Yeah, I've had a few code names in my past.
Well, from now on, he's Merlin, and careful not to get him on too big a roll, and he'll be coming in your window there any minute. Let me tell him not to hook up on the just audio. Can you block his face?
Yeah.
Okay, he'll be on tomorrow too.
Okay.
We're going to do multiple shows tomorrow with him on multiple subjects. I've been working on the content and the categories.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
While you're waiting for him to answer.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you go to your computer, look at such and such email 10, and code name you are Merlin the Magician. Come on, there'll be no video, just audio, like I promised. We're gonna call you Merlin, and we just want a quick chat, quick introduction today, quick hello, and maybe touch on RV or Reno. Okay, go to your computer, click on the link, and you're in. You got it. Authorization 43417. Bye. Okay.
No wand or magic dust required.
Knows who I am. We give each other code numbers so that you just when you can't see each other, you want to make sure we're real. This is him. 1 second. He's got to give me another authorization code.
You can just put him on speakerphone if you want.
Hey, can you go to your email 10? Are you on it? Yeah. I'm on the show right now. I want you to come on and quick say hello. You're Merlin. That's your name. You couldn't hear me before. Okay. You're Merlin. That's your name. Okay. We're just going to touch on RV. We're going to touch on RV. You're not going to have any visual, just an audio. Click on the link, such and such email 10. Got it?
If he has a camera, tell him to kill his camera.
If you have a camera, you can put your thumb over it or scotch tape or, whatever you want, or we could kill you on this end. But just quick introduce yourself, maybe say what you do, who your background, and touch on some RV pointed question, maybe. Okay? And then again, we're going to talk tomorrow in great length, but just a quick hello, okay? All right. Give me the authorization code, please. Good. All right. Bye. All right. Merlin the Magician, literally. This guy is connected.
Cool.
Like connected.
Currently connected.
Multiple government levels, from Interpol to CIA to
That's
MR,
where I was. Yeah, I was
MI6,
that go-between for
FBI,
Interpol. Yep.
Interpol, FBI, freaking beyond.
Sounds like he's in a position similar to my old position.
Beyond aerospace, dude. Picks up the phone, calls Reno anytime he wants, direct.
Perfect segue until we wait for him. Jeff, tell us a little bit about your aerospace engineering background.
I got into aerospace. I love airplanes and aerospace, and I'm a pilot. And I had all kinds of really cool designs. So I went to school, got a degree in aerospace engineering, and then I got a job with one of the majors, and right out of college. And I had designs for supersonic noses. I had designs for supersonic tips. I had designs for self-exhaust that could hush the exhaust. I was going to redefine the aerospace industry. I was, young and dumb. And they stuck me in a cube and said, see you in 6 months, design this hinge. By my big, the escape of the day was lunch. So I didn't like it, and I left and went and got a bunch of experience in the wafer industry. I ran 412 people for Hewlett-Packard in Fort Collins, Colorado. We were a pick and place, wave soldering, wafer technology. We did all kinds of high-tech stuff that was right up my aerospace industry interest. My experience in aerospace and my specialty is in structures and in composites. I am I don't know what level we'll call it. I'm an aerospace composites guru, if you will. And I specialize in structures, pre-preg, vacuum bag, oven bake, RTMs, old fashioned, all kinds of stuff that is really beyond the audience's understanding for me to even bother. But at any rate, we take frozen bags of carbon and vacuum it into molds and stuff it in onion ovens and make aerospace parts. But at any rate, I had a large aerospace company in Florida. We had 100 men and 54,000 square feet. I started it in a T hangar with one airplane. When I grew it to a large level, that airplane company changed. The engines they were using had a problem, and you could no longer get insurance for that airplane. So I went out and I designed my own, and I set records in the industry for speed, climb. I set records in sales. I was on the cover of magazines and newspapers and speaking engagements at large aerospace shows and industries. It was a great time in life. And then in 2008, Obama came into office and the industry changed. I saw it coming and sold my business. And I was in the renewable energy business also. I had the world's largest renewable energy park. Floyd, I don't know why your link's not working. I sent him the one you sent me, and he's not coming in, I guess.
Oh, he was here, but his mic and camera were muted, so it wouldn't bring him into the studio. So he's got to unmute those, come to backstage, and then stop his camera, unmute his mic, and I'll put him in the on stage.
Hey, Jeff, did you ever know Clayton
There he
Quarles?
is.
Jeff,
Who?
Did you ever know Clay Quarles? Clayton Quarles.
Okay, that's a person's name? I can't say I do.
Yeah, he was with NASA when the first rocket went up, hovered, and then fell off the side and blew up. It took him about 5 minutes to draw the schematic for the spinning nose cone and tell him, put this on it, that'll stabilize it. And he delved into hydrogen power.
Yeah, you have to go to the bottom of your screen, scroll your screen up in the air, and at the bottom, there's a toolbar along the bottom. You got to unmute yourself, stop your camera, mute your camera, unmute your microphone, go into the studio and talk to Floyd behind the studio screen, and then he'll bring you in once you're set up and working and you feel comfortable. It's these Hollywood guys. I'm just learning it myself. I don't know anything about it. Just come on. All right.
It's all this user-friendly stuff that drives us crazy.
Yeah.
I told my old tech, I said, if we had this user-friendly stuff when we were in, we'd have lost the Cold War. He laughed, and he said, isn't that the truth?
So I put $25 million into the world's biggest renewable energy park out near White Hills, Arizona, right in the center of a federal energy corridor, and put all the money into improvement of the ground and getting it all set up. Was going to save the planet, and plumb it all into California and save them all in one big 2,000 megawatt lump. And then Obama got in office, and even though he's the green guy, none of the banks would give me loans on renewable energy parks for solar and wind. And then, of course, I became a competitor. The United States government became a competitor to me, and Harry Reid and Obama were stealing all the big energy contracts that I'd worked on for years. And when I went storming out into Harry Reid's office with my finger in his face, storming past the secretary, and angry as could be that he strung me along and told me he couldn't help me and then took the deal for himself, the police hauled me out of there, and I wasn't allowed to go back there anymore. But yeah, I got beat by the United States government, and competing with private industry. It's been going on for a gazillion years. So I got out of the business with my tail between my legs in 2008 in both the aerospace industry and the renewable energy industry. The market had changed and nobody was buying. I was selling $300,000 personal airplane toys that were, basically a family SUV, a little rocket ship that you and the family could get in and blast off and load it to the hilt and go 1,500 miles at 210 miles an hour for a lot less money than anything you could buy out of the general aviation Cessna, Piper, Cirrus market. So we went further and faster for a lot less money. And when Obama got in office, my sales went from 40 or 50 airplanes a year down to about 12. And then when he actually started running, they dropped down to about 2. So I quick sold the company. But, just at that moment, he actually got elected. I mean, I felt like Jimmy Stewart in It's a Wonderful Life. I had people coming to me that wanted their money back. And I was like, Jimmy, I said, Bob, I don't have your cash. It's over there in your wings. And Tom, I don't have your money back. It's over there in your engine. And Bill, everybody calm down. I don't keep your money in cash. I put it into your airplanes that you ordered. I build you an airplane. And so we went from the hottest thing, under the sun in the aerospace industry, the kids on the block that were just slaying it big time. And I mean, I had FU money. We were doing it. And then boomed up into the renewable energy industry, and the whole thing went to crash. In 2008, when Obama came in, we couldn't get loans. Government competed for the contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Customers in the aerospace industry clammed up. The day of $300,000 discretionary income toys for blasting around in high-performance composite airplanes was over, and it still is. Obama came in and began to sell off the general aviation industry to the Chinese, and the whole thing almost went extinct. The United States is the estuary where pilots are born and trained, and the planes we use to train those pilots, the infancy of all general aviation starts here, and all pilot training starts here. And Obama sold it almost all off to China.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, we couldn't get Merlin on. Big technical difficulties. You know these geniuses.
He can't unmute himself. Why don't you just put him on speakerphone?
Okay.
Can you do that?
I didn't know what the feedback on the microphone and all that would be. Okay, here we go.
We're going to find out.
1 second, please.
Let me.
They can't.
When we finish, you'll have a glowing personality.
Geniuses. They can't tie their shoes. I swear.
Yeah,
but they can build you a rocket ship to Mars.
Fast.
Hey, Merlin. How you doing? Well, I'm going to put you on a speakerphone. How's that work for you? Oh, you're in the room? He says he's in the room.
No, I just kicked him out, but he's still muted. Tell him to log back on.
He said he just kicked you out, that you were still muted.
And there's Fast Horse.
It says Chief Fast Horse. Yeah, we don't want him. We want you. Merlin.
Yeah, I just got off the phone with Chief. He's getting in his limo going somewhere.
Okay, I'm going to put you on speaker. You ready? You're going to go live. Here we go. You're not going to be visual, but you're going on speakerphone. Merlin, say hi to Floyd.
Yeah, howdy, Floyd. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How you doing? Welcome to the show.
Great. Thank you.
So, Jeff, go ahead and take over.
Oh, okay.
Ask him what you need to ask him.
Hey, Merlin, do you want to give us a little background on your I said that, you're connected throughout the government and the rest of the world to a small degree, and we want to leave it that way. Just touch on it. And that you were a physicist, is my understanding.
Yeah, I'm a spiritual physicist, probably the world's most advanced physicist, which is verifiable. Advanced spiritual physicist, that is. But because physics, science in general, does not recognize the ethers, because Einstein said they don't exist, then because I recognize the ethers, know exactly how they work, what the properties of them are, everything about them. Described them, it's all written down. On academia, there's 76 million researchers and 16,000 institutions, and I'm in the top 1/10 of 1% of all that, because people want to know the truth. And because I know how the ethers work, basically way ahead of all physics, all science, everything has been written is bullshit, So.
Hey, Floyd, he can say bullshit, right? He can say bullshit without YouTube digging us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is that okay?
You can cuss on YouTube.
Okay, but not the F word, right?
You could say the F word, but the audience probably would not appreciate it. But yeah.
Merlin, go easy, because it limits your audience. People don't like it.
You can use frankly, friends.
Hey, Merlin, what do you know about RV and Reno and the rumors? What's your take?
Nothing's happening. Nothing has happened as yet. Everything is ready. Grandfather Lee was there about 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, the Chinese elders and the Indians, American Indian nations, were there in Reno. They met with the Admiral, a few other people. I'm very connected to Reno.
Okay. We had recently heard that Reno was full and that the elders were there and that the airport was full and they were paying out. I think Wolverine was saying they were paying out and it was full. And any of that true?
No, none of it.
Okay.
Nobody's paying out. There's not one dime going to move in Tally RV, except for there's supposed to be some bonds paid out. Some of the old bonds have already been paid in off-balance sheet funds. Nobody can spend those monies. And so there will be a code issued that will release those monies. So that's supposed to happen 3 days before the RV. That hasn't happened yet.
Okay. Do you believe in 800 numbers coming out to let everybody call in to get an appointment?
Well, yeah, of course there'll be an 800 number. It has to be. It's the only way you can do it, really. There has to be a trigger event, and everybody will know what it is. And what that trigger event is, and when it is, nobody knows. If there was anybody, any human, that knew exactly when the RV is going to be, then I'd know. But there's nobody knows because it's being run by a quantum computer. Quantum computers interrogate the gap, interrogate darkness, basically. And absolutely everything starts in darkness. There's an image in darkness every microsecond, the whole multiverse. It all blinks in and blinks out, because as you traverse the ethers, you have to blink. You have to blink in and blink out. And everything does, every microsecond. That's another thing that physics doesn't tell us. Some physicists do, but very few.
Cool. Well, let's see. We wanted to touch on Reno. We want to touch on the RV. Floyd, was there something in particular until tomorrow that Merlin might be able to shed some light on?
Let me ask this. He may or may not know. You may know the answer. I don't know. Who is the admiral and why is that admiral in charge of all this?
I'm told we shouldn't talk about that. I was told we shouldn't use his name, that they really object to using his name. And that's why we're sort of general about Reno. But it's your show. I'm just saying I'm not going to use that name. And Merlin, that's up to you, but that they might object.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
Yeah, I know.
Persona non grata.
And he was a Navy SEAL, and then he became the commander of a nuclear submarine, and now he's in Reno. When he's in Reno, he was a professor of nuclear physics at UNR Reno.
Merlin, they say don't talk about it.
Yeah, and his job is to sign, to pledge the gold that's parked there in Nevada, several carloads, several train loads, that's on the Indian reservation. I know exactly where it's at. That's the other thing. There's good guys from the company there guarding the gold, guarding the new U.S. Treasury that's there, and there's an NSA unit drilled into the Sierra Mountains down by Gardnerville. They made a hole in the mountain and put a unit, an NSA unit in there. So it's very well locked down, basically, Reno. Nothing moves if they don't know about it. And there's 100 and some guys with guns and badges that are good guys from the company in Langley.
They're going to be at your door.
That are there.
I'm teasing you. I said they're going to be at your door after this show.
No, this is the original station chief that was there held the ledger. It's a friend of mine for years and years and years. Held the ledger and release codes for all of the PRC heritage funds. The ledger was about, amazingly, 10,000 pages.
What's a station chief? What's a station chief?
The guy that's in charge of all those other guys that are there guarding the place.
Okay.
At the time, there was 200. There's over 100 now. I don't know how many exactly. But those guys aren't getting paid. They're there just on Social Security and so on and so forth. That's how they're surviving. But they're still doing their job, and doing a very good job of protecting. For example, when General Dunsford was there some years ago, they got him out of his limo right before it blew up. So they're spooks. They know what's going on.
Okay. Well, that's a good opener, 2 cents. What do you say we call Merlin tomorrow for tomorrow's show? And
absolutely,
might organize a few categories for the shows. Try to.
Before Merlin goes, by the way, so that he knows too, I picked up on J.D. Vance being basically a MJ mole. And so I'm running a write-in campaign against J.D. Vance. And I told my 146 million silent majority, basically write my name in, we'll kick Vance out, because I knew the plans that they had in that realm. And if I get in, I can guard Trump's back. Plus, I can take care of a lot of stuff. I know exactly how to shut the door in all the right places.
He'll be at your house too soon.
Yeah. Well, matter of fact, Vance was supposed to meet with me. Check this out. Now, Vance said he wanted to meet with me. Trump told him to meet with me, right? I went to Reno, and instead of my name and the Secret Service there, I said, well, check, see if my name's on the list. Instead of my name, now, God had me bring my credentials with me. Instead of my name being on the list, there was an order to hold me and turn me over to the CIA. And I laughed. I said, that figures, because I blew the whistle on them. But I showed them my credentials, and they said, none of us here are high enough to hold you. My credentials go way over the top of those guys. And they said, however, if I was you, I think I'd hit my car and hit the road. I said, see you later, guys. Then I get a deal from Vance. We need to get together. I said, hey, you lying sack of crap. If you wanted to get together, you'd have been at Reno. My name would have been on the guest list. And instead, you wanted me held for the CIA, and the CIA has been the boys' hit team for decades. So, and I just told them, get lost. I'm going to run my write-in campaign all the way to the end, and I'll let my guys, all of our people can vote for me, and he's out. Vance is gone.
All right, good on you.
Oh, sorry, Merlin. Okay, I'm hanging up on you.
Be sure to thank him for coming on.
I'm telling you, he's an interesting guy. Very guy.
Yeah, we'll have him back tomorrow for sure.
Well, there's a 3-letter agency at my door. I gotta go.
Right. So, we'll be grateful to have him on tomorrow. Hopefully we can work out all the technical issues. We need to get together before the show, Jeff, and get all that worked out so you can work seamlessly from your end. Anything else that you want to add?
My Middle East correspondent, who is also our precious metals gold silver guy, is currently under contract with the United States government as a Middle East advisor, and they won't let him come on the show until his contract expires in a few months in the fall. So that guy's out, but we still have Reno on physicists and alien and medbed and medbed technology and bubble tech and all kinds of things to talk about with Merlin. And I have a few others I'm trying to reel in, but let me see.
What is bubble tech?
Bubble tech is a way of taking good vibrations, energy, and intention, and you can sculpt the intention, and you build it so that it's a transmitter. So, for instance, a small one would be like a 10-inch wide diameter flower pot with at the bottom is crystals and Merlin will explain all this, and it's on YouTube and Facebook and all kinds of stuff. But it basically like I've never done one. I've only seen them build on Facebook, and Merlin's all about it. But you can build the size of a pyramid or the size of a pot on your back patio. But a copper rod down the bottom of the pot to some crystals that goes to like beach sand and dirt, and then maybe lavender if you want to project calmness, and something else if you want to project that, and then cover it all up with cement and sand and dirt and cap it at the top, and it looks like a potted flower on your back patio, but with a copper wire sticking out of it. And that copper wire is transmitting energy and intention, and you can sculpt the intention and increase and decrease the amount of energy projected. And Putin's big in these, and Putin's building them huge, the size of buildings all around Russia. And one of Merlin's projects, the U.S. military's project, is to build these things all over the place. It's like a good vibration sender, a good vibration frequency intention device.
Yeah. MJ had that stuff in planning long back, along with MK Ultra. They wanted everybody to feel like everything is good and feel good, and then use MK Ultra to get people moving in whatever direction they want them to move in for mass control.
Huh.
And you feel good about it.
Well, now they're just giving them weed. Well, they say the 5G, when they turn it all on us with whatever frequency, that if you're a weed head, that it doesn't get into your brain or something. I don't know. I've heard it has good effects, but who knows?
Well, they're finding all kinds of stuff. They actually found some really kind of cool stuff with colors, though. There's kind of like a color pink. You could have a person,
the weed or the
freaking
5G
out and raging, and they get them in this pink room, and they're suddenly calm, and their strength is just like gone. It takes your strength away. A certain color of pink, you could lift 300 pounds, and then you look at this color pink, and you can't even lift 50.
I watched that on 60 Minutes, where they went into a hardened prison, and they took these guys and measured them, curling weights and pressing stacks of weights. And then they shoved them all out of the room. And they painted the same room all pink. They came back in and could hardly do half the weight they were doing.
Yeah, it works. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's amazing what colors and different things do to our brain and to our spirit and everything else, you know?
Well, the opposite was done. Rap music was intended to enhance and incite violence in the prison system, because prison system was overcrowded, and all those guys are covered with insurance. And then, of course, there's insurance rap and performance raps and bond after bond, 3 bonds on every prisoner, as well as life insurance policies. So rap was actually induced with the intention of inciting violence in prisons and in youth.
Yeah, let them kill each other off.
Purportedly.
Yeah, MJ would say, hey, we're not killing them. They're killing each other. You know, let the riffraff kill the riffraff.
Yep. So get rid of the prison population and make a buck on it, selling music and their life insurance policies, and we get to dip in their bond. Remember, if they're under their lives, their bond's worth billions of dollars, but if they die, the state collects it. They win-win.
Yep. That's right. Yeah.
the way around.
All the way around. load up those prisons. We get paid to put people in prison. The United States has the highest rate of incarceration because we have bonds and performance bonds, and if a judge puts a person in prison, they get like $200,000, $250,000, and then the cop gets money, and the prosecutor gets money. Everybody makes a buck, including your own attorney. Are they going to admit to that? Hell no. But why does the United States have the highest rate of incarceration? Because we get paid to put people in jail. How sick is that?
Yeah. Yep.
10 to 15% of people in jail are innocent. Even the United States' own numbers support that. The government's own numbers agree with that statement.
Yeah. Well, I went to a trial of a guy. They attacked my home with weaponized weather. They were weaponizing weather when I was in. And I said, guys, don't go there. You'll mess things up. Oh, we can straighten it up. I said, no. I said, you throw a rock in a stream, maybe softball size or whatever, or even a small rock, and you go retrieve it. It doesn't matter. You've changed the current of that stream forever. Why do you think we end up with dry stream beds and stuff like that? Things change. You don't change them back. And I said, you'll mess everything up. And they got it perfected, because then when I came out and published the book, etc., they've never had a twister in Alturas and in California Pines. A twister came through and hit my home, and it picked it up. And I was remodeling. I didn't have it locked down on a new foundation yet. And it twisted the northeast corner and the southeast corner 5 to 10 inches each, and broke I had to do new water and new sewer, all kinds of stuff. And then they basically stopped the insurance company. USAA shafted me on it. Took a long time to get somebody here. Paid a pittance payment that didn't even make it. And then I got hit by a rainstorm that then drenched stuff, and another twister. And I got hit with 2 microbursts, and a freeze where it was 48 degrees all of a sudden dropped down to minus 26. And my place, they've tried to just basically totally destroy it. All of that hit me center, a home 60, 80 feet to the south and one 60 to 80 feet to the north, hardly got hit at all. I got the full force of all of it. So I'm working with that now.
Surprise.
Yeah, I'm working on that now. Yep.
Hey, Floyd, you've had a long day there, brother.
Oh, they started hitting me. Well, in 2018, I got trip insurance. They tried to steal my home in Arizona. So I got a home mover, paid him $17,500 to just pick it up, put it in pieces, put it on a truck and bring it up here. Then he wanted to keep it. I had to get an attorney after him. Then he brings it up here. When the first publication of my book came out, using Ted and my joint intel report and turning it into a book, they sabotaged it, but it still had so much, they wanted me dead. 2 days after it was printed, they ran me off the road with an 18-wheel truck. Cops didn't even look for the driver. I'm in the hospital. I'm getting myself back on my feet. Then is when the mover brings the home, did bunches of damage to it, stole and sold my tools, all kinds of stuff that I had. Foremost for USAA, shafted me on that, but I've got new and surprise information. Matter of fact, I just got new evidence, and my attorney who was on that will testify. The contractor is willing to testify, and everything. I just hit the wrong button, I think. I hope I didn't knock myself off. But the contract.
They're looking at pure distortion. Come on.
No, he muted himself.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, am I back on now?
Your camera's stopped.
Okay. How do I get the camera going?
That's a good question.
Cam. There we go. There we go.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I got random fire nerves from Agent Orange and from Camp Lejeune too, so it's the wrong thing. But anyway, they claimed this exclusion, and it had to be proven that it was fast, rapid damage or whatever, sudden damage. So we settled for less. Well, just a couple of months ago, and every time I talk to USAA, I try to find somebody who is honest, right? And I told this one gal what happened. She said, that doesn't sound right. I said, if you can find me anything that helps, email it to me. She emailed me one of their official documents that stated, if you have trip insurance, exclusion 16 does not apply. So now I've got USAA and Foremost withholding evidence, falsifying their statement to us in order to get us to settle for a lower amount. And then they drug their feet. I talked to an adjuster, was going to pay everything on the storms, deciding to figure out how much for each storm. 2 days later, she wasn't with them. The storms that destroyed my RV, the gal was going to pay. All of a sudden, she's not with Progressive for USAA anymore. So whoever's running USAA now is part of MJ12, shafting me and doing what they want. I've got $500,000 worth of damage, and I'm basically repairing it or doing whatever I can myself at 77. But I need to try and find an attorney for bad faith and retaliatory actions. If I could find the colonel that signed my medical, he and his family were threatened to sign the medical and don't touch it. He told me, apply for benefits. As soon as you get out, you should be going in for an eval and 100% disability. I've had to basically rehab myself as much as I could over the years and keep going no matter what. But if you know any good attorney, I've got a case for them. If we can find the adjusters, they would testify. The contractor would testify that she told him she was going to pay. And my old attorney will testify that he was lied to and that evidence was withheld. So I got a smoking good case, but I need to get an attorney. That, and they owe me more back pay. They paid me back to 84, but they owe me back to 70, plus penalties. And MJ12 killed my Social Security disability. Social Security disability should have sent me to an independent medical examiner. They turned me down based on VA.
You're about to be wealthy from the RV, and none of this will matter, and you won't bother with the headache.
There you go.
Let me ask you this, Noel. Have you heard of Dr. Kirk Parsley?
That name sounds familiar. I've heard the name.
He's a former SEAL, medical doctor, and does sleep therapy. He trains SEALs.
How old is he?
Kirk is probably 70, probably born in 68.
Okay.
He trains SEALs at Marine World?
Yeah. He's based right outside of Austin. He's actually my daughter's uncle.
And yeah, I've heard the name.
So,
and
I knocked up a SEAL sister.
Cool. Yeah, I kind of sort of use sleep therapy to keep the bad dreams and the bad stuff away. I play praise music all night. If I play my praise music all night, I sleep good and it's all cool. If I don't, I will wake up and play my praise music because I will be coming out of a dream.
Right.
Hey guys.
Okay. Yeah, look him up, Dr.
I have to jump off on you, but tomorrow, Floyd, can you call and we'll have Merlin back on multiple categories on multiple shows. If that's all right with you, Floyd, I kind of got it was sort of an impromptu meeting.
Go take care of business. I'll get back on with Noel. Hopefully Chief will jump on, and I'll call you when we get done. A couple hours.
Okay, yeah. And well, as always, I like to leave our RV audience with something positive to say or something to think about, or a Jeffism for the day. And today's Jeffism is my favorite Steve Jobs quote: "The people who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do it." Hang in there.
You betcha. I like that stuff. That's the way with me too. That's why I keep going, and I'll keep going to my last breath. And then I don't have anything to worry about because I've seen heaven. I've been to heaven. I was shown hell, and I've had a number of trips to heaven. It was part of God showing me His love and the extremism of it, how wonderful heaven is. Come here and do everything anyway. That's how much he loves us. But when I go, I'm going to where it's way better than here. And I've been there. I know it. I told him, I said, you better send me back or I'm not going to want to go. And all of a sudden I was back here in my body. And then I'm saying, you idiot, what'd you say that for? Why didn't you just stay there?
Yeah.
So, yep. And, I made medical history in another one too. I've had 5 blood clots go through my lungs with no medication, no blood thinner, no hospital trip, nothing. I got 5 stars in my lungs where 5 blood clots went through. And my doctor, God, kept me alive without even a perk or a hesitation. So that's the kind of stuff I love. And if people tune in, they can do it. God will, if anybody we go 100% with God and really learn how to get into that realm, all things are possible. With God, all things are possible. And it is true.
Absolutely.
No comment, or I'm going to talk for hours.
Absolutely.
God bless, and nice to meet you, Noel.
Yeah, I look forward to doing more of this.
Okay. Yeah. Yep, I'm on the dash. Peace. Thanks.
God bless. Yep.
We lose one and we gain another.
There we go.
We got you, Chief.
How are you guys doing?
Hey,
yeah, can you hear me?
Right.
Amen.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
We had to pray for all these
we got a sheriff's and highway conference going up here, and I couldn't get into a room last night. Yeah. So I had to come to work for a while this morning. You guys are going to be on for a while?
Planning on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's something wrong with my phone. I don't know if I dropped it or if I got moisture into it, but I got to take it over to T-Mobile and get me another phone.
Okay.
If you drop a phone in water, put it in dry rice real quick. Leave it in there.
I didn't. I was taking a shower, and I think I left it in there. And when I was taking a shower, and I think it had moisture in it or something.
Yeah, we can hear you, but the picture is kind of going blink, blink, blink.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, you guys will probably be having something tomorrow. I'm going to get me a different phone.
There you go.
I'm at the casino, so I got to run down and get me a different phone.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be on tomorrow. I'll call you this evening.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything going on with the RV right now because I think what was problematic is that the DOD group basically, it has to conform to the Republic because it's part of, all of the military. My uncle was a big military contractor, Phil Stevens, and I said, so the problem is that they had to switch over from their old corporation over to the Republic of Lakota Nation because they're still technically running under the auspices of Joe Biden or Obama's or whatever. And I says, well, the problem is that you have it's like our tribes. They're not independent. They're not sovereign. And, so without having that sort of solidarity, it's hard to even do the RV. And I was asking some of the Asian, ancestors or the gatekeepers, I says, so if somebody's going to be putting up this money, who's got the money to put up? I'm going to put up all of the United States land and our gold so we can get this going and become a republic. So at least we'll have that much done,
Right.
So I said, that's the only way we're going to be able to do this for right now.
You know, we need to go
So
after France and Spain and those guys too.
I'm sorry, what?
We need to go after France and Spain and England and those guys too, because we never granted them taking that gold.
I'm going to be speaking to them. I'll be at
Good.
I'm going to meet with the heads of state next month when I get ushered in as the member nation state for formerly the United States. Yeah.
Amen. Yeah. You betcha.
Okay, look, I just hit the jackpot. All right, I'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, see how you are? Hit and run.
Yeah. What casino's he in?
I don't know. I was talking to him earlier. He goes, my limo's here. I got to go. And I'm like, okay. So he said, I think he's being a gaming commissioner. And I guess that's
okay. Cool.
Entails playing the slots. I don't know.
There you go. Yeah, I told Fast Horse that, and I've been telling everybody that too. Matter of fact, I founded the National American Indian Veterans. And it started with Marvin Young Dog, my cousin, and myself. I'm sitting on my couch. And I told him, I said, all these VA people, they don't understand the American Indian culture. And none of our American Indian people want to go to them, because then American Indian people feel like they're looking for a handout or whatever. Our people should be taking care of our veterans. And I wrote the bylaws for them and everything. And we got Don Loudner. He was the Bush American Indian advisor to be our first commander. And we got, he was Colonel, doggone it, now the name just went. But anyway, we got him for our first vice commander in that. And, but I found it was National American Indian Veterans. And I put that together for our people. And one of the things is we need to go after all these outfits. America is trying to pay some of their debts. But now, since they're doing that and admitting it, now we go after France and Spain, all the Spanish gold and the galleons and everything. Hey, that's not Spanish gold. That's American Indian gold. Some of that's Lakota gold and stuff, And the same with the English and all of them. So we got a whole lot of money coming from all these different countries that kept coming over and taking our gold to their nation.
Explain that. Break that off for people, what that looks like.
Okay. Well, number one, when the Europeans first landed here, Egyptians had actually been here before, and Egyptians were here, and they were actually trading with some of the people. I actually picked up. Well, I found Egyptian gold cart pathways where the gold carts basically dug a path in solid stone, and they're about, say, 8 to 10 or 12 inches wide, and some of them 14 inches deep. And that came from heavily laden gold carts. And the Egyptians started actually storing some of their gold over here. They were taking some of the treasures from the pyramids and that, had deals with the American Indians, because the American Indians didn't care about the gold. And so they would bring things to trade and trade things with the American Indians. American Indians would guard some of that. And some of those gold ingots and gold alligators and gold frogs have been found in different places. But they also respected the American Indians. And if the Egyptians got any American Indian gold, the American Indians sometimes would say, well, yeah, maybe, the nuggets laying in the stream, go ahead, pick that up. But the Egyptians always gave the American Indian people something in exchange for any gold they took. And then they ended up bringing the gold, a lot of it, back over here, because all that gold didn't come from just over there. Then they trusted them enough. They actually brought a lot of that gold back over here and stockpiled it in caves and places that the American Indians knew about and were watching. And of course, some of the American Indian stashes like that are still known, and they are unreserved for latter days. However, the French, the English, the Spanish, they wanted to own these lands. And they just flat took gold. They enslaved the American Indian people, made them work in the silver mines and the gold mines. They owe us for silver. They owe us for gold, because all of that was taken. And in effect, I don't care if they call it Indian Wars or what they call it, stealing that from the rightful owners is a war crime. So all of those countries that took gold from here to their country, they owe us for all that gold. And all of them that were taking gold to their country, and their ships sank. Their ship sank. That's not our fault. They overloaded their ships. They got greedy. They owe us for all of the gold that's on the bottom of the ocean, and they owe us for all of the gold that made it to their countries. And quite frankly, that's going to be up in the mega zillions of dollars. And now that we've got America, we've won cases in America, and America is paying for some of the gold they took and some of the things they did. Then, you know, we had the 1851 treaty, and we had a lot of treaties even before that. Every treaty, the land was supposed to be ours as long as the grass grows. And then they added fraud to it. And they said, okay, well, we'll make the 1851 treaty. You guys can't take care of all this land. We'll take care of it for you. They got Apache land by doing that kind of thing and turned it into the Tonto National Forest. And the Tonto National Forest, that's where a lot of gold mines are, including the Dutchman is in that realm and area. I've got a ring made from the Dutchman gold that the Apaches made for me. But we're saving that to restore things later. And we're saving it until it's absolutely clear we've got the legal rights. The American government, the American corporation does not have the legal rights because we never sold it. And when you're told, take $5 and leave your land, or get this shovel and dig your grave, a contract entered into under the threat of death, it's not a valid contract. Plus, they broke every contract that they've ever made, because every contract they've ever made, Black Hills, it's yours forever as long as the grass grows. Wait a minute, we found gold in the Black Hills. Well, nope, we can't do that anymore. We're coming in. We're going to put you on this little spot over here. And a matter of fact, where we really want you is over here where the uranium and the badlands and all the radiation is, because then over there you'll die off pretty quick. And they tried to push us into the worst places. And another interesting thing about God, almost every worst place that they gave us ended up being super valuable. They gave us the worst land, they found oil on it. They gave us the worst land, they found uranium on it. They gave us, the first gift they gave us, and gift as far as they were concerned, it was actually, we could live there, but it was one of the worst places as far as the American government was concerned. And we found gold. So it's really cool because God is on our side, because it's like every time the American government has tried to do something bad to us and for us, God has turned it into a blessing. And that's that Bible verse. What the devil intends for evil, God will turn to good. Just like your life, the devil intended it for evil, God turned it into good. My life, the devil intended it for evil, God turned it into good. And that's the important part. We keep our eyes on God, it's going to come out sooner or later, and we're going to be on top.
Earlier, you mentioned the mafia, the religious organizations. I believe you mentioned the Mormon Church almost specifically, correct?
Yep, Mormon Church was involved. The Catholic Church was involved, and they had a representative representing the Evangelical Church, and the Rothschilds, the Monroes, the Campbells. Who else was in on that? Well, the mafia leaders, the mob leaders from all over the nation. They had the north, south, east, and west, and the guys. Yeah, and they used the mob. They used the mob on the Kennedy assassination, but it caused such an uproar and so much public attention. That's why they started training CIA to be what the mob used to be. The CIA today is what the mob used to be. The CIA is not supposed to have any legal operations going on in America. So when Vance had the CIA put in a hold me and pick me up order, it was an illegal order. In addition to that, my clearance is magic, eyes only level. When I signed that life contract, they couldn't keep me anymore when I married a German national. However, my authority and my clearance is for life. So my authority and my clearance is as high as MJ-12. So nobody below that can touch me. So their CIA, hold them for the CIA order. Hey guys, nobody can do anything. Sorry, but I outrank you. I'm a major with civilian status. And so MJ-12 there in person would have to come and say, hey, we want you to go with us. And they couldn't really do anything because I'm co-equal with them in authority. So no, I'm not going with you. And all of their assassination attempts have failed. So I'm on super higher authority because I got God and that authority over their authority. Nope, this is neutralized, not going to work. Nope, you're not going to make it to where he is. And they don't want to try and come see me because they're afraid they'll have a plane wreck and they'll all be gone. And God could orchestrate it.
Right. I want to go over some stuff with you. Hang on.
Yep, you got it.
All right. On your bio, and I'm just using Wikipedia or whatever artificial intelligence produced this, on your whistleblower testimony. So what exactly was your whistleblower testimony or your whistleblower evidence or your topic or topics? Explain that to everybody so they kind of have a understanding of what you encountered and then what you express show the corruption, fraud, whatever that looked like.
Number one, the first thing I blew the whistle on was MJ-12.
You have your microphone muted.
Did I hit it?
There you go. Yeah, there you go. It was just leaning up against something.
I had my thumb over the hole. There we go.
There you go. Yeah.
I didn't know where the hole was. Okay. The first thing that I basically addressed with them and with others when I blew the whistle was the fact that every American has United States constitutional rights. One of the and I built my case here because I didn't go directly into the Kennedy thing. I covered Kennedy assassination. I covered what they did with Ted, and I covered what they did with Bobby. But one of the first things that I covered, and to get people to listen, was the fact that they were trying to use mind control, and they gave somewhere between 18 and 24 American citizens LSD. The American citizens they gave LSD to were not volunteers. They did not volunteer for a program. They were private American citizens, just like anybody out there who have constitutional rights, and nobody has the right to give any other American citizen a mind-altering drug and just totally obliterate their constitutional rights. I mean, they violated so many constitutional rights there. That was just a huge outrage. And another one was basically our right to face our accuser and to have a trial, etc. And in Vietnam, we had people there helping us and we had people against us. Well, if a person is shooting at you on a battlefield, you got the right to shoot back. But to take a person who is allegedly a shop owner and tell them they are a high communist cooperative, and to assassinate that person without a trial. They killed some innocent people. Those people were actually our allies, and being our allies, they should have enjoyed some of the same rights that we enjoy, like somebody accusing them of being on the other side. We could have kidnapped them. We could have taken them to Gitmo. And then once they were all at Gitmo, that's the same as being dead as far as they're not in the battlefield. They're not in the town. So if they're all of a sudden all gone, but there's no changes, if the intel flow is still going, if all the things are still normal and they're no longer here, then you can pretty well guess they're probably innocent. And we should have put more effort and more work into how the Viet Cong were actually threatening shop owners and putting them on our hit list. And that should have been prevented. That was kind of like my opening door for some of that. And
can I ask you some questions, Noel?
Yes.
Hi, Noel. I'm Buffy. Good to meet you. I would love to ask you some questions about that.
Pleasure to meet you.
I love studying the CIA mind control stuff. I love it.
Yeah, I was there at the very beginning.
A lot of people have this concept that it's stopped.
No, they haven't stopped anything.
No.
They will not stop anything until MJ12 is done and out. We have got to make being an MJ12 member the same as being Hitler. MJ12 they need to be tried just like Hitler was tried. The 12 around those 12 need to be tried just like Mengele and those guys were tried, because they are all super willing participants. And then the rest of them need to be investigated.
Is this like the Hydra that they'll talk about in occult philosophy?
It is actually, I would call it even beyond occult philosophy. They more took like cult philosophy, Hitler philosophy, Alexander the Great philosophy, and psychology and Freud. They kind of combined everything for the absolute maximum intelligent hybrid.
I have heard that they have been using the occult path working of the mind, like map working, like Kabbalah.
Oh, they use all of it. Yeah, there is every single tool you can think of on the evil side that basically violates people's rights and everything else. Everything that is antichrist, anti-God, they use all of it. And of course, their leader is actually Satan, because they tried to tell me, they say, you signed a life contract, Bubba. You signed on with Satan. I said, no, you didn't tell me that. And I told him, I said, a contract whereby I have been deceived is void if I want to void it, as number one. Number two, I married a German national. You got to put me elsewhere. And so I was good enough at defeating them and beating them and messing them up. They figured that the path of least resistance, etc., was the best path for them. And then they figured they would get me out. They would call me crazy. They would deny my benefits. They would make my family suffer. So they figured they could beat me easier by going ahead and giving me an official military discharge. And they wanted when I processed out, they wanted the clerk to change all of my stuff and eliminate everything. They wanted the clerk to change my whole file to where I never would have been able to prove who I was. My file would have been just an absolutely normal private E2 file. But the clerk sat there and he says, they want me to change your whole file and give it to them. Here's your file, Noel. Get out of here now. You got here and you were gone before I got my orders. So he gave me the papers and stuff that helped me prove my case. I would not have had a DD-214 with MI on it had he not given that to me. And then when I applied for my benefits, they tried to give me a regular DD-214, and I sent them a photocopy and said, no, I've got certified copies of this. This is my DD-214, and if you alter my records, I'm coming after you. And then when McCain was running for president, he had a guy in military intelligence on his staff. And I said, you're on MI. They knew that McCain was out of the race. The news media said McCain had less than 1% support. He's out of the race. I was working on the expose of the veteran healthcare neglect with McCain's right-hand man, Tom McCanna. And we were trying to prove the veteran healthcare neglect, and we worked on that together for 4 or 5 years. And so I told this guy, I said, hey, they knew. I told Tom McCain will be the candidate. I told Tom I got 1,500 emails ready to go. I'll tell you when I send them. It'll be on a Friday. Following Monday, McCain will go up 2 or 3 points in the polls, and he'll go on to be the candidate. They saw it do exactly what I said. McCain wanted me to take over Homeland Security, but McCain hired the professional Washington, D.C. election committee group. I told John, I said, John, they did not make you the vice president candidate. Me and my people, we made you the candidate. You don't need them. We will get you president. You got to make your deal with God. You got to make a covenant with God, make a covenant with us, and get rid of those guys, and then we'll make you president. He said, oh, no, we need them for making deals in D.C. I said, John, it's their deals in D.C. that we are trying to kill and get rid of. I told him, I said, you choose them. Me and my people are out. He says, Noel, I can't leave them. I've got to have them. I said, well, say goodbye to us. And I said, John, you'll fail because they're going to put a mole in your setup. They will set you up to fail unless you're going to be their bastard bird or their boy. And so we left, and they ended up setting up Palin. They set her up in a couple of deals to embarrass her and to embarrass John. But I found out later his brain cancer actually, I think, made a lot of difference in his choices that he made. Because when he joined, he signed on with MJ-12, made a deal with them and the Radical Democrats. And I told him, John, my friend of 30 years has become my enemy. I don't care who it is. If it was my brother, my son, my mom, my dad, my best friend, if somebody signs on with MJ-12, they are my enemy, and it does not matter who they are. And at that point, John and I split. And I worked together with him and did stuff for like 25, 30 years.
I know somebody that worked with John McClane. I don't know if you would know him though. He's younger.
No, not McClane. McCain.
McCain. Right.
Yeah, the one that died of brain cancer.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a McClane out there, but John McCain, the senator, I got him the chair of the Armed Forces Committee, and I got him the chair of the Senate Hearing Committee for National Security. He got both of those because of me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I know a David Hillman who was a scientist and then a classicist and philologist of the Greek language.
Uh-huh.
Does that sound familiar to you?
What years was he in?
Well, he's like 53 now. He said he went to West Point, was accepted into West Point, and worked next to Don McCain.
Okay, yeah, then he's part of the new group. I knew some of the McCain people that work with him. Most of my work with McCain, I did basically under the radar, and it was about, say, 95% intel. You know, and because McCain, I proved to McCain that deep state existed, And at first, he was going to go ahead and do deep state in. If he would have got elected, his deal to get elected, he was going to put Tom McKenna in charge of the VA to totally revamp VA in favor of the veterans. He was going to put me in charge of Homeland Security. And then I was going to totally restaff Homeland Security. And we were going to issue an executive order nullifying Homeland Security, or nullifying MJ-12 and outlawing their power because of past violations. And we were going to use all the stuff I knew to basically totally nullify their power. But I told him, I said, John, you won't get elected with their group. That's why he had 1%. That's why he was down to 1%, because MJ-12 was getting him out of the race, because they knew he did want to clean things up, and they knew that. But too many people in DC have a hard time believing that MJ-12 is as secret as they are, as powerful as they are, and they screw up not taking MJ-12 as serious as they need to take them. MJ-12 is like having arsenic in every bit of your food, every place you go. You know, and that, and I mean, that would be a serious situation. You're going to want to get some different food. And we have got to basically change the guard massively in DC. And then we've got to wake up all the new people. You know, we don't want the new people trained by the old, because the old they use Pavlov's dog. MJ-12 has been using Pavlov's dog. They have been conditioning all of the legislators in DC to act and react the way MJ-12 wants. And they're conditioned.
That's
what are
bad.
They doing?
Anything to do with Pavlov. I've researched Pavlov because I did some coverage on how in the 60s they had the sign off with the national anthem.
Yep.
And you slow that footage down from that era. You slow it down, and you will see where they are subliminally coding us. It says, trust the government. The government is God, you know.
Yeah, they came up with they've been illegally using subliminal subjection. Subliminal subjection came out in the theaters at first, one frame of popcorn, and people wouldn't really see it, but all of a sudden they're all going to get popcorn. One frame of soda, people wouldn't see it, and all of a sudden they're all getting soda. And Pavlov's thing is exactly what they've used on DC, and they've been using it on the media. They've been using it all over the world.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
With everybody.
So that's why we've got to get new people, and then we're going to have to re-educate. You know, we are actually going to have to deprogram America and reprogram America back into what America was supposed to be.
And it starts with educating the public about cults, because what I heard happen is they took the training, the mind control training, and they turned it into like the local cults. And the cults now, especially online cults, they do that training now, and it's really bad. It's happening all over.
Yep, they use the cult stuff in order to put that stuff to the test. There were MJ-12 agents at Jonestown with Jim Jones. I sent the congressman that got killed there, I think Burton. Okay. I told Burton what was going on at Jonestown with training for MJ-12. And I think it was Burton, the congressman that went to Jonestown, and then they ended up killing all of them. He went there because of me. The 1980 Motor Carrier Act, Canada put power in it, and they didn't here, and that was because of me. I instigated and basically put together Operation Beagle, and Operation Beagle exposed in the trucking industry in 1980 over $411 billion a year going under the table.
That is insane. Yes.
Yeah, feeding MJ-12.
Yeah. Yeah, they have used taxpayer dollars to fund all of these nefarious programs. Absolutely, they have. They absolutely have.
And not only taxpayer, guess where the 400 billion was coming from? That was above and beyond taxes. They would order a load from a trucker, tell them to put it on a certain pallet. The trucker would bring it to deliver it and back up. And let's say it's a 100,000 piece load of small pieces, right? They would tell the trucker, okay, here's our loader with the forklift. Pay our loader $500 and he will unload your truck. The trucker says, no. Okay, you don't want to do that. Unload your truck one piece at a time, take it off of those pallets and restack it on these pallets over here. Make them hand unload item by item, 50,000 items, or pay their forklift $500. Depending upon the value of the load, sometimes it was 1,000 or 2,000. All of that lumper money went under the table, above and beyond taxes. And payoffs went all the way up to the federal marshal's office and to the steps of the White House.
Wow.
Operation Beagle was a congressional investigation that I instigated, and it should be a copy in every Library of Congress and in every congressman's library that was in it. And all of that, you cannot find a copy of it anywhere. Truckers USA did a deal. I founded Truckers Fight for Justice in like 78, 79, something like that. And I actually rolled with the truck. I was under the seat at the sleeper with a camera and a recorder, recording some of this stuff for evidence. I got together with the head of the FTC, etc., and he helped write the report. I got together with him later, and he said, I remember you. I told him, I said, you can't find a report anywhere. If we could have got our hands on $50,000, he was going to rewrite a new report, naming names and everything, but we couldn't get a $50,000 grant gift or whatever because we couldn't really let out what all we were doing either. They would have killed him. But he told me, he said, Truckers USA came out. They thanked me, Noel Benoist, in that Truckers USA article, and they thanked Truckers Fight for Justice for the information, etc., about this lumping and everything. But it ended up the 1980 Motor Carrier Act, except in America, they don't enforce it, but they do in Canada. So that's this old man also. I've been in more stuff than Carter's got peanuts.
Very interesting. I'm super intrigued about it. I wanted to ask you what is around or down under the Appalachian Mountains? Do you know?
Oh, there's more than the Appalachian Mountains. Right by now, every mountain range in America has underground America under it. They went under the mountain ranges because the mountain ranges give them the thickest degree of protection. The hum at the Taos hum, Google TBM, Tom Baker Michael, tunnel boring machine. We had one that would do 60 feet wide, 60 feet high when I was up around New Mexico in around 1980 or so. They had 120 feet wide, 120 feet high. They could probably go 360 feet wide, 360 feet high now. The tunnel boring machine can go through solid rock or anything. It can process precious metals. It can process precious stones and all of that jazz as it goes. It lays concrete behind it like a pipe. So it would look like a 360 foot high, 360 foot wide pipe. Like some of these deals that they've got where they've got the dams and the damn water comes out of like a great big huge pipe. Tunnel boring machines made those. And they're round, and they lay the cement behind them. So, and they on the smaller one, the 120, they've got highways, underground America. They've got rail systems, underground America.
Yeah.
They came to me and said, Noel, you've got a ticket in the underground. They expect the entire top of the earth to explode into war, be devastated, and they're all going to be hiding underground.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Like the Amazon show Fallout. Have you watched? Have you seen that?
Yeah. See, and that some of those shows came from people leaking information. They leak the information to a writer or whatever. He writes a book and it becomes a movie. Humphrey Red October was a real story. I was the guy in Washington. The guy in Washington didn't go into the U-boat. I told him it's worth getting the technology and taking the risk. I said, I'll go myself. Oh no, we can't risk you. So they sent a guy, and then we were in communication. And I don't know if I should tell this. A lot of people might be. We'll get together privately, and I'll tell you more about that later. What we did, and how we protected the guy. Yeah, because that could be used later. But yeah, no, I was the guy in Washington. That hunt for Red October was the result of my plan.
Wow, that is amazing. What do you know about TVA?
Okay, I'm lousy on names. See, they messed me up with names because they don't want me to remember stuff.
Tennessee Valley Authority. Tennessee Valley Authority. TVA.
That's my heartland right there.
There you go. All of everything underground is MJ12 owned, operated, and run. Oh, I asked him, I said, well, what about my family? They said, no, only you. They plan on taking only what they consider the geniuses, everybody who is for them 100% their way, and all of that. And then let the top fry, and then as the top regenerates, come and repopulate the top with everybody being almost like androids or whatever. You know,
like
everybody's
a literal Plato's cave. Like that's like the world has become the stage and Plato's cave.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Not in a good
500
way.
people will turn left at the same time, you know, and all that for the masses and everything. And the masses will be doing whatever the elite want. The elite will be the brain. And if you're not elite, you're going to be the body, and the body will do the work.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Of the octopus.
See, in seat 13, I was the brain of the 12. That was my job.
Right. Okay.
So actually, you know, they wanted to do something. I would tell them how to do it, but then they would pervert it and make it doing what I said their way.
To meet their own needs.
Yeah. And then sometimes they'd mess stuff up or whatever. And I tell them, don't do that because this bad thing's going to happen. And that's why I said, not only are you guys not changing and evil, but I said, I'm sick and tired of giving genius plans to idiots who screw it up. But I didn't use the S word. I used the F word.
It seems to be with the higher your rank in the military, the more F-bombs appear.
Yeah, you have the authority. Oh, and then I went to one time when my mother was in an accident, and matter of fact, I'm not too sure if they thought I was getting out or whatever, and that might have been a purposeful deal. A snowplow dropped the blade right when she was passing him, scared her half to death, jerked the wheel, and she went off the road. And so I went to Rhine Mine, and I asked the guy out there. They had a sergeant there, Air Force sergeant. I'm wearing Spec 4, but I had my brass on my collar. See, my brass is special. So I had my brass on my collar. Matter of fact, the brass I had was this brass right there. Is it showing? Let's see.
Well, not quite. Lift it up higher or over to pull it the other way. There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
That
Okay,
looks very nautical. That's beautiful.
It looks nautical, but what it is, the star underneath is the star that's in the halls of the CIA. The sword, I was internal affairs. The sword is a two-edged sword. If I do investigation, it cuts both ways. In other words, no matter who you are, if you're wrong, I got you. And the top of it is a California pansy. I said, why cover the thing with a California pansy? They said, because we are unseen, unheard. People walk by California pansies every day and never notice them. We are supposed to do our job unnoticed.
Well, in my parts, being a pansy meant like
I know.
you didn't have a backbone, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Are
And
you
that's why I didn't
yes
like
or
the
what?
pansy.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't like the pansy. I said, wait a minute, man, we're the best. We're not pansies. You know? And they said, no, it's not the weakness or that. It's unnoticed. Pansies are unnoticed. Nobody worries about pansies. They're not supposed to worry about us. Nobody pays a pansy a never mind. See, they don't pay pansies any attention. We're not supposed to attract any attention. See, that's why that's what it is. That was my badge. So I had that on my collar. So I go to the sergeant and I'm wearing a Spec 4 uniform. What's the next plane out of here? It's Stack Commander. That's the Strategic Air Command, 4-star general. I said, put me on it. He says, I can't put you on that plane. I said, you don't understand, Sergeant. This is not a request. It's an order. And I'm starting to get loud. And he said, the lowest grade on that plane is a full bird colonel. I said, then bump the colonel and put me on that plane. And the 4-star heard. He comes up. He says, what's going on, Sergeant? He said, sir, this Spec 4 is demanding to be put on your plane. He looked at me, and I still remember this name. They couldn't wipe this one out. He looked at me. He says, bump Colonel Wilson. Colonel Wilson comes up, but sir, I've got to write this report, and I've got to... Colonel, shut up. You will be on the next plane out. He says, put the man next to me. He looks at me. He said, don't worry, sir. I won't ask you any questions. I said, oh, you noticed a little something there. Hey, General? He says, yes, sir. These guys look at him, 4-star general, looking at a Spec 4, calling the Spec 4 sir. I had presidents call me sir. I'm a major with civilian status, and I'm seat 13 of MAGCOM, Internal Affairs for all matters of national security. So he says, is there any beverage you like, sir? I said, well, Martell 3-star brandy and Johnny Walker Black. He tells the sergeant, he says, make sure there's a bottle in my fridge. And he said, would you come over here for a minute, sir? I said, sure. So I go over there. He pulls the colonel and he pulls the sergeant over, and he said, he showed him my badge. He said, you see that? He said, you will do anything that person says. And you will say yes, sir, and no, sir, the same as me. Gentlemen, this man gives me an order. I will say yes, sir, and I will obey. And they looked at him, and he goes, the man's a spook, gentlemen. Not only a spook, he's a spook at the highest authority. Oh. So I rode next to the Strategic Air Command commander, and we chit-chatted a little bit along the way. He asked me if I could tell him why I was headed for America. And I told him, in this case, I can. I said, this is not a classified mission, even though I'm using my authority to get the privileges. But I said, my mother went through the windshield of her car and back through it, and she's in the hospital with I don't know how many stitches. And he said, man, I'm glad to have you with me. So, yeah, it was always, and that's why I would have stayed in. If they would have cleaned it up, the power I had to make good changes, I mean, I would have stayed in. But I can't let these guys be the most evil people in the world, and I'm telling everybody else, be good.
Exactly.
That doesn't work for me.
Well, I mean, that really messes with your mind. And I've done some study into like narcissistic behaviors and the training and stuff they do. And if you tell somebody one thing and you do something else, it causes a confliction within their mind.
Yeah, you
right?
mess people up.
Yeah, you really mess people up, don't you? It's
Yeah.
really bad. Yeah, and
The-
we've got a
that's-
couple of questions
Yeah, go
too.
ahead.
I wanted to ask you after you say that. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
Okay,
Noel.
what it does is it's like when they took any punishment away. We've got kids today committing suicide like crazy,
Yes, we do.
killing one another,
Yes,
and doing all kinds of garbage, because without punishment, without right and wrong, there are no borders. Good can cease to exist.
Hedonism, yeah.
Yeah,
And that's
no
what
consequence.
Satanism wants.
No
Yeah.
hedonism, yeah.
Good is whatever you want. I want to kill you. That's good. Bang. I want to stab you and cut you to pieces. That's good. Slash, slash, slash. No, there was a guy in Wairika. He never punished his kid. And I told him, I said, man, you know, if you got to have punishment, you spare the rod, spoil the child, spare the rod, you hate the child. I said, God has even punished me, but I learned. The idea is we're all going to make mistakes, but if we learn from our mistake, God, and then we ask God for forgiveness, then he puts it in the lesson plan. When I make a mistake, it's a sin, and I learn from it, so next time I can resist it. Now it goes from the sin bracket to the lesson plan. He learned how to resist sin. Now it's something I learned. It's a good thing. See? And if we don't follow those guidelines, I told him, I said, your kid is going to have trouble when you're not around, and he won't be able to handle it. And the guy finally stopped, and the kid couldn't handle it anymore. He hung himself in jail.
That's awful.
Yeah. And I had
Okay.
another guy. He was the repairman on. I started talking about this one time. He was the repairman on my RV, helping me fix my RV. And he had been into drugs and everything. He'd buy drugs for his wife. And I told him, I said, man, pharmakia is drug.
Yes.
Apothekia is medication. Apothekia means to take an altered or sickly body and restore it to normal, natural health. Pharmakia is to alter a natural, normal body to open it for demon possession. The proper use of herbs and everything is medication, apothekia. The abuse is pharmakia, which opens for demon possession.
And there's people that's teaching this online actively. Pharmakia.
Yeah.
Actively online. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. And I told him, I said, because I was in before we released computer stuff to the world. And I said, you know, we need to address things properly. We need to use things properly. And I said, when we take computers to the world, we need to have limits on language. Everything invented in the computer world has a language. I said, we need to limit it to Intel has one language nobody else can use. Government has a language that government only can use, but Intel can use it. Industry has a language where we can protect their inventions and everything, like a corporate language, and only corporate can use it, but government and Intel can read it. And then a private person language whereby they could use the various applications, but they could not get into the applications. They could not read the other three languages. Now we've got 4 language areas to police. Now we can protect copyrights, we can protect inventions, and the dark web would not exist. The dark web exists because, they've got a right to have their own language. So they have allowed 50,000 languages. And now we've got jungle warfare electronically. Jungle warfare didn't work that well physically, and it's not going to work that well electronically.
Yeah.
They have got to back it up. And they've got to make everybody take their stuff into 4 languages and then destroy the other languages. And that's when the dark web will vanish.
Right, right. And they've done it to also layer confusion too, with double
Oh yeah,
speak upon double speak upon double speak.
yeah. The
The
devil is the
coded
author of
languages.
confusion. The devil's the
Right,
author of confusion. Yeah.
right. Let me ask you these questions. Okay. We've got 1, 2, 3 of them. Okay. So what do the dumbs look like underground? What do they look like?
Oh, they start out like, I mean, they you could go 360 foot wide, but they can build round, they can build square, they can build, because they build inside whatever shape they want. And then it's attached to and braced against the outside. And also the round structure, if something comes at it, it's the strongest. If you take an egg on each end and try to crush it with equal pressure on each end, on the rounded ends, you can't break an egg. You've got to go flat on the sides and then crush it. See? So they've used that technology to make it the strongest. That way, if you've got nuclear war on top, the vibrations and the waves would go around the underground setup.
Yeah, and that's why I heard that they built the atomic bomb over here in East Tennessee, Oak Ridge National Lab, because they had to, go deep and bury it with mountains around them.
Oh yeah, well, and for some of that stuff now, they've got stuff so powerful. They've gone atomic, neutron. There's about 5 levels of the atomic field now, and they're at the maximum level. And they're actually that's one of the reasons aliens started coming down here, because at the maximum level, if they start deterioration there and basically deteriorating molecules and atoms and all of that, they could actually make creation eat itself, and everything would be no more. They just create this great big huge black hole, and they actually figure that's what happened in the black hole. Something happened, which was like a nuclear reaction or whatever, and it just started that fusion process. So it kind of like everything in that black hole ate itself. And then it finally hit a point of exhaustion where it didn't go further. If it hadn't hit some point of exhaustion, or the aliens and stuff got together and contained it, God contained it, the power of God contained it, etc., that was all BT. See, people don't realize too, there was a time of the angels, an angelic time. God did not create Lucifer perfect, have him as the chief angel and the chief musician, and have a fault find in him, and have him take a third of the angels with him. That didn't happen all in like 1 hour or two before the first day. Angels and dinosaurs didn't need time. God knew all things in the beginning, so God knew he wanted to create man, and he knew man would need dinosaurs because we would need oil. God knew everything we would need. So God took this globe, this ball that was nothing in space, and he made it a planet with no name at first. And then he had all of this upheaval go on, and out of the upheaval came out gold. And out of this upheaval came out silver. And out of this upheaval came out platinum. And out of this upheaval came out charcoal that was put under pressure and be turned into diamonds. And this turned into this, and that turned into that. Everything we have today came out of God's garden that was a garden before time existed. Billions and trillions of years, he gardened this place. And then he said, okay, now it's ready to add seed and water and fertilizer. So now I'm going to call this place Earth. And we're going to have good and evil as an influence, because now I'm starting to finish my plan. Because guess what? People say, oh, he made a mistake when he created the devil. No, he didn't. God is love. You cannot have love without love being freely given and freely returned, freely received. If I give you my love and you give me your love back, love is complete. And that is the love that is supposed to build a marriage, that makes a marriage one flesh. So we had to have something to choose from. We had to have good and evil to choose from. God loves us. We choose to love God back. That's why he's the head and we're the body, because we are the completion of God. We are not God, but we are like God in being connected to him as the body, but we don't have his authority, mind, and a lot of other stuff. But we will one day judge the angels. Why? Because the marriage, we become one. The day will come when we are tested, refined, grown, and everything is finished. And at the marriage of the Lamb, then, like a marriage of a man and wife, we become one with God. So at that point, we will rule and reign with God. And like a wife can speak something for her husband, we will be able to speak for God. I'm sure that God wants this. The wife says, I'm sure that my husband wants the fertilizer on the front lawn. And the husband comes home, oh, they fertilized the front lawn. All right, good job. We will have that relationship with God. We will know what God wants. Anything we need to know, we will know it immediately. We will know, like Paul said, we will know as we are known. We see through a dark glass dimly now, because we had to be grown just like the plants have to be grown. We had to be tested. We had to be refined. And we are being turned into God's diamonds that are alive and that become one with him.
Noel, I got another question, because that, brings up this next question, that who lives down there in the dumbs or under the crust, inner earth, I guess? Who lives down there?
Well, some of that stuff underneath the crust of the earth, well, not actually the crust of the earth, it's all molten under there. Satan can walk through that stuff and it doesn't bother him because he's in angelic form. Heat and cold doesn't bother an angel. See? But there's a spiritual realm that is down there. That's why then we call it down there, but there's a larger spiritual realm, just like there's a larger heaven. And there are spirits that are there who the angels went with Satan, evil spirits. There are some people that are there who basically got to the point God turned over to reprobate mind and there's no salvation for them. There are some in between, like they're kind of like, say, from the bottom of the crust of the earth up on the top of the earth. They roam from the bottom crust part to the top, and up on the earth. And those are some of the what we call evil spirits, and some of them are trapped spirits. So there's a spiritual realm that is run by the evil, and there's a spiritual realm that's run by the good. What people need to remember, especially if you're a believer in Christ, we have authority over angels. Are supposed to do what we say. We command them to do something in Jesus' name, they're supposed to do it. Fallen angels everything is under the New Testament. Whatever we command in the name of Jesus, they actually have to do. Deliverance is not tolerating the lies of the enemy. I actually have had 5 or 6 face-to-face deals with Satan in deliverance. The first one, this gal, and I said, you need deliverance. And I sat her in the chair and I said, we're going to do a little prayer thing here. And Satan wasn't expecting this. So I sat here in the chair and I said, we're going to do a deliverance. And I said, are you up for deliverance? She said, yeah. She said, I think I know I need it. I got all this stuff going on. I said, okay. So in the deliverance, I told her, I said, I'm going to address you and I'm going to address the spirit. And there's a spirit that I need to talk to, because the Bible lets us know a strong man's house cannot be taken except the strong man first be bound. So I'm going to address the strong man first. I said, now I bind every other spirit. I bind the spirit of lies, deception, manipulation. I said, so I bound spirits as God gave me names. I bound them. And I said, strong man, you are also under the new covenant. When God made a new covenant, he made that new covenant with all creation, all the angels, humans, and everybody. So everybody is bound by the new covenant. So strong man, identify yourself. I want to know your name because I'm going to deal with you. And she shook her head and did this like, and said, and I said, strong man, you identify yourself now in the name of Jesus. I said, otherwise, I will call on the Holy Spirit and make you anathema before your time. And real quick, I said, Holy Spirit, set up the Holy Spirit jammer. I set up angels round about us in every direction, angels singing hosannas. And devil, you are invisible. Right now, you spirits in this woman, you are invisible. You cannot communicate with hell. Hell cannot communicate with you. Now, strong man, you identify yourself now, or I'm going to call on the Holy Spirit to make you anathema. An anathema is the divine curse of destruction. I said, you'll be destroyed before your time. They must obey. When we know our authority, they must obey. Some have to look for a bitter root. We have to look for the things that are helping them hang on, but they've got to obey. So I said, strong man, you identify yourself now in Jesus' name. And I go, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And I'm hitting that spirit in the spirit, using Jesus like a right hand punch. And I told him, I said, I will keep saying the name of Jesus, tormenting you, and the spirits around us, the angels will keep singing hosannas until you are so tormented that you just burn up and you will be anathema. Now, what's your name? And she goes, Beelzebub, like that. I said, say it again better and louder. Beelzebub. I said, Beelzebub. All right, I'm glad to have you here. I bind you. You can't talk to your hordes. You cannot communicate with them. You are in a prison. You cannot affect this vessel in any way, shape, or form. You are bound. You are in a jail cell inside of her. You cannot communicate with her. You cannot influence her in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not going to let you go until you agree to let the revival take place. At that time, pastors were being attacked. Pastors' wives were being attacked. Ministries were being attacked. You remember that era? Huh? Right? And a lot of the big pastors fell. There was a lot of attacks going on. And I said, you are going to back off and you are going to let this revival go forward, and you will not do your thing before your time. You have your appointed time and place, and you are stuck with that appointed time and place. And I told him, I said, you're not going to mess with me. I know God will let you test me like he let Job be tested. But he cannot kill me. He cannot overcome me. I'm going to come out with the victory in the end. And testing me keeps me strong. So,
does the CIA know about these demons? What do they like? Because
they know there's demons. They use the demons at times. Some of those CIA people are into the demonology stuff.
Right. Well, take me to school on this, because I really want to know what the CIA knows about demons.
Well, actually, what's the name of that guy? And the name tonight I heard again, and it sounded familiar. And lo and behold,
Michael Aquino.
Yeah, Michael. What is it? Michael
Aquino.
Michael Aquino. Okay.
Yep.
He and I'm sure he's the one that hypnotized me, and he was excellent. He was good. He couldn't demonize me, and he couldn't do that because I was too solid for the Lord. And there's a lot of stuff he wasn't able to do, but nobody ever been able to hypnotize me. And he hypnotized me, and he made it where I can't remember names because they didn't want me remembering the names of the people I worked with. But once in a while, it comes to recollection, or I hear a name and I know that name. And so far, every name that I say, yeah, I know that name for some reason, but I can't figure out why, it ends up being a name that I know. And he hypnotized me. Turns out, what was the organization that he formed?
Temple of Set.
Yeah. So he is big in this stuff. Aleister Crowley was big in it.
Absolutely.
Alice Cooper, big in it. See? So, yeah. But the thing to remember, see, you don't need to know a lot of the details. Because
hold on.
actually,
You just said, hold on. You just said Alice Cooper's into this? Into the occult, into Satanism?
Aleister Crowley.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Alice Cooper.
Crowley, yeah. I've read a lot of Crowley. Yeah,
Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, they are. Okay. There's a lot of cults that are modeling his philosophies.
Yeah.
And just to give you a lowdown on his philosophies, he believed in.
Well, before we get sidetracked, let me give you some more on this, because there's some more for you that you need to know. And this is a key part you really need to know. See, is we as humans want to know a lot of stuff. The primary thing, no matter which of these groups you come up against, the primary thing is to know who you are in Christ. In Christ, knowing who you are in Christ, you can order any of these spirits, etc., to confess the truth, and they must confess it. Use anathema, the divine curse of destruction. A blood covenant cannot be broken except by the destruction of the one who breaks it. Everything in creation, everything God has, is under the new covenant. He made a new covenant with everything. Nothing is excluded. Therefore, what you command in the name of Jesus must be done. The sons of Sceva came away naked and wounded when they tried to get a person delivered because they did not know their authority. You must know your authority. They come up and they say, in the name of Jesus, it's kind of like, it'd be like one of these homosexuals or whatever today. In the name of Jesus, whom Paul preaches, you come out of him. Now you think a soldier who's been on the battlefield would look at that and say, oh, I'm afraid of you. No, ain't going to happen. But a soldier who's been in battle comes up and faces that dude with an M79 grenade launcher and says, hey, you come out of there, I'm going to pull the trigger and make hamburger out of you. Whoa, wait a minute, man. Whoa, I think you'll pull that trigger. Whoa, wait a minute. Let's talk about this. See? They did not know who they were in Christ. They came away naked and wounded. They had the right Jesus, the one who Paul preaches. But they shouldn't have been doing it remotely either. The name of Jesus, whom Paul preaches. Guess what? The name of Jesus belongs to me. The name of Jesus and the authority to use it has been given to me. So, evil spirits, when I use the name of Jesus, you will obey. And I'm the general, and you're not even a private. You haven't even got out of basic. That's how I treat evil spirits. That's how we treat them. And that's how you treat them. You know your authority, but you also know the supreme commander. So as a general, I don't go out and make commands on my own. I call the president. And this president, not elected president, this president has always been president from the beginning. See, and his name is God. So I say, Father, what did Jesus do? Jesus said, I go where the Father sends me. I don't go where I want to go. I say what the Father tells me to say. I don't say what I want to say. When he was on the cross, he said, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, because you can't put sin and all that stuff on God. The power of God and the Father had to pull away from Jesus and leave a human, fleshly target for the devil to hit. Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? And God showed me. The people didn't hear it, but our Heavenly Father answered him. He said, I would never leave you nor forsake you, and I have not forsaken you now. You cannot put sin on me or God or the power of God. It is for this hour that you have come into the world. This is the hour you earn your crown. That's the hour that Jesus, the man, cried out. That's the hour that Jesus, the man, felt the absence of God. And that's the hour the devil couldn't help himself. He saw Jesus, the man, on the cross, and he said, I'm hitting that turkey with everything I've got. All the sin, all the sickness, all the disease. Hit that dude on the cross. Past, present, future. Hit that dude on the cross. All you spirits, hit that dude on the cross. So he hit him with everything he had. And Jesus, the man, held on long enough to know when he had all of it. And then God whispered, you got it all. Now's the time. And so Jesus said, it is finished. Jesus didn't die. Doesn't say he died. It says he gave up the ghost. Jesus knew he had it all. Now it's time to trap it in death. He gave up the ghost, and now everything the devil hit him with was trapped in the death of Christ and subject to the resurrection of Christ and the resurrection power. And God gives us that resurrection power. That has power over everything that the devil hit Jesus with. And as when we ask the Father, Father, where do I go? What do I do? We ask him for every word. He will give it to you. I was in Malaysia, and I had an audience with the top communist leaders. I did all kinds of stuff over there, God led. My translator was scared to death at first. And then we went from Vietnam to Malaysia. We had healings and miracles in Vietnam. One guy, his son had an issue of blood for like 13 years or more. He came to our school. We're teaching. We've been approved to put a Bible college in Saigon and Hanoi. Our people do not have to register with the state. Our people are free to minister. We are fully authorized because I had revival with the highest communist leaders, and Vietnam is going Christian. It's sweeping Christianity across Vietnam like crazy. It's exploding. And so we had miracles. I'm in Malaysia. I'm teaching some Vietnamese pastors there. And Pastor Phu Pham, my translator, he said, we got a gal flying from Vietnam to here for our get together because she heard about us. I said, oh, that's cool. He didn't tell me nothing about her, right? And I said, don't tell me nothing about her, because I said, when we get together, I want God to tell me. And when I went up to pray for people, I said, okay, everybody wants prayer. Get up front and be ready. And I said, I don't want none of you telling me nothing. If I ask you a question, you can ask the question. But I want God to tell me what God wants me to pray for, because God knows better than any of us what we need. Sometimes we think we know what we need, and what we really need is something totally opposite or totally elsewhere, whatever. So I said, I'm going to pray for everybody. And they all received one by one by one, boom. And they're all saying how it was right on the money. This tall gal is there. She's got her eyes closed. I said, okay, Lord, her eyes are closed. She's got her hands raised. What do I pray? And the Lord said, put some spittle on your fingers and think of the blind man. So I put spittle on my fingers and I thought of the blind man. I said, okay, eyes. I'm going to pray for her eyes and her sight. So I said, okay, Lord, let her see things that nobody else can see. And let her see things that nobody else can see in a way that no doctor can steal your glory. Doctors are going to say this was done by the master physician. This was done by God. No doctor can steal your glory, Lord. In the name of Jesus, this is a miracle that is undeniable, unexplainable. This is your glory, and nobody is going to steal it in Jesus' name. And I took my hand away. She opened her eyes. The right eye was totally white. No retina, no cornea. I found out a chemical spill had burnt out the cornea and the retina. Pastor Phu Pham asked her in Vietnamese, can you see? She shook her head, yes. He said, can you see out of the bad eye? She shook her head, yes. We taped up the good eye. And then I very quietly went around the other side of Pastor Fu Pham. And Pastor Fu, I go like this, and I'm waving two fingers. Now I'm doing these two fingers like this. So I'm waving them, you know. And even on the film, that can look like four fingers. He says, how many fingers is Pastor Noel holding up? She held up two fingers. So then I held up three fingers. And first I had them still. I hold up three fingers and I'm waving them. And and three fingers, well, you're waving three fingers. Look at that, right? I'm waving them. And he says, how many fingers is Pastor Noel holding up now? She reached over and grabbed my three fingers and held up her other hand, three fingers. And then she read a driver's license. She read the Bible out of her white eye, no cornea, no retina. Every believer that goes 100% for God, you've got that authority. God's no respecter of persons. And the devil has been, not politically correct. Oh, you can't do that. That person, this or that. The devil will give 1,000 reasons why a Christian will fail or can't do it, etc. Because in Revelations, there's a Bible verse. They overcame him, talking about us Christians overcoming the devil and his spirits. They overcame him by what? The blood of the Lamb. We got to be connected to Jesus. We got to know our power and authority in Jesus. And what's the other part of it? And the word of their testimony. Because once we know our power and authority in Jesus' name, and once we learn from the Lord, and we ask from the Father what we're supposed to do, he's faithful to guard over his word and perform it. He will not do what Noel Benoist wants. He's not going to guard over my word and perform it. He's going to guard over his word and perform it. Noel Benoist has got to be obedient, because obedience is better than sacrifice. And when I'm obedient and I'm obeying him, he will perform his word. That's when the blind see. That's when the twisted legs straighten out. That's when I've had people get up out of a wheelchair, and one of them became the best hugger at Phoenix First Assembly. And you are the same, girl. You got to know who you are. Ask God, learn to know his voice. Talk to God 24/7. Pray without ceasing. Talk to God 24/7 and listen 24/7. Say something, listen. Say something and listen. Listen with your heart. Listen with your spirit. Listen with your mind. You will start to recognize his voice, and you will have miracles performed through your prayers. God's no respecter of persons, and God wants every Christian out there doing it. We got millions of Christians. What do you think had happened to this earth today if every Christian on this earth went out and did a bunch of the stuff that I've already done? I think we would have an earth-wide revival, and I do think the rapture could not help but come.
There's some people called accelerationists. Have you heard about those people? The accelerationist people.
There's a lot of different philosophies and stuff coming up with different names and everything, but most of it is a smokescreen. What does a magician do when a magician does a trick that's actually a trick and not a miracle and not something fantastic? The devil is using all of these different outfits to get Christians looking everywhere, and they're so busy trying to look through the smoke and trying to look at the smoke and trying to break down the smoke. So the devil is running rampant. What we need to do is, doesn't matter what they call themselves, doesn't matter what organization they're with, they are one of two things. They are a servant of Satan or a servant of the Lord God. One of the two. There's only two. They can be called 1,000 different names. God has apostle, prophet, evangelist, pastor, and preacher, and he's got sheep and everything, but there's two sides, good and evil. So what we need to do, what I do, no matter what a person calls himself, their proper name, or they say they belong to an organization, The Bible tells us pray for discernment. Discernment is understanding. See? And discernment will tell you what you need to do and what's really going on. If I meet I've met preachers. I met a preacher one time up in Oregon, and I said, Lord, show me what I need to know. The guy was extremely oppressed or possessed. He wasn't really a gospel preacher. He was using the gospel for his own purpose, trying to build his own organization and his own group. And when I talked to him about salvation and some of the things of the Lord, the spirits in him could not help but confess. And he said, I don't have the foggiest idea what you're saying, but whatever. And when he could not understand what I was saying, I was basically covering simple salvation. And I knew severely oppressed, not saved, maybe even oppressed, maybe even possessed. See, we focus on that, then we get the truth to surface, and one or two things is going to happen. The devil's imps are going to run away, or one of our people that needs delivered is going to thank us for doing what God had us do, and they're going to praise God for sending us to them.
Do you know if the reptiles and the grays exist? Like, are they real?
There's on the alien side, there's a lot of stuff out there. Man, God created a vast universe. Okay.
Are they here?
Yeah. And the thing you got to realize is just like people have mixed on Earth, one, you've got the fallen angels. Now, the fallen angels and Satan have to have a place. They're not just in the center of the earth. Hell is like heaven. There's a place that's like hell is to the south and heaven's to the north, you know? And so the fallen angels had to have a place to go. So they might be on one planet and they're going to be super intelligent. And then you've got the angels that took earthly women, found they were fair. Okay, they've got a place to go because God put them off to a place to deal with them later. They're eternal beings. Some of their offspring are eternal. Some of their offspring might actually not be eternal. So you've got stuff that might be Bigfoot. I mean, a combination between man and angel, you just might come up with a Bigfoot. The warring and guardian angels are very tall. There are Bigfoots reported at 15 and 13 feet. If a warring or guardian angel had sex with a woman and they had offspring, that might be those big Bigfoots still on Earth because the woman was on Earth. And then you've got ministering angels, or like regular angels, kind of like, what would you say? Almost like having an office staff or a person in the office who brings papers and stuff like that, right? They help everybody else, helping angels or whatever. Okay, you've got those. They might be some of the, 4, 5, and 6 foot Bigfoot types that have been seen. And quite frankly, I think that's what a lot of the Bigfoots are. I also told the Lakota reservation they had a family of them there. And I said, well, those guys, they eat. They're part angel and part earthly. So they, instead of not needing to eat like angels, they've got to eat. So I told the guys, I said, hey, you slaughter cattle, you slaughter all this stuff. All of the garbage that you slaughter, put out at the dump where the Bigfoot family is, and let them eat it, because they were starting to attack the cattle. Matter of fact, I've got a picture of a cow. One of those Bigfoots ate about half a cow. The remaining cow had to be about 400 pounds. That Bigfoot stuck that cow on a broken limb about 14, 15, 16 feet up in the air. And I've got a picture of that cow hanging on a pine tree about 15, 16 feet in the air. And my cousin Marvin Young Dog said the tribe thanks you. Since they put food out by the dump, the Bigfoot family that's there have left the cattle alone. They're not killing any more cattle and eating them. See? So you've got a mix of the angels with earthly women, and that's got to be somewhere. Some of those, if they were real super or whatever, they came out super, they might be on another planet. Some of those may have turned into grays, and then you've got them out there. Maybe they're mixing together. And remember, Satan was turned into a serpent, and Satan's got some of his evil ones. They're out there somewhere. So I think basically the serpent type, the lizard type, I've never heard anything good about them. And I think, quite frankly, that they're connected to Satan. That's the bad guys. The grays are like, say, some of the servant types. The grays actually kind of wanted to make contact and help us. That's why we ended up with a unit that we could reverse engineer, and it looked like it just ran out of fuel. And that's how we got that technology. Our trouble is we've been having a hard time finding pilots who can think fast enough to pilot them. And what are they working on now these days? Almost all your games these days are speed thought. They're trying to develop human minds that think about 500 times faster than you and I think.
Well, I've already noticed, like, I have one child that's 19 and she learned at an accelerated rate. And I've spoke to a lot of younger adults. I'm 48, so in their 20s, they're very brilliant, but they also watch videos like on YouTube at a higher speed. They're taking in their ability. It's because I think they were born in the generations where they have smartphones, from the time they could crawl, basically. So their minds are, they're sucking up the information way faster. Not that they're they are learning faster, but something has happened that has caused them to be able to do that.
Some of it, it's been in us the whole time. I was kind of like step one of that direction. When I took the GT exams, it was all written exam and stuff. They were teaching everything by writing and by a lecturer up front, right? And I don't learn that way. And so when I took the GT exam, I had a 178.4, 110s needed for officer. I flunked the language aptitude test. They were forced to send me to Germany because of they had a plane hijacking stuff going on. They had the Czechoslovakian developing. They had a bunch of stuff going on over there. And I was the troubleshooter, and our main base over there had trouble. It was the bottom of the heap. And one of my jobs was I had to go check out and see what was going on the bases that were at the bottom and get them up to the top. And I succeeded 7 times. And so I had to go. But when I went, they gave me a translator, but that didn't work. That wasn't good. I took Berlitz and Himmel out of the library, and I played the records, and I read, as the record played, I read it in the book. I would do that 3 or 4 or 5 times or 6 times. And then I put the records on at night, and I would try to stay half awake and half asleep at night. The third day, I got up the next day, I went out, and a person said, "It's raining today." And they picked up an umbrella. And I looked at him, and I said, "Haben Sie Ihr Regenschirm vergessen? Da dürfen wir nicht unsere Regenschirm vergessen. Heute wird's Regen sein." Hey, did you forget your umbrella? We don't dare forget our umbrella. Today is rain forecasting, rain coming down. I picked that up because it was on the record that I was playing, and it was part of the lesson. When I consciously relaxed, it went into me, and I realized I have always learned audio visual. Sleep subjection, audio visual. I learned and taught myself 6 years of High German, Schwäbisch dialect, and Bavarian in 6 weeks. And I went to Erlangen University and tested out for being able to join 7th year, first semester. So they said, guess what? Your IQ isn't like 178. You're more like a 280 to 300. But they
Wow.
also
Yeah.
realized they were missing a teaching learning area.
Mhm.
And they finally realized, and that's where then some of the aliens and stuff helped out. We have actually always had, God created us with the ability for mental telepathy. I was playing around with like all the different powers, evil power, God power, and power of mind over matter and all that. I was with my brother in this restaurant. I was about 14, 15. And I'm looking at this glass of water, thinking about mind over matter. All of a sudden, I have the realization I am seeing me sitting in my stool. I'm seeing my brother. I'm seeing 360 degrees. How is this happening? And I got the urge to go to the bathroom. And my brother hit me, said, "Did you see that?" I said, "What?" He said, "Your glass of water went down the whole counter." My glass of the bathroom door was by the end of the counter where it curves and goes around. My glass of water was sitting right by the bathroom door. I actually, with everything that I am, went into that glass of water, and my power of my mind and my spirit took that glass of water down and around the corner. Now, some healers use that for healing, and some magicians, etc. But God, when I did that, I said, "Wow, that works." And God said, "Remember this. I gave you the power of choice, and I gave your choice power. There's evil power, and there's my power. If you use your power that you have in you, it will drain you, and you will die early. If you use evil power, it will eventually destroy you. If you use my power, you will grow in power. The power of God never flows through you without doing wonderful things to you." That is another of the rules that we must focus on. Don't
Which
try
is
to
not
do it yourself. Self is a hateful enemy of God. The Bible calls it enmity against God. We've got to get out of self, stay away from evil, and get into God. That is where all things are possible and all things are wonderful and glorious.
absolutely. I'm going to dive back out into the dumbs because a lot of people don't know they exist. February, a year ago, Iran announced they had 2,200 kilometers of deep underground military bases.
Yeah.
As far as I know, they're the only country to publicly announce they have existing dumbs. So in America, the dumbs underneath the ground here, I know some are nefarious and some are probably for good. So down in the dumbs, and I'm going to ask you a series of questions here. So try to be short and succinct on these.
Yeah.
So I can get to the next question. So what does it look like down there? Does it look like you're in the middle of a strip center and you got, a Whole Foods here and a Wine Gardens or Walgreens next door and Starbucks
It is. Have you ever been like in the subways where they've got shops and all that stuff?
Yeah. They have them down here, downtown Houston.
A lot of it is like the subways with the shops and everything. The town areas are a lot like your shops and areas and subways, and your underground train areas are just like subways. And then your population areas, they got population areas. They're a little bit like your shop areas, except they're homes, or where they can have homes. All right. And then they've also got underground highways. And then they've also got underground like growing areas where it's for horticulture, agriculture. They got grow lights, everything, and they got that's how they're finding the different colors now that make light, that make all these plants blossom. and grow
Right.
and everything. And you can buy some of these multicolored lights for your grow lights, like at Walmart,
Sure.
stuff like that. A buddy of mine, he likes plants. All of a sudden, he got one of those, and his plants just went crazy. Yeah, so they got stuff under there to grow a jungle, okay? But actually, it's all evil. They do not plan on taking one good human, Christian, God-fearing human being. None. Everything underground is for their elite evil only. All right? But what they don't know, and I don't want to tip them off, but let's put it this way. They're going to be going underground. If you're underground, you know how God kind of opened the earth and all of a sudden water just was everywhere? If that happened underground and the entire underground filled in maybe an hour, I don't think anybody would get out, do you?
No.
The devil might have a whole bunch of spirits that just arrived. They got some surprises coming. Us off the earth, and their underground isn't as safe as they think.
Okay.
God can open the floodgates like nobody opened the floodgates.
Okay, so basically the elites have a all access pass, ingress, egress to the dumbs, which most people
Yep.
don't. That also includes, I'm sure, the military industrial complex and the
Yeah,
intelligence.
you would have to have a ticket. Your name would have to be on the list, etc. And if not, they would shoot. If you tried to get in, they'd just shoot you right where you are.
I believe that 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't even be close to there. And how you got there is a good question.
And another thing,
So-
they've got some of their enemy territories or some of the areas where they want to do it. They've got the sound laser ready to set up, and if they trigger it, the sound laser could make a tree just kind of like explode. It's almost like these ray guns where they just kind of vanish.
Right.
You know, the sound laser could reduce the biggest red tree in the world to basically practically nothing but atoms in a millisecond. Full strength, boom,
Wow.
it's gone.
So obviously the elites are up here recruiting. Do they recruit are they looking for the top minds, the most intelligent, the
They're
best of the
looking,
best?
you betcha. They're looking, yeah. Every big corporate person like our guy and stuff, that every person who's genius in any area that could basically help the future, if they will swallow MJ12 hook, line, and sinker, they get their ticket. But MJ12 will kind of put them to the test too.
Right.
You know, a lot of they would end up doing stuff on Earth that I wouldn't want to do.
Right. Yeah. What's your thoughts on the Billionaires Boys Club? That, you know, once you hit that wealth level, that you get a visit and either told to join the team, or is that a thing?
I don't know a billionaire in the world who did not meet MJ12.
Which includes Trump.
Yeah. Oh, Trump knows her there. Matter of fact, see, before he was a billionaire, you know, in 2016, he was kind of up and down with billionaire and you know, and wealth and everything. He hadn't quite made the phase yet. They were looking at him, and I told him they exist. Matter of fact, Ted and I, in 2011, I told Ted, you send a copy of our report with your credentials, and I'll send a copy of my report with my credentials. So we did, so that his people who get, wait a minute, I got a national security report here, and I've got an FBI report here, so that they would basically, you know, share it with him. And then the gal that was blonde that was on that Apprentice, I called her and talked to her a few times, and I kept sending Trump some stuff. And I told him MJ12 exists, and he was thinking about it. And I told him how bad they are. And when he hit billionaire status, and he met some of them, then I heard he was thinking about running for president. So I got a hold of him and I said, "Are you finally thinking about running for president?" And he said, "Yeah, actually I am. I'm truly thinking about it." He says, "But I've got to check with my family and everything." And I said, "Well, I said, MJ12 will go after you. They'll use smear and fear on you. I designed it." And I said, "However, if you make a covenant with God and you make a covenant with us," I said, "number one, God will protect you. And number two, our people will elect you." I said, "You will be elected by a landslide." And I said, "You check with John McCain, because it was my people. When I put out the word 1,500 emails, John McCain went from 1% to being the vice president or the presidential candidate. And it was right on schedule. Tom Mechanic can validate that. I named the schedule and everything. I told him when I did it, and he watched it do exactly what I said it would do. Because I've been talking to people who trust me for a long time, and they learn to trust me. They know I'm going to tell them the truth, whether they like it or not. And that's just, I'm going to tell you the truth. You don't want to hear what I've got to say. You don't like it. Don't ask me.
Right.
If you ask me and you get an answer you don't like, sorry about that. It's not my fault. I mean, I got the knowledge. I didn't create it, And so anyway, a lot of this stuff has kind of evolved into that. But then he said, "Yeah, I'm seriously thinking about it." And I said, "Okay." I said, I went through all my stuff and I had to find God. And if I didn't have God's protection, I wouldn't be alive. So I told him some of my testimony. I said, "You need to get your life right with God. You need to make a serious commitment with God. You need to promise God some things because God wants some stuff done. And you need to promise you'll do it. And you need to make a commitment and make some promises to me and my people." And I said, "If you'll do that, you will get elected. We'll see to it. And you will be protected." And of course, this recent incident showed he's still got God's protection, because he turned his head at the exact right moment to have the bullet clip the ear instead of take part of his head off. If he wouldn't have turned his head, it would have taken part of his head off.
Yeah.
And I turned my head in Vietnam. I turned my head one time, a bullet went past my ear close enough. I felt the puff of air and heard the spin of the bullet. And there was no reason for me to turn my head. I was just like Trump. I turned my head. I didn't see anything to make me turn my head. Nobody said, "Watch out." I just suddenly turned my head. And when I did, and the same ear, mine went by close enough. I heard the spin of the bullet and felt the puff of air. His went close enough to clip him a little bit. And I wrote him that. I said, "Man, same ear, baby. You saved the same exact way as me. Because if I hadn't, it would have hit me right here and it would have taken the front of my face and everything off."
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when you hear that sound, that bullet whizzing by your ear, and when you hear that sound, you're like, "Oh my God, that was a bullet that just went in my head. How close was it to my head for me to actually hear that?"
That's right. And that changes your look on life.
Man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been there. I've heard that sound. Well, you can't unhear it. It's like a tornado. They say it sounds like a freight train. When you hear it, you go, "That's not a freight train, but I know what that is."
That zzz, that zzz. Whoa. Yeah. And then I was mining at Allegheny Mines, and they had contract miners, and we spit the fuses, which is light them all at one time and let them branch out. We're using a 5-hole burn. And that's why they wanted me too, because I knew explosives. I knew explosives as a kid, and I went through ordnance and I went through mines and all that stuff. So I had all of that stuff under me. I could set mines, defuse mines, etc. And so these contractor guys, they were spitting one at a time. And we told them, "Man, spit them all and get the hell out of here," And this one guy was trying to spit this last fuse, and it blew. And they had about 2 scraps of him for the funeral. And I was out of there. And I actually made the front of the tunnel before the concussion could hit me. And the concussion from that went all the way to the front of the tunnel. So I've had
Okay.
God save
Got a
my
question.
life so many times.
Yeah. Yeah. You and me both. Here's a question from Russ Maurer. Ask him if he knows about the wrinkled flag on John McCain's casket, or
I heard
the envelope, that was apparently passed around and opened by various officials.
I heard something about that. I was really pissed at McCain when he went the other way. I told him, John, my friend of 30 years has become my enemy. And I blew the whistle on him. I went to DC with the American Indians, and I had the report of the Oak Flats, what he did on Oak Flats, and he went ahead and made a deal with Freeport McMoran. And I told him, John, you screwed up. I cussed him out. I literally did. I cussed him out. I said, John, you're a god dang idiot. I used the GD word. And I said, you better repent quick, because right now you're headed for hell. that was a damn fool move, because I told him, I says, the Iranians knew that we would basically boycott them and quarantine them and stuff with all the nuclear stuff. I said, man, the Iranians purchased Freeport McMoran. They redid the shares. They redid the corporate deal. Preferred shares decide who runs the company, and preferred shares get the profit from the company. The common stock gets the division of the value of the company. And I told him, I says, man, Freeport McMoran is owned by Iran, and all of that money. And then they bought all of the copper mines. They bought them all because they go after copper. They break even or lose a little bit of money going after copper. However, the gold, molybdenum, precious metals, precious stones, everything else they find is tax-free, consequential. They're using Australians, a few. They're using a bunch of their people, Iranians, big time, etc. And they're not paying corporate taxes or anything. They're not creating a bunch of jobs for us. 80% of the jobs are for their people. All the money goes back to Iran, the people who want to cut our heads off. That's how they got millions and stuff. And then the idiots turn around and send them another 600 million and stuff. I told him, I said, you don't fund and you don't do business with people that want to cut your head off. Yeah, I was livid. And however, I did get to calm down a little bit when I found out he had brain cancer. And I think all of us should forgive him because he's dead, and we're supposed to forgive anyway. But I think forgiving him is right, because I'm not too sure, but what MJ12 didn't induce the brain cancer in order to try to get the decisions that they want, because I got him the chair of the chair of the Senate Hearing Committee for National Security. I got that for him, and I got him the head of the Armed Forces Committee. He was going to, if he won president, he was going to make me Homeland Security head, and I was going to pull all of the intelligence agencies under a new deal and clean them all up. That's why I'm running for vice president against Vance, because Vance is an MJ12 mole. And I've got text messages from President Trump, and he said, who's going to be my vice president? And one of them, he said, Noel Benoist, vice president. That's got a beautiful sound to it, and Noel Benoist, vice president, perfect deal, And then I've got one where he said, I want my vice president to be exactly like Noel Benoist. And they hit me with the sound laser. I went through some sickness and illness and stuff I had to go through. They set me up for a slip and fall, hit my head on cement. So I was going through some stuff with VA, and VA finally said, okay, you can get going again 3 days into the convention. And by then he announced Vance. And so, and I've got stuff, and I posted stuff on Facebook and stuff to show that, I was actually his first pick. He wanted me, but Vance is the MJ12 mole. He's the perfect picture of me. I mean, Vance is me at a younger age. He is brilliant. He is a real go-getter. He is decisive. And unfortunately, he could very easily be their puppet and do the stuff that they want. So they either challenge Trump and that he's not eligible to be president. They'll try that, and if that doesn't win, they tried keeping him out altogether. So they're going to try everything. They'll try challenging him as being eligible to be president, and try to challenge the inauguration. But if he gets in, then they will try to assassinate him. And the thing is, they won't just use a bullet. They'll get him set up with the North Korean guy. And then they'll tell the North Korean that they'll let him have nuclear power if he shakes President Trump's hand. And the North Korean will have a glove on with a plastic glove under it. And he'll have Ryzen on the glove. Ryzen is how he killed his sister. Ryzen touches your skin, you're gone. And I told him, I said, don't let anybody touch you with bare hands. And if somebody has gloves or whatever, don't let them touch your skin. You don't let them touch you anywhere. And don't let anybody spray you with anything, squirt gun or anything, because they'll try to kill him with poison.
Right.
And if they can kill him, then Vance is the vice president, becomes president. Now the MJ-12 guy to lock the deal, and then they're going to sign a world merger. The president is technically the CEO of the corporation. They're going to try to load up the Congress and the Senate. Then they will sign a deal with the One World Order, merging with One World Order, declaring America is no more, and the people of America won't be able to do one cotton picking thing about it. They get the control of the Senate and the Congress. The president says we're merging with One World. Congress and Senate ratify it. Boom, we're done. And actually, as the president being CEO, he could merge without the Congress and Senate. My uncle found that out because we had a mining company that wanted to merge with Allegheny Mines and give us half of their interest all over the world. And my uncle went to the board. The board said no. He found out as CEO he could have signed it. The board could have fired him, but the contract would have been good because he was CEO. So the president gets in and just a Democrat president. All they got to do is get Kamala in there and get her to sign the contract, and America is no more.
Right. All right. Wow. What a show. We've been going for 6 hours and 41 minutes, and I know you could do another 6 hours and 41 minutes very easily.
I got 77 years of activity, man. I got 77 years from birth to death. My birth was a miracle, so we got the whole 77 years. Yeah.
Right.
I've
got to go because I got to make phone calls and get set up for tomorrow.
All righty.
And
I'm for you and with you anytime, man. You let me know and I'll block out the time.
It's good to meet you, Noel.
Good to meet you. And remember, babe, everybody that's listening, remember, focus on the Lord and who you are in the Lord. The details, God can give us details we don't know. And he's told me things I could not know otherwise. So he will give you everything you need to know when you know who you are in him and you are solidly in him. The first and great commandment, everything else falls in line.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here. Yeah.
God bless both of you. Love you.
Yeah, we'll get you back on for sure. No problem. I'll give you a call tomorrow in the morning. Is that fair?
Okay. Yep, you betcha.
All right, brother. I will see you then.
Talk to you then. Blessed dreams for both of you. Super blessed dreams with God just revealing things to you that just tickle you all the way to the center of your spirit.
There you go. Thank you, Noel. You have a good night.
Amen. And
there you go, folks. Noel Benoist. What a freaking show, right? This one's going down in the annals. So
that was a good show, Floyd.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. Tomorrow's going to be even wilder.
What are we doing?
You think you heard some wild stuff today? Jeff Rahm's going to be on tomorrow, and trust me, he's going to come packing with 2 6-shooters, ready to rock. What basically has been described, folks. And my buddy, Dr. Ed Group, has created a Telegram channel to talk about transhumanism. I've done multiple videos on transhumanism. Okay. They've already done what they needed to do. They got everybody to line up and go get that thing. That thing has a serial number on it. That serial number is attached to the manufacturer, whoever is licensed for that thing that everybody got injected. Okay. In that injection was femto technology, pico technology, and of course, nanotechnology. And in that was something called synthetic DNA or complementary DNA. That case was decided by the United States Supreme Court on April 15th, 2014, I believe, or 2012, one of there, I think 2014. Yeah. And that was regarding genetically modified organisms, that when you take DNA of any type of organism, can be corn, can be a soy plant, and you splice that DNA and you put in complementary DNA or synthetic DNA to change the DNA structure. So let's say we're going to make this pesticide resistant with the GMA. That's what they've done with the human body. They've turned all those individuals into genetically modified organisms who are now fully 100% owned by the manufacturer of that, whatever they got, that product. Or they could be owned by multiple manufacturers if they went and got different updates, if you want to call it. So that's what's going on with that. We need to manifest the RV. And let me go over that with you guys, what that looks like. Okay. And this is my opinion. Take it for whatever you want. All these other countries, okay, 90% or more of all U.S. currency, all the Federal Reserve notes are overseas. They're in these other countries. They're either using it as their means for currency in that country. They're not using their national currency. Or they have a stockpile of it in their central bank and they need to get rid of it. They can't all dump it at once. It's a slow bleed to get that money out of their system as they de-dollarize, and they don't have to buy oil in US dollars. All right. So all this has to work seamlessly with all these other countries. Okay. So the US Treasury and the Federal Reserve, man, those two are, two peas in a pod. We know they work together, and they're not working for the betterment of humanity. So you have the BRICS consortium over here who's trying to de-dollarize. So is it going to be the BRICS consortium of members and associate members that are actually going to trigger the RV? Or every country going to have to act in harmony? What does that look like? So there's a lot of different things that can be in play here. In my opinion, the United States Treasury, United States government, unless Trump's in there, they're going to kick, scream. They're going to be drugged to the table because they don't want this to happen. They love this fiat Ponzi scheme they've got going on because they're profiting handsomely. Everybody in Congress, they're multimillionaires, except the ones that aren't corrupt and in the money laundering. So there's a lot of things in play that have to be just right for this thing to happen, because if one person, orders this thing to happen and, it's not set down the road or in another country and boom, it gets jammed up, it leads to a lot of confusion. I want you to visualize this, folks. Okay. Visualize this in your mind. A redemption center. What are you going to do at that redemption center? That redemption center is going to be accepting foreign currencies that are in whatever the RV basket is. Let's just say dong, dinar, bolivar, rupiah, Japanese yen, Chinese yuan, Russian ruble. Let's just use those, okay? Just for simplicity's sake. So you're going in there with what's going to be millions for your credit on account. So you're taking Okay. Hundreds of millions of dollars in there. Okay. A foreign currency, but that's what it's now valued at. So if you take in 100 million, the guy behind you's got 100 million. The guy behind that's got 100 million. Pretty soon this redemption center's got, 50 trillion in foreign currency sitting there. So you have to comprehend what type of security is actually going to be present where you do this. Think about that. Really think about that. That they're going to be running people through this facility all day with a ton of currency. Security going to be out the wazoo because they don't want some team running in there, that's scheduled to do their currency exchange and do a takeover. Okay. If y'all thought about that, if y'all actually looked at that and seen what that's why I keep telling y'all guys, man, I'm thinking ahead of the curve always. I'm thinking 5, 10, 12 steps ahead. That's why when Noel's on here and he's telling you that these people, just like he said, the 200-year plan, where they say, I'm going to be dead by the time this goes into effect, because they think 50 years out. That's how the elite and the wealthy plan 50 years out. They're not looking at their lifetime. They're looking at their grandchildren's lifetime. That's how far ahead they are. Like the Bush family. That's why Jeb Bush married a Hispanic woman, 100% Mexican. So now what does he have? He's got a daughter and a son. His daughter was a crack addict and got in some trouble, and she's faded from the limelight in Texas, working on his political career. And if he ever decides to run for federal office, like presidency, or guess what language he's going to speak very fluently? Spanish. Who's he going to be talking to? Oh, golly. All these DACAs and dreamers and illegal immigrants that are here that speak Spanish. Now in Houston, we're getting commercials in Spanish. I feel like I'm back in Laredo where it's English, Spanish, English, Spanish, English, Spanish. It's nuts. Yeah, they're messing with my signal. Always. They always do that. So, absolutely. All my devices I know are being monitored. Hi, guys. Thank you for being here. Thanks for showing up for the show. But I'm going to close as I came in. Okay. If I can go find it. No, probably, yep, in the wrong place. And this. Back over here. Nope. All right. Y'all remember this, the very beginning. This big, badass place. Texas megachurch pastors jaw-dropping 6-home compound hits the market for $15 million. And the reason I brought this up for you guys, because how this pastor structured this, basically he set it up in a trust. Okay? So his trust just happens to be a religious entity. Okay? You can do the same thing with your trust. Okay, you can set up a religious entity. You can do the same thing Mr. Hilliard here did and continues to do with his daughter. Okay, while he resides here in the opulence of luxury on this massive estate with 31 bathrooms, folks. So, this is the actual article. I don't have the listing. me see. I have the address. The address is this is the address. So let's go over here. I want to buy. There we go. We're going to go check this out. We're going to and you can see StreamYard just eating the bandwidth. Hello. Thank you.
How many tabs do you have open, Floyd?
These guys are good. Too many. But you see him change the address? That was cute.
Yeah, we have real-time espionage going down. Oh, it's got you red.
These
Floyd.
guys are great.
Hey, see if you can pull it up on Google Earth. I wonder if it's like blurred out.
No, it's not that I don't want to look at the. No, I don't want to look at it at Google Earth. You're not understanding what I want to do. Hang on. Let me go to a different site.
Are you wanting to look at the actual listing?
Dear God. Yes. Yeah, and they're playing games.
Have you tried Zillow?
I'm just trying to get on any one of them. Oh, come on, man. Really?
Yeah, miss one drop. Yeah, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 10, and then he's got arrows on either side.
Man, they are playing games. This is what they do to me all day. So y'all can see how they play. Come on, man. This is ridiculous. I've already done this too many times. Search. Whew. Can I put in an address? Wow.
It looks like you probably have to log in to do searches.
Yeah, I'm not even going there. So anyway, big house, how it's set up. This is what you can do once the RV happens. You have your trust set up. Boom. It's all in place. And you can go get a piece of property like this. You don't have to pay taxes, all that. So you're good to go. And I think that's a wrap. We're at 8 hours. Buffy, thanks for being here for co-hosting with me. Appreciate your time, effort. Didn't mean to tie you up all day, but
no, it was fun. I'll show up tomorrow and
Yep.
stay as long as I can.
Okay, well, that's fine. Look forward to seeing you. Thank you for being here.
Bye, everybody.
All right, everybody. I want to thank my guests. Of course, Fast Horse for popping in and out with a bad phone. And, of course, our guest of the evening, Noel Benoist or Benoit. Either or. Just don't call him late for dinner. And Jeffrey Rahm, who will be back tomorrow. He'll have his Reno contact, and he has some more stuff lined up. I don't know yet. I need to call him now. For all of you who hung in here for the full 8 hours, God bless you. you're more than welcome to come hang out with me for another 3 or 4 as I finish up my evening. So thank you all for being here. Be sure to like, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell, leave a comment below. If you need a trust, got them over in my store. I've got classes, all that stuff. I got a free 19-part video, my playlist on YouTube. If you just need a revocable living trust, you can go get you one for free. So we'll try to get this information out to you as much as possible. Printer update on the books. I'm waiting for the email so I can send them the money so we can get this thing rolling. Everything's good to go on that aspect. Got all the packing material right here. All I need is books, and they will go out immediately. What that looks like is about 18 days for me sending them the money, of course, signing the contract, me receiving the books. Once I receive the books, I will immediately package them all up, hike them down to the post office, and send them all out media mail. 2 to 8 days on media mail. Sometimes it even takes longer. I just got a text from somebody today that I sent a firm mailing book to months ago, and they hit me up, like a month later. Hey, Floyd, I never received my book. I'm like, well, I know I sent it, but that's fine. I'll just send you another one. So I sent them another one, and they texted me today. Oh, Floyd, the original firm mailing book showed up. Hey, keep it. It's a gift. I ain't tripping. So that's pretty much how I roll. Again, thank you all for being here. I appreciate each and every one of my viewers who hung through me with the live, and those of you who are going to be watching this video later down the road. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you. I will see you tomorrow, noon Central, right here on the Fearless Floyd Show, High Noon Show on YouTube. I will hopefully get Rumble up. This video will be uploaded to Rumble as soon as it processes. Again, thank you for being here. And all you guys who sent me texts, guys and gals, sent me texts and give me an update. You know who you are. Thank you very much. I got a bunch of phone calls to make. See you, everybody.